Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Sensory Siren Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sir, I have located your biological child. Does that mean I finally will be able to meet my sister? You promised we'd find her before I turned 16. And I am keeping that promise. I turned 16 almost 3 months ago. I probably should have had more realistic expectations when trying to track down an 11-year-old. I'm sorry. Where is she? He, sir. He? Yes. He. Sick. Now I don't have to worry about dealing with girl talk. Sexism aside. Huh? Hey, wait. Did Inko lie to me about my child? I doubt so. From what I've gathered, your child. Sheet. Siren barreled forward, his chest screaming from how little of breaths he was taking. He had no time to focus on that, however, as he anticipated Blip about to pop into place, dodging under their hand just in time. Just missed me, he teased, wanting more than anything to stop and fall to the ground and laugh at the frustrated noise the hero let escape. Instead, he took the next right ahead, knowing it was not a dead end like the left he just passed. Kid! Just come to the station and things can go smoothly. Blip yelled, Siren glancing back for a second to see their running had become unbalanced. Blips used their quirk 23 times in the last 5 minutes, they're almost at their use limit. Just a couple more and I can get away. I don't have a quirk. What are you taking me in for? He yelled back, his voice muffled just slightly by his black face mask. He cleared his throat, holding himself back from trying to rub it soothingly. That would only slow him down. His throat had started to feel wrong the more he yelled at the hero. He took a moment to hope he had not caught a bug, as his mother might notice and get mad at him for it. If she were ever home. Vigilantism. Siren rolled his eyes and turned his head to the side to watch as Blip began to fall farther behind, their quirk not bringing them as close to him anymore. He started to yell, it's not vigilantism if I don't have a. Siren slammed into a solid mass, the air in his lungs being left behind where he bounced off the body. He sked in an unsatisfying amount of air as he tried to find the words for what would, most likely, be an equally unsatisfying apology, preparing to sprint around the person. He did not get to go far into stepping to the side, strips of cloth wrapping around his torso and holding his arms down to his sides. He looked up with wide eyes, only to be met with a pair of yellow goggles looking down at him. If the white cloth itself had failed to been enough to tell him who the man was, the slotted goggles would have been a dead giveaway. Of fing course Eraserhead was on duty too, he grumbled, eyes squeezing into slits as the underground hero shifted his goggles to the top of his head. His glare was met with a blank expression, though the man's eyebrows shifted just slightly. If Siren were to guess, he would say the hero looked surprised? Blip finally caught up after another 30 seconds of the vigilante analyzing the hero and his capture weapon, arriving out of breath and struggling to stay upright even with their hands on their hips. Thanks for catching her, Eraserhead, Blip panted out, Siren feeling a snarl start to form on his face as they continued, was trying to take her to the station. Before he could correct them, Eraserhead asked, what for? I need a caffeine boost, so I can take M for you. Pronoun avoidance? How did he focus Siren? Vigilantism. Siren groaned, rolling his head back in frustration and pooling all of his annoyance into yelling, it's not vigilantism if you don't have a quirk. Which, guess what? I don't have a quirk. The boy's vision flooded with static as a noise similar began filling in his ears. His knees buckled from a wave of exhaustion that wanted to take him to the ground. He had no idea why he had to become one with the ground, actually, but he figured that he was just too out of it to have felt the impact. Is that one Yakuza asshat nearby? It took almost a full minute, at least he hoped it had not been longer for him to become aware of Eraserhead's capture weapon as the reason for him not arriving to his destined meeting with the alley floor. It was not much longer before the ringing and static cleared enough for him to realize that speaking was happening. It was Blip's unsure voice as they countered, course she has a. Siren got his feet under himself as he tried shaking his head to clear the rest of the static that made focusing that much harder as he muttered a quiet, he. Why doesn't anyone ever say he? There's a reason the kid is so desperately leaning on not having a quirk, Blip, Eraserhead stated, Siren's head shooting up in shock at his words. He regretted the action immediately, hissing as pain filled his head with his eyes closed and head lowered. His hands moved to try and hold it, but they were still stuck to his sides. What was going on with his head? It had been acting up since Blip had started chasing him. Cammy. I must be getting sick as shit. Section. Shyuda sighed in bored exhaustion as he stood on his lamppost. Yes. His lamppost. He was the only one who ever took breaks on it, so it was his. I could really use some coffee. His head turned to the right as he heard a curse in the distance, followed by a kid's voice exclaiming, "Just missed me." Shyuda rolled his eyes as he threw out a length of his capture weapon. He did not want a street kid to end up being killed because they decided to mess with the wrong people. Instead of the scene he expected to find, he arrived to a roof overlooking two shadows, his fellow undergrounder, Blip, chasing the kid he had heard. The kid was winning, surprisingly, the hero being outrun as the two shouted back and forth. At least it's not some gang member. Using his capture weapon, he lowered himself into the alley in front of the kid, whose head was turned to yell at Blip. It's not vigilantism if you don't have a. The kid slammed right into him, just as he had planned, Shyuda hearing the breath wheeze out of him as he bounced back a couple steps. He ignored the pain of the impact, instead wrapping his weapon around the kid's middle and pulling them to stand next to him. The only thing that fazed him was the double-edged tint of the kid's voice, a similar sound to his spouse's quirk when it was aimed away from him. The kid looked up at him, recognition lighting up the kid's eyes quicker than Shyuda thought was possible before they just as quickly turned cold as he glared and grumbled, of fing course Eraserhead was on duty too. That was certainly a first for the man. Most kids were terrified of him, let alone even managing to recognize him. I could really use that coffee now. Shyuda simply fixed the kid with his blonkiest look as he lifted his goggles up on atop his head, letting the kid give him an analyzing once-over as he waited for Blip to close the distance the child had made. Was it mentioned that he had been surprised this kid had been winning in an attempt to outrun Blip? Not that he would ever admit it. They had fallen even slower as Shyuda caught the child, and while that was a bit inappropriate considering there was still a chance the kid could have escaped him as well, he appreciated their trust in his ability. Thanks for catching her, Eraserhead, Blip panted, his focus split between them and the child. He caught the silent snarl building on the kid's face as they continued, was trying to take her to the station. Shyuda refused to let himself frown at the feeling of wrong in his chest. He made a decision to rectify that feeling quickly, and responded before the kid could to avoid the child's attempt to start trying to bicker with his coworker. Blip was well known for their habit of falling into such debates with the people they were apprehending. What for? I need a caffeine boost, so I can take M for you. He felt more than saw the snarl slip from the kid's face, only to be replaced with that analyzing gaze once again. Just as quickly, the expression morphed with the one-word explanation Blip gave. Vigilantism. The kid whined indignantly, their head falling back as exasperation filled their voice when they yelled, "It's not vigilantism if you don't have a quirk, true, which, guess what? I don't have a quirk." Shuda's head started spinning, a compulsion nearly pushing him into letting the kid go. By how much he wanted to believe the kid simply because he said so, when the man was a stubborn prick that needed 50 forms of proof to believe just about anything, he would say the kid had to have a quirk. The compulsion shattered just seconds after it was thrown over him, giving him the will to physically shake away the thoughts that had taken over his mind. A glance told him Blip was still lost to it, however. In the next second, he realized the kid was falling. The most definitely a vigilante was collapsing in on himself, and Shyuda barely had the wherewithal to tightly grip the length of capture weapon he still held like a leash as a way to keep the kid from meeting the concrete like it was their future spouse. He momentarily considered they could have been making an escape attempt, but that was quickly proven wrong by the complete limpness of the kid's neck, legs and if he was being blunt their entire body. It had to have been quirk exhaustion knocking them off their feet. Experiencing the quirk gave the hero an idea of just which vigilante this child was, and experiencing the after effects told Shyuda why this child believed they were quirkless. Simple answer? They had no fing clue they had a quirk. Complicated answer? Someone told the kid that they had no quirk, and the vigilante believed them. Blip was finally shaking of the lingering effects of the compulsion as he felt the kid starting to stir and move their legs with confused determination. Then, the other hero started to speak. Of course she has a. Shyuda held up a hand to interrupt Blip's unnecessary arguing just as the kid finished getting their feet underneath themselves. They shook their head and whined under their breath, he. Why doesn't anyone ever say he? Made the correct decision then, it seems. There's a reason the kid is so desperately leaning on not having a quirk, Blip, he started, the kid's head shooting up with clear shock written on his face. Said shock was immediately replaced by a pained hiss as his head ducked down, his hands pitifully attempting to reach it as he looked down at the alley floor. Shyuda took the chance to quickly sign to Blip as the kid muttered about sickness. I'm theorizing that the kid was diagnosed quirkless. I'll take him in and figure it out. Will you call Tsukachi for me, he finished, the other nodding in response just before the kid recovered from the pain spike. I'm going to take the kid to the station, Blip, Shyuda stated flatly, not having to wait long for the kid to squawk an expected offense. But I don't have a quirk? Sure, he pretended to agree, earning a set of widening eyes as he continued, but you are a minor. And district curfew was hours ago. The kid let out a defeated breath as he lowered his head, muttering, damn it, which let Shyuda know the kid had given in. All right. Let's go, kid, the hero stated, tugging the kid to turn and start walking with him. The kid sighed, not protesting as he fell into step with Shyuda. Siren. Suspicion confirmed. He rolled his eyes, feeling a teasing edge rise in his voice as he countered, I thought you weren't a vigilante. That was strange. Shyuda was not one to tease easily. He was more likely to break someone with facts. It must have been a fluke. I didn't come up with that nickname, the kid defended, holding his hands up as far as they would go against the strip of white as he explained, that's just what people started referring to me as, a beat of silence. Especially after I snuck into that Yakuza base. Shuda's eyes widened, turning toward the kid with the words leaving his lips before he even thought to ask him, that was you? Yeah, the kid nearly snarked, a confused edge as he questioned, was it supposed to be hard? The hero scoffed and turned back to continue walking forward, figuring he should plan what he was going to tell Tsukachi. More, what way he would even consider explaining everything. Good fing luck, detective. Shyuda sighed, holding the faux paper cup in his hands like a lifeline as he and the kid waited for Tsukachi. The man had instructed Sansa not to cuff the vigilante, which Siren seemed to be grateful for as they both sat in an interrogation room. The kid, specifically, twisted back and forth in boredom on a swivel chair. The noise of the chair was slowly getting on Shuda's nerves. I still don't understand why I can't have a cup. Again, you're what, 10? No coffee. I'm not 10, but I have been drinking it since I was. No wonder you're so short. Teasing. Again. Where is it coming from? Hey! He was saved from the instinctual snort he most likely would have let out at the kid's offense by the instinct to stiffen at the careless opening of the door. It was let go of at the sight of the trench coat his favorite detective wore. Eraser, I swear on your coffee privileges. 3 in the goddamn. The man finally looked up from his file, locking eyes with Siren. He paused, failing to blink as he took in the sight of the kid, before turning on Shyuda. His voice held an unimpressed edge as he stated, Eraser. That is a child. Siren rolled his eyes, countering, and you're Detective Tsukachi Naomasa of the Mizudafu Police Department. Any other obvious statements you want to make? Shyuda had nothing to save him from the snort he released into his cup at Tsukachi's surprised look. He was looking forward to telling his partners about the events of the night, morning, whatever. Specifically, he was excited to tell them about the kid, who was tripping him up mentally with every word out of his sarcastic mouth. Right, Tsukachi stated shortly, processing what the kid said. He shook his head, finally walking to the open seat at the interrogation table, sitting down as he mentioned, so, Blip called. A case of vigilantism? Siren growled, a gloved hand going up toward his beanie, before stopping and flexing uselessly. Shyuda figured it was to stop himself from accidentally revealing his hair. It instead joined the other in fists under the table. The frustrated sound was still present in his tone as he grumbled, I don't understand why Blip is so adamant that I'm a vigilante when I don't have a fing. The hero quickly flashed his quirk, which he found himself regretting somewhat when the kid's voice completely cut out. It was easy for him to deduce that the kid was not even able to breathe, a panicked hand grasping at his throat. An action that he had seen the first time he ever used his quirk on his spouse. Quirk must always be on likes. Whether or not he actively uses that aspect of his quirk must be what it is. His voice is his quirk. I should have realized. The kid started skiing in breaths harshly despite Shuda's quirk having been no more than a stutter's worth of air, panic setting in as he looked up at the man. His voice was almost raspy as he asked, in horror, what did you do? Shyuda held in his confusion, as he was certain Siren knew what he did. He considered, though, that the kid may not actually understand how his quirk worked, and kept his face void of that emotion as he calmly started to explain, I erased. No. I know how your quirk works, the kid cut him off, shaking like a leaf in the wind. It erases the quirk of those who aren't already physically changed by their quirk or whatever. I want to know how you took away my voice. Siren's eyes stopped focusing on what was around him, visibly going up in his head as he potentially attempted to rationalize what happened. Shyuda met Tsukachi's eyes for just a moment before he made his way around the table, kneeling beside the boy. He carefully turned the kid's chair towards him as he began to speak. Hey, Siren, he softly beckoned, a small amount of relief filling him as the kid's eyes flickered from staring off into space to the goggles that still sat on his head. He continued, I'm going to count the 4, 7, 8 pattern. Can you follow that with me? Good. Now in, 2, 3. Shyuda spent much shorter of a time than he expected breathing with the boy, at one point offering his hand for the kid to hold. Siren tightly gripped onto it, and the hero was glad when the kid's body relaxed. It was not long before the kid's breathing was back under control, if maybe a slightly wheezy, which pushed Shyuda to pondering why. A kid this young surely wouldn't need to yet, would he? Although, everyone thinks that the vigilante Siren is a girl. I haven't heard a single person minus Namiri refer to him as anything but she. Kid, I need you to be honest. Are you binding right now? Shyuda asked. Siren gave him a fearful glance, before nodding, admitting, yeah, but I don't own a binder. He nodded with a slight grimace. He had personal experience on how unsafe that was. He told the kid, all right. I'm going to take you to the restroom while Tsukachi gets you a pillow or even a baggier sweater from Lost and Found. Okay? The boy nodded again, probably recognizing it was easier to go along with it than to fight. They quickly settled back in the interrogation room afterwards with Tsukachi taking charge. All right, Siren. First off, we need to know your name so we can contact your parents. Siren scoffed a little, rolling his eyes as he held his legs to his chest, anxiously nibbling at his nails whilst clutching the pillow Tsukachi had gotten. The boy had been a little confused by it when it was handed to him, but used it as Shyuda intended. To hide what he felt the need to bind. Which one, he quipped. The deadbeat or the workaholic that will tell you to let me rot in a cell until she's off work? Shyuda held in his anger, not wanting the kid to see it and think he was actually mad at him. He could feel the detective doing the same. Tsukachi's pen flicked to the right. F-. The kid was telling the truth. Siren's eyes tracked the movement of the detective's pen, the anxious nibbling pausing as his analytical brain took that information in. Whichever will answer the phone, Siren, Tsukachi patiently answered. Siren sighed, before fixing his eyes on a certain spot on the table. He practically spat out the answer in one giant glob, Midoriya Iwa. Age? 11. Shyuda and Tsukachi once again held back their reactions. What kind of parent failed to be around enough to not notice their 11-year-old child was putting himself in danger? Shyuda took a moment to let his inner Hizashi take hold. At least, that was what he told himself, to ignore the confusion of the fondness he held for the kid, and made a small joke to help with the kid's anxiety. You said you weren't 10. 11 isn't 10. It's only one more year. So, the kid asked, a smile fighting its way onto his face. Tsukachi rolled his eyes at the spat before continuing, parents' names? The kid's smile was short-lived because of his words, answering with just as much hostility as before, Midoriya Izuku and Hizashi. Do you know either of their phone numbers? The kid rattled off his mother's personal phone and mentioned the hospital's phone number. It made Shuda's blood boil when he mentioned that they could try his father's hero agency if they were desperate to contact him. And your preferred name? The kid's head shot up in surprise, staring at Tsukachi in shock. He carefully answered, Izuku. Lastly, would you prefer we refer to you as Midoriya or Izuku? The detective asked. Siren looked a little lost, a small amount of the child behind the vigilante facade being revealed as he faintly uttered, Izuku. Tsukachi gave the kid a warm smile, explaining, great. Now, I'm going to go give Sansa this information to see if he can contact your parents. Izuku nodded numbly, muttering just as faint, okay. Shuda's heart ached as he watched the kid dip his head, a tear rolling down his cheek that he attempted to wipe away discreetly. He cleared his throat once Tsukachi had left the room, knowing the kid's eyes were on him as he lifted his capture weapon. He carefully undid a safety pin that was attached to his jumpsuit, one that held the trans flag in beads threaded onto it, before holding it out to the kid. Izuku's eyes widened, and it took a small, encouraging head nodding to get him to take the small object. A friend of mine gave me that when I was at UA, Shyuda explained, a sad smile on his face as he continued, he was trying to get me to be friends with him actually. I've kept it ever since. Izuku's eyes studied him carefully, turning sad with a spark of realization before he asked, he didn't get a chance to get known. Shyuda shook his head, correcting, he didn't get to become a pro. Izuku nodded, sniffling a little. He held out the safety pin, trying to give it back, but the man just shook his head. Keep it, kid. But it's all right, Shyuda explained. It isn't the only thing of his I have, he tapped his goggles. And, I'm sure he'd want you to have it. Somewhere in the hero's chest, he could feel the truth behind those words. It scared him to understand exactly why they were the truth. He shoved it carefully down, not ready to let himself feel that realization. Not yet. Izuku nodded and brought the pin close to his chest, holding it protectively. It spread a soothing balm over the place in Shuda's chest that ached every time he was forced to remember the day. Thank you. Of course. Tsukachi walked back into the room, gently closing the door behind him despite the anger radiating off of him. Well, you weren't wrong, kid, he somehow calmly stated. Your mother did say to let you stay in a cell overnight. Because of your age though, we can't do that. Sansa's working on a home to put you in for the night. Izuku nodded, disappointment clear in his eyes, and the hero internally winced in sympathy. He knew exactly what it was like to hope despite knowing that your expectation was reality. He doubted the confirmation helped to properly extinguish the lingering hope in the boy's chest. He can stay with us for the night, Shyuda offered, the words coming out of him before he could properly consider it. Despite how calmly he had managed to say it, the offer had been blurted. Most surprising was the lack of immediate regret. What? Izuku let out, having physically startled in response to the man's words. Tsukachi's head tilted, eyebrows furrowing as he stared intently at the hero. You sure, Eraser? Shyuda shrugged nonchalantly, attempting to recover from his sudden words by pointing out, he needs a place to stay for the night and we have an extra room. We have those emergency foster licenses for a reason. The detective nodded, his surprised, quizzical look shifting into one of suspicion as he agreed, all right. Any objections, Izuku? The boy in question looked at Shyuda for a moment, staring into his eyes once he had glanced up and noticed. He must have found what he needed, because he gave a small nod as he answered, that's okay. Great. I'll get the paperwork finished and you can take the kid for the night. Bring him back in the morning to finish up our discussion about tonight. Copy that, the man agreed, letting Tsukachi leave the room before he pulled out his phone. He pressed on his husband's contact as he explained to Izuku, I'm just gonna ask my husband to come pick us up, okay? Izuku nodded, quietly mumbling a soft, okay. Show? Hizashi sleepily mumbled, shuffling able to be heard over the output as a feminine voice asked what was happening. Hey, can you come pick me up from the precinct? Silence followed his question, the kid perking up at the lack of talking before Hizashi finally answered, Sheet. I'm not wearing my hearing aids. Nem told me. I'ma give you to her while I get them. He hid a soft smile at his husband's sleepy forgetfulness, patiently waiting for his wife to take the phone. Hey, Sho. What's up? It sounded like you said you needed a ride? The man hummed, meeting the boy's gaze. Yeah. I'm bringing home a stray, and I need a ride. Izuku scowled in offense before sticking his tongue out at Shyuda, at which he rolled his eyes. Usually you just carry the cats in your scarf and then complain about the neck pain? What's stopping you from that? Shyuda stared Izuku dead in the eyes as he admitted, this one's a little big for that. The boy cracked up, covering his mouth with a hand to keep from being too loud. Fair enough. Where are you? The precinct. It's not a cat, is it? Nope. They sighed, Hizashi's voice coming through to question why she made the fond sound. All right. Zashi will be there in about 20. I'll set up the guest room. It's a kid. Thank you, he held in a grin at the blonde screech, Namuri ignoring it with a verbal eye roll. Yeah. Don't drown in precinct coffee before you get here. You know that sheet's cheap. Not when I steal Tsuka's, so no promises, he teased in a little sheet tone, earning an unimpressed snort from his wife as they hung up the phone without responding. The man and the boy sat in silence for just a moment, the kid breaking it to ask, was that Midnight and present Mike? How the F? Mike is here. Let's go, kid. Izuku hummed, sleepily following Shyuda to the car. For a vigilante that had been known to go out almost every night, he seemed to have been ready to go to bed early. Well, early-ish. It was 11 p.m. on a school night. And the kid did experience severe quirk exhaustion. Hizashi was quietly waiting for them both, playing on their phone. They looked up as they got closer, smiling as they climbed into the car. What's up, my Leon Steners? You the stray Nem was talking about? Izuku snorted, rolling his eyes as he retorted, unfortunately. More like being held against my will. Shyuda rolled his eyes, countering, again, vigilantism. Hizashi cut in, oh. A tiny vigilante? What's your vigilante name? The boy sighed. Although, he was amused as he answered, Siren. The blonde gasped excitedly, asking, really? That's so cool. I've always been curious what your quirk was. Not the time. Izuku's expression fell flat as he stared out the window of the back seat, quietly enforcing, I'm quirkless. Hizashi glanced over at Shyuda in the passenger seat, brows pinched in worry. He was diagnosed quirkless as a kid. He can't handle talk about his quirk at the moment. They relaxed, nodding and focusing on shifting the car into drive instead of continuing to question the kid. Well, Nem set up the extra bed with clean sheets, so you should be comfy all night. The kid hummed, a frown falling over his expression as he asked, I thought Midnight was on a mission right now. Hizashi choked as Shyuda hid a smirk that his husband definitely saw in his capture weapon. How did you know that? The blonde had been thrown right back into questioning the boy, throwing an elbow into their husband's side to nudge him. Izuku shrugged, not giving anything away as he stated, I have some friends. Plus the fact that she. It took Shyuda a second to understand, shocked by the kid's awareness as he explained, in hero persona, yes. They outside of it, and sometimes xe, at the boy's confused look, he expanded, say, zem, zerb. Ah. Thanks. So, she. The kid paused, waiting to be correct before continuing, wasn't on her typical routes for the last few days as a daylight hero. And anyone competent enough would know that was the sign that she either was injured or had twilight work to do. Twilight? How do you know that term? And how do you know her routes? Hizashi asked, amazed. I was bored one day after school in, 3rd year maybe, and decided to track all of the routes of the heroes in Muzurifu. And then did a city a day or two until I ran out of daylight heroes. They looked almost terrified, electing to ignore the boy's admission by questioning, so you ruled out injury? Yep. No reports of villain incidents had been made with reports of her having injuries, so I could rule out injury. Plus ruling out time off work, because none of her, their 3 friends, well, I guess 2 are partners? Had stopped going on their typical patrols, and they overwork. So, I know they didn't take time off for the goodness of their health. Shyuda held up a finger to interrupt with a question, who do you have listed in the friends? Ingenium, Present Mike, and Eraserhead. But not Loud Cloud, of course. Shyuda was honestly surprised, wondering, how? Hero Ball. As extroverted as she acts, she keeps to a very small group of heroes consistently. Well, sheet. Now, knowing she was on a mission? If I can rule out those 2, she's on a mission as the underground hero Nightshade. How do you know that she's Nightshade? Hizashi incredulously asked. I, of course, had theories, because Midnight would disappear during the time Nightshade was listed to have been part of a mission or having been injured. Plus suspiciously being careful with any part of herself that it was listed Nightshade had been hurt once she was being seen again as Midnight. The confirmation came, though, from me running into Nightshade on my way out of the Yakuza compound. And it doesn't take a genius to put 2 and 2 together. Considering multiple villains had run into both Nightshade and Midnight, Shyuda felt it correct to guess the kid had no idea it did take a genius. Also, she, for Nightshade? No, they, Hizashi answered, sounding dramatically faint. Kami, if the kid refused to join the program, Shyuda was gonna be worried for the sake of whoever got their hands on the kid. Speaking of said program, though, he would have to tell Hizashi and Namiri about his idea and get their permission. Along with, the kid had to agree to it, of course. All in good time, though. Tsukachi promised that he would be drafting the paperwork when I messaged him about it. Gods, I hope he doesn't stay up all night working on it. I'm guessing this is the place you will be holding me for the night? Izuku asked jokingly as Hizashi pulled into a parking spot. Shyuda rolled his eyes, softly getting out of the car as he corrected, this is where you will be sleeping tonight, yes. The boy looked around curiously before turning his gaze on the man to ask, what's stopping me from running away? He met the kid's eyes for a moment before Izuku's shifted to stare to the left of Shuda's head. He relaxed his gaze and stated, I will be sleeping in the living room tonight, and as I am a light sleeper you won't be able to leave without me hearing you attempt, and with that, he turned to walk to the apartment. The boy scowled, looking down at the ground as he followed, obviously annoyed by said statement. Also, Shyuda added, feeling it was time to give him a taste of his own medicine, you wouldn't run anyways. Izuku scoffed, insecurely asking, what makes you so sure of that? You want to see how this plays out, whether it's in your favor or proves your distrust of anyone around you. So, you're willing to stick around until you know all the details. 2 can play at the analyzing game, kid. Namiri met the 3 of them as they entered. Welcome to our apartment, they greeted, much too cheerfully for the middle of the night. Luckily, Izuku seemed unfazed by it and simply greeted them back. In his own way, of course. Good evening, Nightshade-san. It is good to see you again. I'm glad you were unharmed from the Yakuza assholes. They froze, staring at the kid like he had just stabbed them. Their voice was appropriately incredulous as they blurted, what? Kid apparently figured you out, Shyuda clarified, earning Namiri looking in his direction in surprise. When I mentioned that you had set up the spare room which, he guessed it was you just from the phone call, he stated that he thought you were on a mission, and explained his theory to confirmation. Wanna introduce yourself? Izuku chuckled, mischief in his eyes as he answered, I kind of want to let them suffer. Namiri's eyes lit up, not at all suffering like he wanted as they stated, Siren. You're the vigilante Siren. I'd recognize the chuckle of the vigilante who managed to stab the fucker with the drunkening quirk. In the flesh, he confirmed, bowing dramatically. Namiri looked up at their husbands with stars in their eyes as they pleaded, please, can we keep him? Izuku scoffed, pointing out, my mom kind of has custody of me, so I doubt so. 9 times out of 10, when a kid is brought into the station and the parent proclaims, That they can rot in a cell overnight, the parent loses custody, Shyuda stated, causing Izuku to look at him in surprise. That's how it almost always is when I bring kids in, and most of mine aren't your typical run-of-the-mill assholes. My. Don't get my hopes up and threaten me with that death sentence, Izuku deadpanned, the smallest hint of fear in his glaring eyes. As much as I might be itching to leave my mother's grasp, the foster system definitely is much worse. Shyuda sighed internally, deflecting, we can have this conversation at the station tomorrow, basically today. Get some rest for now. Doesn't have to be sleep. Just rest. Izuku appeared a little confused by what Shyuda stated, but decided not to ask for clarification. It rang the definitely a child bell in his head. Although, he had and did know plenty of adults that were unaware of the difference. That fact meant that it failed to be the greatest proof. Still, he listed it in his mental catalog anyways. Shyuda led Izuku to the spare room and let him take a look around. We most likely don't have clothes your size, so showering may be a bit awkward if you were wanting to. The sheets can be clean though, so feel free to just go to bed. When does your mother get off of work? The boy hummed to himself as he looked around, distractedly explaining, she usually gets off after I go to school, so I'm not sure to be honest. At least after 8. The man nodded to himself, catching as the kid shakily rested his fingers on the bedpost. Filing the action in his mind, he stated, all right. I'll want us to be at the station at 7 then to discuss things more in depth before your mother arrives. Not much time to sleep, I apologize. Izuku shrugged and waved his ungrounded hand dismissively as he countered, as if I get more than 4 hours even on the nights I don't go out beating up assholes. Shyuda hated how much he understood what the kid meant, responding with, fair enough. I'll wake you up at 6:30 if you're not up sooner. Okay. The man nodded and walked out of the room, closing the door behind himself. He and his spouses had some talking to do. Section. Izuku may or may not have immediately fallen into a panic attack the moment Eraserhead shut the door, vigilante persona shattering as a shaky hand lifted to latch onto his hair. Letting myself get caught? What kind of amateur am I? If mom barely handled me being out of the house before, she's definitely gonna double down after finding out. Idiot. It was subconscious to allow Siren to speak the anger he felt on a day-to-day basis, doing so releasing the buildup of stress he had previously only found an outlet for in the form of writing out his aggressive thoughts. It was moments like then when the mask fell and left him full of shame and self-hatred. It was moments like then when the mask fell and left him gasping for air, doing everything he could to collapse to the ground silently. Making it harder to breathe by refusing to let himself audibly take breaths. How could I have said that? Don't get my hopes up? She literally does so much work just to provide for me and I go bad-mouthing her? What kind of a kid would do that? At the rate he was going, there were bound to be consequences. He might as well accept them and deal with it. He had let his spite-fueled work get him into trouble. Who knew what having vigilantism or whatever they would throw at him could do for his chances at UA? No matter how impressive he got himself to seem in front of the people who would be granting him admission into the school, he would end up denied outright based on his record. As if my teachers claiming that I'm really the bully wasn't bad enough. Izuku curled in on himself, his small frame shaking with silent sobs. He felt pitiful, wishing his mother would hold him close and soothe his tears like she used to. If he were to reach for her again, she would have pushed him away. He was old enough to soothe himself. He was not in need of her so desperately she had to help him. But gods, did he want her to? He cried himself to exhaustion, eventually falling asleep in the middle of the room. He would wake up and move to the bed eventually, but for the moment, he was too drained to move. Section. Show. You have ideas. I think I know what they are, at least some of them, and I am so much in support of it. Shyuda let out a sigh as he walked into the kitchen, seeing Hizashi and Nemuri sitting impatiently at the table. You already asked if we could keep him. I'm not surprised by you wanting to make my plan work, he teased, joining the two at the table and sipping the hot chocolate they had made for him. Of course they would cut off my main source of caffeine for the night. Nemuri gestured toward the spare room as if what lay in the room were their own personal heaven, protesting, you can't just bring a child as sassy and dramatic as him and not expect me to want to keep him. Hizashi nodded, pointing out, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he knows about my Twilight name too. He seems to know a lot about heroes. Honestly, I want to meet the kid under that mask. His wife nodded in agreement, whilst Shyuda simply sipped his drink and planned his words. You mentioned he wasn't ready to talk about his quirk yet? Hizashi asked. That's a good starting point. I found the kid running from Blip. He had managed to trick Blip into overusing their quirk, so he was about to escape when I hopped in and caught the kid. When Blip mentioned trying to take the kid in for vigilantism, the kid got angry and stated that he can't be tried as a vigilante if he doesn't have a quirk. Namiri frowned, admitting, he's not wrong. That is a loophole. Shyuda hummed, agreeing, it is. The thing is, as he yelled, he proceeded to nearly knock himself out with quirk exhaustion from a quirk that nearly managed to compel me into letting him go. The two were shocked to say the least. Eyes wide, mouth agape and everything. And he still thinks he's quirkless? Hizashi asked incredulously. I heard him murmuring a bit while he was out of it. He thought he was getting sick. Of course the kid would think so, Namiri muttered to themselves. Most signs of quirk exhaustion do seem like cold or fever symptoms. Shyuda hummed, finishing, so, as far as I can tell, he legitimately has no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if some dumb quirk doctor misdiagnosed him or even a parent took him to one too early. The other two hummed, taking time to process. So, Namiri asked, sitting back in their chair, what's the plan you've come up with? Shyuda smiled albeit sadly as he shared, I'm going to have him put in the reform program. A way to get the vigilanteing off of his record and get to find out his home life a little more and see if any intervention might be needed. And if there is? Hizashi asked. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if his mother shows signs of being willing to give him up right away. He nodded, agreeing, exactly. In that case, temporary fostering turns into a more permanent fostering. Along with, probably having Nedu help when it comes to proving to the kid that he has a quirk. The two gave Shyuda a look, before Namiri's expression shifted. Sheet, show. You'll need to send Nedu an email soon for classes tomorrow. I knew I was fing forgetting something, he cursed, pulling out his phone to draft an email to the principal. Along with a text to tell the rat to look at said email. Not that Nedu was unlikely to, but there had been small mishaps of Shuda's messages regarding raids being lost among other school-related emails. Hizashi sipped their tea as he set his phone face down on the table, thinking for a moment before they asked, so, the plan is to adopt him, right? I know we haven't talked about this much, but I feel like we're all in agreement that we're keeping this one. Namiri scoffed like they were offended the blonde had to ask, exclaiming, yes. I don't know what it is about that kid, but I just want to be there for him. We've all brought kids in for a night or two in the past, but this kid just has something about him. It's not just me. They feel the same pull I do. I thought I was going crazy after giving him Oboro's pin. After I didn't regret giving it to him. Shyuda smiled, expressing, glad you two are with me on this. Definitely going to have to up the therapy sessions to once a week, though. Hizashi chuckled self-deprecatingly as they agreed, oh hell yes. I can already feel the buried trauma yelling to be seen. The other two chuckled at that. They spent another 10 minutes talking things out before his spouses headed off to bed. Nedu had already responded to Shuda's email did that rat ever fing sleep and stated he would be available to join him and Tsukachi at the station in the morning. He heard shuffling coming from the guest room, but was able to chalk it up to Izuku simply moving in the room. No signs of attempting to run, luckily. Please let the morning not end in a dumpster fire. Izuku woke up slowly, confusion flooding his mind as he groggily tried to open his eyes. He rarely woke without an alarm, even on the weekends. He pushed himself up, blinking away the film of sleep as he rubbed an eye. He peered around the room for just a moment before falling into an immediate panic. Where the F am I? Did that weird cult finally manage to kidnap me? Late to the panic party, memories of the night before finally returned to him, giving him back the ability to breathe as he checked the time. 6:17. That's decent. I wonder if Eraserhead is up as well. Might as well get this sheet over with. He walked out into the hall, the smell of pancakes immediately flooding his nose. In response, his stomach rumbled violently. Oh, yeah. Mom hasn't restocked the fridge in a couple days. He began to follow the smell, not quite remembering which direction the living room was, only to be stopped by a cat twirling around his ankles. He put a hand out for it to sniff, picking it up once it bumped his hand in approval. The cat earned lots of scritches as he continued toward the source of the smell, seeing a yellow caterpillar on the couch as he went. He took note of it as he finally found his way to the kitchen, seeing Present Mike, or as Izuku knew them, Songbird, a Twilight hero that specialized in getting into hideouts as a victim, to find out their plans, master of escaping bonds and leaving the hideouts without injury to themselves, at least flipping pancakes whilst humming. Not wanting to scare the hero, Izuku attempted to announce his presence, hello. The hero continued humming, not turning or acknowledging him. He had to fight a beat of sadness. Of course they would ignore me. I just had to go and tell my favorite radio host how worthless I am. Mike doesn't have their hearing aids in, kid, he heard Eraserhead state from the living room. He peered around the dividing wall into the room, finding the hero emerging from the caterpillar he had taken note of earlier. Knock on the counter or stomp your foot and they'll notice you. Izuku nodded, wondering how Present Mike would have learned to sense those vibrations. Either way, he decided to knock on the counter, getting the hero's head to pop up and body to turn around. "Hey, little listener. You hungry?" Izuku nodded cautiously. They were offering to feed him? He could go at least another few days before the hunger was too much. So, if it ended up being a joke, he could survive. My pride, however. "All right. How many would you like?" Izuku held up a single finger at that, not letting himself ask for what he would have really liked to eat. "You got it," the hero exclaimed. "Let me know if you want seconds." "Seconds, IWA? You're getting pudgy enough as it is." He held back a flinch, answering their offer with a nod and letting the cat go. He hesitantly took the plate from the hero, his appetite having left him at the memory, but he had already said yes to the food. He would just have to make do. Eraserhead finally entered the kitchen and grabbed a fresh pancake off the stack, not hesitating to bite into it. The boy failed to be very surprised by the action, but he did enjoy witnessing Present Mike scold the man for grabbing a hot fing pancake, with a small smile. The nighttime hero shrugged, taking another bite. Izuku held in a sigh. If his brain could stop being so pitiful, it honestly would have been nice. The sweet, domestic scene between the spouses was honestly something the boy wished he had more of. Of course your daughter would be quirkless. Why did I ever decide it would be a good idea to marry a woman with such a weak quirk? My reputation will be ruined. It was going to be a long morning. At least the pancake tasted amazing. Bad memories aside, he ended up devouring the pancake, and somehow wanted more. He was not at all planning to say anything, though. "Do you want another pancake, listener?" "Sheet. It's okay. If you're still hungry, have another pancake, kid. We often make too many anyways. And, reheated pancakes taste like cardboard. Why are they being so nice? You say we when I cook the most meals in this house. It was the royal we, duh." Izuku nodded skeptically, carefully taking another pancake as the two bickered. He wanted to grab two more, but he knew he might not finish if he did. "Thank you," he mumbled, signing towards Present Mike. Said hero's eyes flashed giddily, mouth open, having been about to retort back to the dark-haired hero. "You know sign?" Izuku paused mid-bite, surprised by their excitement. He swallowed before he awkwardly explained, "I used to know a bit. I learned for a friend, who wasn't that glad I was learning to help him because that was me assuming he would become weak," he explained, air quoting and rolling his eyes as he did so. "He has an explosion quirk. How am I supposed to not notice that his hearing was slowly deteriorating?" Eraserhead scowled, stating, "That kid is an idiot." "And ableist," Present Mike added. Izuku hummed, wincing slightly before commenting, "The not wanting to be weak part is mostly Aunt Mitsuki's fault. She's been basically beating that into him since he was born." That wasn't the best phrasing going by Present Mike's flinch, "Not like I'm wrong though." Eraserhead cleared his throat after a moment of silence, pointing out, "It's 6:30 now. Finish eating and we'll head out." He nodded, finishing off the last bite before walking over to the sink. "Go ahead and wash up, little listener. I'll wash your plate for you." Izuku paused, trying to figure out how he should respond. "It's my mess? I should probably be the one to clean it," he tried, a feeling of wrong rising in his chest. "IWA. What is this mess? Do you expect me to do everything?" "It's really all right," Present Mike assured him, their expression unwavering. He jerkily nodded, awkwardly putting the plate in the sink before walking to the bathroom and closing himself in. "Why are they so nice? I told them I'm quirkless, right? People don't just treat me like this? Is the shoe going to drop? Is it because Eraserhead thinks I have a quirk? Do I have a quirk? That had to be how his quirk managed to work on me. But if I have a quirk, that changes everything. All of the bullying? The abandonment? The anger? It's all for nothing? What happens if he's right? Do I get arrested? Will mom love me again? Will dad come back? Will Kaken accept me? What does this mean for me? Do I just have to forgive everyone? Give them a slap on the wrist? Does everything I went through become reasons I can't use anymore to be angry? Do they become excuses?" Izuku's lungs seized, struggling to find air for just one breath. He had been planning to compose himself once he got into the bathroom, but the thoughts quickly grew too loud. He covered his ears, scrunching his eyes as he struggled. "What do I do?" Section. Nemuri was not pretty when they woke. Their hair stuck up every which way. They probably had drool dried on their cheek. Along with, they felt like a zombie as they walked, the need to pee being the only thing on their mind. To the point they failed to notice the bathroom was occupied until they walked in. Not that they ended up feeling very guilty for their sleepy mishap, though. The kid Shyuda had caught the night before was crouched, holding his hands over his ears whilst wheezing like he was about to suffocate. "Hey, hey, hey," they called, trying to catch the boy's attention as they crouched in front of him. They could hear their spouse's conversation come to a halt, followed quickly by footsteps. Siren looked up in surprise, which Nemuri took as a sign that they could start helping the kid. "Follow my breathing, kiddo." "Yeah," they started, lightly grabbing hold of one of his hands to place over their chest, placing one of theirs on his. They took a deep breath, waiting to see if the boy followed. He tried, coughing a bit in the middle of it. "That's all right. Try again, yeah? Come on." They took another deep breath, this time the kid managed to shakily match it. "There we go. Keep breathing, kiddo." After a couple of minutes breathing together, the tension in his shoulders loosened, and they could see him relaxing further as he continued breathing without prompting. "That better?" they asked, getting a small nod. Siren opened his mouth to speak, the words dying on his tongue. "I'm gonna assume you were trying to thank me," they asked, getting a sheepish nod. "No need, kiddo. The only thing I will ask is if I can have the bathroom, because I really need to pee." The boy smiled at that, both of them finding it a little funny. He nodded and stood, both pausing at the sight of Nemuri's spouses standing in the doorway. "You all right, kid?" Shyuda asked. Siren went to nod, diverting into a shrug after a second of hesitation. His words appeared to still not be working. "Let's get out of Nem's way," Hizashi offered. "They're looking like they're about to start doing the dance." They held up a middle finger as they closed the bathroom door, smiling as their spouses laughed. "We're going to have to keep a close eye on the kid. He's definitely a long way from going to anyone when he needs it. Let alone when he wants someone's help." Section. Shyuda held in a sigh. He really had to go and hoped the day would end up going well. He looked back at Izuku, asleep in the back of the car with tear stains on his cheeks. Perhaps he should backtrack. He and the vigilante had set out after the bathroom incident, the kid not speaking during the car ride. Not that he had expected anything else. He had been there to witness Izuku's voice cutting out by the end of his panic attack. He had just been glad Nemuri had been able to help the kid. He did know, however, that Hizashi blamed himself for the kid's panic. He would find out why later. At that point, figuring out the way things were going to go down was the best thing to focus on. He decided against a paper cup of coffee, wanting to not have a projectile available for himself. He instead settled into the small conference room Sansa had led him and Izuku to. The boy sat beside him, fiddling with his mask straps as it was not currently on his face. Luckily, Tsukachi was quick to join them. "Eraser. Siren." "Morning," Shyuda replied, noting the kid simply hummed. The detective settled on the opposite side of the table, setting out the voice recorder and a journal. He felt Izuku tense at the object, and he saw Tsukachi had noticed as well. "It's not on yet, Izuku." "Don't worry," the other man stated, getting a relieved nod from the boy. "He's here though," Tsukachi added, looking at Shyuda. "Should we bring him in or wait?" The man in question looked at Izuku, whose curiosity seemed to be more than too much for him, deciding, "Yeah. I want to see how the kid reacts." The boy glowered at Shyuda non-maliciously, at which he simply rolled his eyes. The detective snorted and sent a text on his phone. It was seconds before the door opened. "Hero Analyst Nedu?" Izuku asked in surprise, looking a bit excited. Shocked out of his mute spell, "I hadn't been expecting that, actually." "Yes," the rat replied whimsically. "It is I, Hero Analyst and UA Principal Nedu. Am I a rat, a dog, a bear? Who knows?" The boy's mouth opened to speak, but held himself back, Nedu noticing and asking, "Yes," as he walked to his own chair beside Tsukachi, setting a folder on the table. "Feel free to speak. I'm curious now." Izuku hesitated, before quietly asking, "You're a stoat, right? Along with like some other animal for your size? Like a sun bear?" Tsukachi dropped his pen, both him and Shyuda staring at the kid in shock. Going by the way Nedu had begun cackling, the kid was right. "I knew there was something special about you. No wonder Eraserhead asked for my assistance." Izuku smiled, frame finally relaxing, somewhat, before asking, "Help with what?" "He asked for my help figuring out why his quirk worked on you, when according to the file Sansa was able to pull on you," he explained, pulling out and setting down paper. "You have the toe joint." It was an X-ray, the toe joint being pointed out with a circle and drawn arrow, proving Nedu correct. It explained a lot of Izuku's and to be honest, Shuda's as well confusion and anger. The boy nodded, refusing to look down at the page, instead explaining, "I was 4 when they took that X-ray. The toe joint guarantees that you're quirkless." Nedu shook his head, correcting, "It does not, actually. It just means there is a higher chance of the specific person being quirkless. Just look at present Mike." Shyuda and Izuku stiffened, the former's head jerking up from where he had been staring at the X-ray. "Zashi has the toe joint as well? This X-ray actually is not Izuku's. It's present Mix from back when they broke their ankle at UA." Shouta, Izuku, and Tsukachi all looked down once again. Now that he was paying more attention, he realized the X-ray could not have been a child's. Wait, I didn't even know they had the joint? Do they know? The tired hero asked. Apparently not, Nedu answered. I asked them last night if it was okay that I mentioned they had it during this meeting, to which they were confused. Apparently, they never had it pointed out to them, but it did explain why they always had to get their shoes custom made. Shyuda looked over to his right, seeing Izuku still staring at the X-ray. He looked lost, which made his heart ache for the kid. The boy took a deep breath before looking up at Nedu with a fragile sense of determination, asking with a false sense of confidence, "So, if I have a quirk, how do we figure out what it is?" The principal smiled, making Shouta and Tsukachi shiver at the gleam in the rat stoat's eyes. He pulled out a paper that looked almost as if it held analysis and set it out in front of Izuku, letting the kid read it as he spoke. From what Eraserhead told me, your voice completely cut out with the use of his quirk. Along with, there are many statements by criminals that have had encounters with you that state your words caused their brains to, quote, stop working. Which led to me revisiting that vigilante title you earned, he continued, putting curiosity in the boy, who looked up from the analysis to meet the principal's eyes. I believe that your quirk gives you the powers of the mythical siren. The terrifying creatures with voices so powerful, they could lure men from their boats into the waters for them to feast on. Izuku frowned, asking, aren't they mermaids? That's the kid's question? In modern depictions, yes. In original mythology, they were birds with human heads. The kid's eyes sparkled at that, which only led to dread setting in Shyuda's gut. No doubt Tsukachi's as well. Oh Kami. There's two of them. But, how do I find out if that is actually my quirk? Let alone if I have one, Izuku asked, mumbling towards the end. The proof you have one is the fact that Eraserhead's quirk worked on you, Nedu stated, leaving no room for argument. He nodded, silently processing his words. Shyuda guessed he probably would struggle to accept it until he experienced his quirk in action. As for seeing if it is your quirk, I would like you to do whatever you do that led to the criminals you fought thinking their brains broke. Izuku's expression morphed into one of pure confusion, cheeks pink-wing as he questioned, but all I do is mutter. Usually it's about their quirks. How that would tell us. Nedu hummed and nodded, confirming, hopefully. Now, I would like you to analyze my quirk. Or any quirk in general. Izuku looked skeptical, the color on his cheeks darkening, before quietly agreeing, your quirk is high specs. It gives you, an animal, the same intelligence as, if not more than, a human. As the boy continued, he slowly relaxed and gained a small amount of excitement. As Izuku got into talking about how Nedu had helped heroes with his quirk, Shyuda felt his senses dulling. His attention was being sucked into the kid's words. Like everything else just disappeared. Shyuda blinked and sat back, closing his eyes and shaking his head with his hands over his ears to try and bring back his awareness. Through the fog, he heard Izuku yelp, his senses rushing back just seconds later. Kid. Siren was way too accurate, the man groaned as he let the words out. I didn't want to stop listening. It was so strange, Tsukachi muttered. Nedu nodded. Indeed. Most mental quirks do not work on me, but you seem to have an extremely powerful quirk to your advantage. The three of them finally focused on the kid, who looked like he wanted to curl up into a ball. I could feel it, he whispered, speaking louder when he added, and when Eraserhead broke the connection or I think tried. I could feel it and had a chance to strengthen what control I had, but I was so startled that I just let go. They all sat in silence for a moment, before Izuku chuckled without humor, pointing out, so, I can be charged as a vigilante. Just my fing luck. Tsukachi tilted his head, well, yes. You could. But, we had a way to get it off of your record. The boy watched the detective with a suspicious gaze that barely hid his curiosity, asking, how? Tsukachi looked up at Shyuda, his gaze a question. The hero tilted his head forward, at which the detective nodded. There is a vigilante reformation program that we would like to enroll you in, Tsukachi started, his words carefully placed. This program is typically for adult vigilantes, and is a way to help them get licenses, along with taking the crime off of their record. The only way for them to get into the program, however, is to be sponsored by a hero, typically the one who catches them. He paused to give Izuku time to process, which proved to be the right choice, as the kid curiously asked, and for vigilantes that are minors? Tsukachi's smile was kind as he answered, the minor that is sponsored into the program is temporarily put into the custody of the hero that is sponsoring them, he stated, leading to Izuku furrowing his eyebrows. The length of the temporary custody is based upon the length of time the minor spent acting as a vigilante, the amount of bodily injury they caused, and destruction to public property. Mom would never agree to that. Let alone believe that I was actually acting as a vigilante, the boy countered, his original curiosity quickly deflating. The detective's finger flicked left, then right as Nedu distracted Izuku. The boy did not believe that his mother would agree to the program, but Tsukachi's reality-based quirk disagreed. Shyuda hated the thoughts that filled his mind at how she might agree. Yes, your mother would have to agree and sign for you to be put in the program, Siren, the principal confirmed. Izuku. Your name is Izuku? Nedu clarified, the boy in question nodding shyly. Good to know. The file I received only had your birth name, so I was trying to avoid it until I knew what your name actually was. Izuku nodded, fighting a smile at the principal's words. As I was saying, although your mother would have to agree to you being put in the program, we have substantial evidence already to remove you from your mother's care. The two opposite the animal hero froze. What evidence? My observations surely can't be enough, Shyuda questioned, looking between Tsukachi and Nedu. What do you mean? That's what? Izuku asked, terror in his voice. The principal looked over to the detective, a quiet signal for the man to explain. Izuku, your situation gives a tell for neglect. Most kids who manage to be vigilantes for months and not get caught often only turn to it because of their home lives. Along with, Sansa's call to your mother did not trace from Muzurifu Medical. F. Shyuda saw the floor falling out from underneath and the betrayal filling the child's eyes only made things worse. Where, Izuku started, his voice barely louder than a whisper as he continued, where did the call trace to? Tsukachi gave the hero a look, one that made him brace himself. In the U.S. Specifically, California. The state my dad lives in, the kid finished, his head hanging. Yes, the detective confirmed, anger just barely hidden in his eyes. Which turns this into a case of abandonment, Nedu continued. Your mother did purchase a ticket to fly back to Japan. She will be arriving at 10 a.m. At that time, we assume she plans to come pick you up. Izuku hummed, mumbling to himself, no wonder she hasn't refilled the Friday. He stopped his muttering with a hand over his mouth, looking up with fear. Kid, Shyuda asked, turning in his seat towards him and trying to keep his tone away from anything that might scare the boy despite his rising anger, how long have you gone hungry? He took much too long, in the hero's opinion, to answer, his hand still over his mouth when he finally whispered, this time it's been 3 days. This time? Tsukachi parroted. What was the longest? A few moments of much too long silence with Izuku lowering his hand before. I think it was almost 2 weeks. After a week I pickpocketed some of the criminals I was fighting so I could eat. Only the drag dealers though. Izuku admitted, fear in his eyes as he spoke. Kid, you don't need to defend yourself, the hero stated, struggling to hold in his anger as the detective's finger instinctively flicked to the right. Hell, you shouldn't have had to do that to eat. That's if you aren't removed from your mother's custody. I'll fing kidnap you myself. Luckily it won't come to that, eraser head, Nedu cut in, humor in his eyes. Good. 'Cause then midnight would help me. I had to remind myself you were about to say their name and not their twilight name, Izuku quietly commented, not much humor in his voice. Realization hit him though, and he turned towards Nedu to exclaim, wait. But you can't take me out of my mom's custody. Nezu's eyes held anger in them as he calmly asked the boy why. Shyuda hoped the three of them could convince the kid that it was in his best interest, because that would make the process a lot easier with him. Because she's not a bad mom, left. Hell, I'm getting treated pretty fing great for being quirkless, hesitant right? I mean, I know I'm not, but still. She feeds me decently regularly, left. And it's not like she hurts me, left. And she hasn't abandoned me just yet, left. Just seeing my dad without telling me, the kid finished, betrayal filling his voice. Tsukachi went to speak, when Nedu held up a paw. Izuku, Nedu started, his voice soft. Why are you trying to convince us that your mom is good? That was a good question actually. Izuku looked between the three of them in fear. Because if I'm taken out of my mom's care, I'll be put in foster care. And half of the quirkless suicide statistic in foster care is really kids who were killed by their foster parents, he softly explained, rage taking over the fear in his voice. And even if I get my quirk registered, I'll just get painted as having a villain's quirk. Which would lead to that side of things. Oh. The three met eyes, attempting to figure out who would be the best to respond to what Izuku said. I'm not certain if this would make things easier for you or not. The responsibility defaulted to Tsukachi, a silent agreement that his carefully spoken words were safest, proven by the way the kid turned towards him and opened back up just slightly, but we do have a family that I have personally vetted to take proper care of you once your enrollment in the Reformation program has finished. Izuku scoffed, disbelief coating the kid's tongue as he questioned, and who would that be, some of his siren persona showing. Face as the mask they had just gotten to fall started to build back up. As nice as you've been, Detective, I don't exactly trust you to make sure the family I go to is safe. Said Detective smiled, not unkindly, before tilting his head to the boy's left, stating, Eraserhead, Midnight, and Present Mike are the family that would like to take you in. Izuku's head whipped to Shyuda, the man shocked when there was not an audible crack. He could, though, see a million thoughts running through the kid's head. You having been quirkless is not an issue for us three, he started. He noticed Izuku's eyes straying to Tsukachi's hand that finally held his pen again. He wondered if the detective had noticed the kid had figured out his tell as he continued, even if you were quirkless, we would want to take you in and treat you how you should be treated, not how people have been treating you. The way you talk about that one friend of yours makes us want to move you to somewhere away from assholes like him. Along with, you'll be living with me and Midnight, who both were raised with the notion that we had villain quirks. Along with, Mike specifically experienced the kind of trauma you might go through if we allowed you to go into the system. Hell, Midnight wasn't kidding when they asked if they could keep you, he added, earning a snort from Tsukachi and a watery, disbelieving smile from Izuku. If there are any other worries you have, I might need you to say them. But, to us, you're a perfect fit for our family. My anxiety will be a burden on you guys, he started, blurting out the sentence. His eyes stayed on the detective's hand, seeming startled by the twitch he saw. I sincerely doubt you would come to us right away with your anxiety or panic attacks, Shyuda countered, eyes stuck on the kid and getting to witness a nod of, you win, from the kid. But, when you do come to us, it would not burden us because you can't be burdened by someone you care about unless they're maliciously hurting you. I cry a lot. So does Mike. You'll have that in common. I might use my quirk on. Accidental misfires aren't your fault. We will patiently teach you how to control it. I ramble about heroes a lot. It will be annoying. Then we'll send you to Nedu so he can appropriately train your analysis into something stronger for you to use against the villains you fight in the future, the man jokingly offered. Yes. Nedu exclaimed. I would be very glad to help encourage your mental prowess. I imagine one day you could even beat me at chess. Izuku smiled, a tear rolling down his cheek. He was quick to conceal it by wiping it away. Could I cut my hair too? He shyly asked, finally looking away from Tsukachi's hand and putting his hand near the edge of his beanie. If you want, I'll take you once we leave the station, Shyuda promised, getting an excited smile from the kid. A boy cut too. I am not the one that wears your hair, am I? The man pointed out. So, I won't be the one to dictate what you can or can't do with your hair, unless it's just downright ugly, he joked. He leaned in close to Izuku and whispered, Mike had a mullet phase that just did not suit them. The boy let out a wet giggle at that, and the man knew if either of his spouses were there, they would simply die at how cute the kid was. Izuku's smile fell, Shuda's heart squeezing at the conflicted, guilty look in the boy's eyes as they focused on the table. I know me saying I'm okay with going through with being taken out of my mom's custody does nothing, as you guys have a legal responsibility to make sure I'm safe, but it still feels wrong to agree that I'm okay with it. You've been taught your whole life that you got lucky, Tsukachi put into words for him, sympathy in his voice. Just because you're being given a better opportunity doesn't prove to you that your life was bad. It will take a lot to accept that. As well, he continued. Your mother will be given the chance to get you back if she proves she deserves it. As far as we are talking, Eraserhead's family will be mostly temporary. The boy hummed, a disappointed frown spreading across his face, the guilty expression failing to fade. Shyuda, in turn, truly hated himself for the simmer of hope the kid's beach of a mother would give him up. Way to be effed up. For now, until your mother arrives, why don't you tell me about how you know about Nightshade? Nedu asked, an evil gleam in his eye. And do you know about the other? Songbird. Izuku confirmed, his eyes glowing with the same gleam. Horror dawned on Tsukachi's face as Shuda's eyes widened. How the F dash. He was quick to pull out his phone and sent a text. Dry eye. Kid knows about Songbird. Loud blonde. Please tell me you're joking. Dry eye. Nedu, tell me about how you know about Nightshade. And, do you know about the other? Izuku, Songbird? Chains and whips. Why did a kid from Zashi's class come run to tell me that they passed out? Dry eye. Read up. Chains and whips. Holy sure. Mrs. Midoriya is here, detective. Izuku paled immediately, wanting to bolt. What would she say once she saw him? Hell, she would call him IWA in that disappointed tone. He was not ready to have to deal with that. Ku. Izuku. He caught Eraserhead's gaze, the man holding a hand near him, slowly lowering it onto Izuku's right shoulder. He looked around at the meeting room and took a weak breath before looking up at the hero's forehead. Talk to me. What do you need? It took him a moment to find the courage to ask, "Do I have to be here?" He could see a couple thoughts go across Eraserhead's face, before the man asked, more specific. "Here as in this situation or here as in her talking with us?" "Thank the fing gods above. While you guys talk to her. I don't think I could handle her disappointed glare at me." Eraserhead hummed in understanding, looking over at Tsukachi. Izuku saw the detective nod in his peripheral view. "This meeting room has a two-way window that you can sit behind. Or, you can sit in Tsukachi's office. Or, once she's in here, you can sit with Sansa. Which would you prefer?" Izuku knew what he immediately wanted, but struggled to let himself choose it first. Satisfaction brought the cat back, right? Window. He earned another hum, the hero looking towards Tsukachi once again, who immediately stood. Izuku finally looked at the man, following the detective to a door he had yet to notice on the other side of the room. There is a console in the room you can use to cut out the sound. If shouting starts happening, it won't take that away because the room isn't soundproofed. But, if you get overwhelmed, it will take away clarity. The boy nodded with a hum, settling into the armchair in the corner of the room once Tsukachi had shown him how to use the soundboard. The man hesitated for a moment, awkwardly holding a fist out to Izuku. He snickered at the detective's awkwardness before meeting it with his own. "Good luck. I feel like I should be telling you that, detective." "Fair enough." Izuku laughed again as the man left the room, gesturing for Sansa to bring in his mother once the door was closed behind him. As he expected, the moment she walked in, she brought chaos. "Where is my daughter?" The question was dripping with a vile toxic, Izuku flinching and backing up further into his chair in response. Tsukachi, who had just made it to his chair and sat, stood again, holding out a hand while politely stating, "Midoriya Inko, I am Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I am going to be the one discussing what happened with your child last night. Gender avoidance. I appreciate that." Inko refused to shake the detective's hand, only continuing to glare as she reiterated, "That doesn't answer my question. Where is my daughter?" "Out of the room for this conversation. You will be able to see your child once we finish our discussion." Inko huffed before sitting at the end of the meeting table, dismissively waving her hand as she demanded, "Get on with it, then. What did the brat do?" The boy was surprised by how tame she was acting, along with growing more and more relieved Eraserhead had caught onto his discomfort. He worried what she would have done had he still been in the room. Once Tsukachi made his statements for the sake of the voice recorder, he explained, "Midoriya was caught acting as a vigilante, and..." Inko scoffed, rolling her eyes as she quipped, "She's quirkless. Can't be a vigilante if she's quirkless." Izuku forgot his mother had, at one point, considered being a lawyer, eventually switching to nursing. She had not lost any of her debatability from her year in law school. "Yes," Tsukachi agreed, the boy beginning to wonder how much the man was going to explain as he continued, "Currently registered as quirkless, though. Evidence points towards the use of a quirk, however." No telling her about my quirk will make her want to keep me. No, why am I disappointed by the idea that she would want me? Evidence of the use of a quirk, she questioned. I don't believe it. Izuku let out a breath of relief, the emotion immediately being followed by a churning guilt regarding the action. "I am certain that no matter what proof we could give you, you never would," Tsukachi quipped back. "As it is, though, your child was still out well past curfew and caught running from a pro-hero. Both are disturbing offenses that need to be discussed on top of the vigilante offense." Inko settled her glare on Eraserhead, the hero not at all deterred by the stare. "She ran from you?" "No, but I was the one to catch the kid and take M in for Blip." She huffed again, shuffling and asking, "So, what do you need from me? At the moment, you have a large neglect case sitting at your feet. On top of an abandonment case." Izuku saw her pale slightly, but otherwise appear undisturbed. "I can understand the neglect because I should have noticed her sneaking out. But abandonment? That is more than a stretch. Your phone pinged from California, ma'am. I believe that stretch is more than worthy of being made." The rest of the color drained from her face, finally revealing her own understanding of how absolutely f-ed she was. Quickly, though, Izuku saw red replacing the previous hue, growing tempted to cover his ears. "Why don't you try having to raise that brat?" she growled out, loudly deflecting the crimes being pushed in front of her as she continued, "Not only has she been making moves to try and be a TRNY recently, but I have to deal with the ridicule of having a worthless piece of shit for a daughter. I can't even sell her. No one wants her. Excuse me for wanting to escape from the mistake I made." Izuku reached over and aggressively shut off the audio, unable to take any more as he shakily settled back in his seat. Like Tsukachi warned, he could still hear his mother's raised voice. To rectify that, He covered his ears with his hands and ducked his head between his knees, squeezing them with the hope it would block out the sound. She tried to sell me? She hates me so much she tried to sell me? Izuku sobbed, the shock holding him stuck, unable to run like he so desperately wished. Section. Shyuda felt red tinting his vision and silently cursed himself for being smart by avoiding giving himself a projectile. There was no fing way he was allowing this woman to take her kid back. He would not and could not do that to the kid. He saw the light turn off on the wall, noting Izuku had cut out the audio. He desperately wanted to go sit with the kid and comfort him, but he settled himself first. Ignoring the fact that you will be charged with the neglect and abandonment of your child, Shyuda started, interrupting the vile woman, something that won't be satisfying as I understand your husband is an America-based hero with a decent wealth. You currently have two decisions to choose between. Midoriya scoffed, her glare turning to rest on Shyuda once again. He held in a smirk at her discomfort as he returned the glare. And those would be? Either you get to fight to keep your child, Nedu interjected, stopping Shyuda from growling at the woman. The rat stoat apparently continued his response in his ever-cheery voice, or you can sign the kid up for the vigilante rehabilitation program, your ability to regain custody being something to be revisited after the duration of the program. Midoriya scowled. I won't be fighting for IWA. I'd rather just sign over custody and get that over with, considering it seems that it will be less likely to be rejected by the prefecture this time. Shyuda bit back a snarl, taking note of the fact the woman had attempted to give Izuku up more formally. He developed a sick sort of wonder of just how quickly after Izuku's diagnosis she had tried. We can have that done, then. It won't avoid you being charged, but it will give you the freedom you are so hoping for. Sensing the end of the discussion, Shyuda shot Tsukachiya if he was being honest with himself desperate glance, receiving a nod. This is the end of this recording. To be finished outside of the recording will be Midoriya Izuku signing custody over to Aizawa Shyuda and his spouses. Time, 11:07 a.m. The hero stood quickly, moving towards the door that held the kid. He ignored the scraping of a chair until Midoriya spoke up. That's going to be you taking her in, isn't it? He paused, looking at the door just as desperately as he had glanced at the detective before turning and nodding at her. You don't seem like much. At least I can ask you to give her a solid beating for me. I didn't have the chance with her not being here. There was a roaring in his ears, and the next thing he knew, Nedu was using the hero's capture weapon to hold him back from punching the woman. Eraser. Get a hold of yourself. You don't need an assault charge. He forced himself to relax, staring at Midoriya in contempt, the woman having fallen back into her chair in surprise. If you ever get your head out of your butt enough to recognize how amazing your son is, you'll have to fight me to see him. If you ever want custody back, you'll have to face me in court. Izuku deserves someone to fight for him. And I won't have you making him feel like he doesn't. With that, he marched out of the room to check on the kid. The boy was a shaking mess, his hands clasped over his ears so tightly he could see small pinpricks of blood where his knees had pushed his nails into his skin. The kid's beanie had fallen off, and his breaths were coming out in wheezes. He ran to the kid, kneeling in front of him and lightly touching the kid's knee to catch his attention. Izuku flinched violently, his hands still tight over his ears as he backed impossibly farther into the armchair. Izuku! Izuku! Look at me! Come on, he encouraged, reaching his hands up carefully to lightly pry the kid's hands away. He would have to get the boy noise-canceling headphones to avoid the blood happening again. Izuku shook his head, in turn causing his whole body to jerk with the force. You should leave. You heard her, no one wants me. I'm a mistake. You should run while you can. Shyuda fought the hold the kid's quirk was trying to take, stating, I'm not gonna do that, kid. Why not? I'm bad luck. Even this quirk I apparently have is bad luck. I can't control it. I'm not safe. You should go. Leave. Please. I can't handle being abandoned again. Luckily, despite the loss of control the kid seemed to have, his quirk was not very hard to fight against. Shyuda was easily able to avoid the directionless yelling. I'm not leaving you, Izuku. I don't care if you're bad luck, he stated, knowing convincing the kid he was the opposite was pointless. I don't care how little control you have on your quirk, and I'm not abandoning you. Unfortunately for you, I'm stubborn. Especially about the people I care about. Izuku's breath stuttered and cut out, his hands losing their grip on his head. He stared at Shyuda in shock. You can't possibly care about me already, the boy whispered, his quirk having let up. The man shrugged, moving at a snail's pace to get the kid's nails away from his head through his light hold on the boy's wrists. He admitted, maybe it's not exactly logical for me to already care about someone I just met. But, I have a tendency to care a little too much about strays. Especially the feisty ones. The corner of Izuku's mouth raised the smallest amount, but settled back down just as quickly. So, you'll get bored of me? Kiddo, that cat you met earlier today? I found her in a dumpster 5 years ago. Izuku's eyes widened as he asked, Really? Really? And, she destroyed my favorite mug within the first year we had her. One an old friend made for me. Still kept her around because I cared about her more than a mug with sentimental value. The boy sniffed, and he searched Shyuda's face for a few minutes before quietly lowering his hands himself. I think it would have hurt had you left when I told you to, erase her head, Izuku muttered, fiddling with the man's hand when he had not pulled away. I think I already care about you too. Which is scary. Shyuda hummed, not pulling his hands away for fear of startling the boy. He quietly bumped the kid's knee with his arm to get Izuku to look at him and not just his hands. One thing that can help with that is knowing my name. Unless you already know that like you did Tsukachi's. Izuku smiled sheepishly and nodded, whispering, Aizawa Shyuda. Helps that you're a teacher at UA who could care less about your students knowing your civilian name. The man faked surprise, quietly exclaiming, It's only my second year as a teacher. How'd you know? The boy blushed darkly and hid his face into his knee, Shyuda just barely hearing the kid mumble, may or may not be my favorite underground hero. He failed to hold back the elation that came from Izuku's admission. He refused, though, to make him uncomfortable and went for teasing instead. Who's your favorite limelight? Present Mike, the kid once again mumbled from where he attempted to press his face even farther into his knee. Well, that was a bit surprising. Most kids liked All Might. Although, most kids were not like Izuku, so it was only slightly surprising. Hizashi would be ecstatic if Shyuda ever told him. What about Twilight? The kid's glare made him chuckle. He figured it was a hard question. You're making me choose between your spouses. Izuku whined, his face still a dark red. Shyuda noted the kid looked like a strawberry with his blush. It was adorable. He teasingly pointed out, you already chose between them for limelight. Mike gets a bonus because of their radio show, meanwhile Midnight's hero persona makes me uncomfortable sometimes. I much prefer their underground persona. You don't have to pick one, kiddo, Shyuda assured him, helping the boy relax a bit. He continued, I was just curious because you specified that I was your favorite underground hero. Well, the kid started, struggling for the right words, I can't just have a favorite overall hero. You all have different things that you specialize in, he explained, Shyuda humming in agreement. Except for Endeavor. He can F right off a cliff. The man could not contain the short laugh that escaped him, surprised by Izuku's admission. Endeavor is an a-hole, Shyuda agreed, a smile unable to be wiped from his expression. The boy nodded, relaxing even more into his chair. He looked ready to take a nap. Well, I just have to sign some things and then we're free to go. Still want to get that haircut? Izuku's peaceful resting was stolen, tensing. Back up. It worried Shyuda, and he moved his hands from the kid's wrists to hold his hands. He gave them a light squeeze, receiving a short-lived, small smile. What's up, kid? Izuku hesitated, meeting Shyuda's gaze with teary eyes. Foster parents aren't allowed to get the foster kid's hair cut without permission from the parent, he began, struggling to continue. The hero patiently waited, softly squeezing the kid's hands to comfort him as the first tear fell. I figure you know that, Izuku said, Shyuda nodding in confirmation. He sked in a shaky breath before quietly asking, so, that means she gave me up. Even with Tsukachi telling her about my quirk, she gave me up? Sorrow struck a chord within Shyuda, and he elected to softly nod, quietly confirming, she did. Izuku's face twisted, and the hero could see the beginnings of a sob start to escape the kid. He opened his arms in a quiet offering to him, and was quickly met by a desperate hand clutching his shirt. He gathered Izuku in his arms and took the kid's seat, rocking back and forth to soothe the child as he cried. He ran a comforting hand through Izuku's hair, and his heart hurt. He had gotten so used to seeing Siren every time he looked at the kid, to the point that he forgot Izuku was still just that. A kid. A fact that was becoming more and more obvious by how small the boy had curled himself up into the man's chest. By the cries that left Izuku. He had done such a good job forcing himself to grow up so quickly, he had even tricked Shyuda. The man hoped the kid would let them take over. He deserved to be a kid, not the adult that Inko had forced him to be. The adult Izuku had so successfully been. For now, Shyuda clutched the child closer, refusing to let him think he was going to leave. Naomasa was used to a lot of things. Midoriya Inko's shittiness was not at all surprising to him. He had dealt with plenty of bullshit parents and people over the years, and she had not even gotten close to brushing the top 10 of shitty. No. He was used to that unfortunately. What he was not used to was Aizawa losing his mind at these kinds of people. He had been shocked when Nedu jumped past him and started holding the hero back. Sure, Midoriya's words had made Naomasa fairly sad, but again, he was used to it. Eraserhead, the analyst exclaimed, his whimsy voice replaced with a sharper tone as he yelled, Eraser. Get a hold of yourself. You don't need an assault charge. He looked up at the underground hero with wide eyes, finally understanding as he caught sight of the protective fury in Aizawa's eyes. Whether the man would admit it or not, Izuku was already his kid. The boy would have to basically kill the man to get him to give him up. Even then, he figured Aizawa would make excuses for the kid. For now, he gave Midoriya the forms she would need to sign before leading her to a holding cell, instructing Sansa to let her call her husband eventually. Once he got back to the meeting room, Aizawa was just barely leaving the connected room, the kid bundled in his arms. Naomasa figured the boy was asleep by how softly the man was moving. Want to sign them and get out of here? Naomasa signed, earning a quick nod from the hero. Aizawa reached an arm down quickly, not sitting as he signed the forms as Naomasa directed him. They were soon finished, the hero repositioning Izuku once he was done. Hope the next time I see you two is less sad, Naomasa wished, receiving a sad smile from the pro. Likewise. Thank you. Of course. Goodbye. Bye. Section. Shyuda was unsure of where he should go. Izuku wanted a haircut and he would keep the promise that he would take him, but the kid was completely knocked out in the back seat. He doubted that the boy would sleep long, but should he drive to the salon he personally enjoyed while he waited for the kid to wake up? He considered, as well, if it would potentially be a good idea to stop by the kid's apartment to get his belongings. He had to have clothes or even small trinkets that he would want to keep, right? Perhaps he could start packing whilst the boy slept so he could have a change of clothes for after the haircut? Shyuda decided to go with the latter plan. He would get the kid clothes, then they would go to his haircut. He pulled up the directions before starting the car, keeping a watchful eye on the child as he drove. Izuku slept soundly until they arrived at his apartment, waking up as the car pulled to a stop. What are we doing here? Shyuda turned around carefully, only to find the boy staring out the window in horror. His eyes held betrayal as he turned from the apartment complex to look at the hero. You promised you weren't going to abandon me. Understanding and regret struck Shyuda like a lightning bolt as Izuku failed to breathe, the kid's horror transferring quickly to the pro. He unbuckled his seatbelt and quickly pulled himself into the back seat without exiting the car, attempting to grab Izuku's hand as he explained. Izuku. The kid's hand was ripped away as he whispered the betrayal again, you promised. We are only here for your belongings, Izuku, Shyuda quickly said, begging the kid to hear the truth in his voice. I didn't want you to have to sit in your hair and wait for us to get your clothes, so I thought it would be best to stop while you slept. It was stupid of me. I'm so sorry. Izuku stared at the man, unable to speak if Shyuda were to guess. He could see the kid considering his words, but struggling to accept them. Use your quirk. Izuku sat up straighter in his seat, up from his slouched sleeping position as he asked, what? Use your quirk to make me tell you the truth. I am telling you the truth, but if I'm compliant under your quirk, you'll know for sure I am. That feels wrong, Izuku protested weakly. I don't even know how to really use it yet. I don't know if it can compel people to tell the truth. I'm giving you permission, Shyuda argued, seeing the conflict in Izuku's eyes. And I won't say it's a punishment for not thinking ahead because that would make it sound worse. This is me wanting to do what I can to reassure you. If you don't want to, I understand. Just, try? The boy considered for a few moments, staring into the man's eyes before skiing in a breath and questioning, why are we here, Aizawa-san? The quirk's pull grabbed him quickly, startling Shyuda enough that he momentarily fought the quirk. He caught himself as Izuku's hold wavered at his fighting, letting go and allowing the quirk to flow through him. Why are we here? Tell me the truth about your intentions. The quirk seemed to echo through his mind. He felt the compulsion fill his chest and let the words out freely. I wanted to get getting your things out of the way while you slept, Shyuda started, blinking slowly as a blue-green film covered his eyes. He could see Izuku's face as the words came from him, but he was unable to make out what his expression meant. I thought it would be best to grab those as personally I know I don't like going to the salon if I haven't showered. I wanted to give you the ability to have the option for your haircut. I want to see what you have so I can make a mental note on what you need to ensure your time with me and my spouse's is spent happy. Awareness snapped back into Shyuda like a popped balloon, a gasp filling his chest as his hypervigilance slammed back into his being with a violent intensity. He glanced around the car park to ensure there was no danger imminent before turning back to the kid. Izuku was staring up at him in shock and awe with a hand pressed to his temple. Quirk exhaustion. Sheet. Shyuda let out under his breath, surging forward to cup the kid's head with his own hands, pulling back at the kid's flinch back. His head hit the window, causing Izuku to mimic his curse as more pain must have filled him. I'm sorry, Shyuda let out, still gasping. Can I check your head? I wanted to check your eyes to ensure concussion-like symptoms wouldn't form from extreme quirk exhaustion. Izuku blinked at him in shock before nodding. Shyuda moved significantly slower to ensure the boy would not be scared by his movements again. He cradled the kid's head in his hand, pressed to his chin as he softly probed Izuku's temples. The boy hissed, but kept from pulling back, Shyuda apologizing at each pained response the kid let out. He covered Izuku's eyes one at a time to test their reaction times. The boy's left eye reacted a bit slow for Shuda's liking, but they were also in a shaded car park. Can I take you to a doctor I trust to double-check that you're okay after your haircut? Shyuda asked quietly, not letting go of Izuku's chin as he continued to put light pressure on spots along the left side of his head. Why? Izuku asked, confused and matching Shuda's volume as he lightly touched where the boy had hit the glass. It's just quirk exhaustion? I was serious when I was saying concussion-like symptoms. Shyuda finished his check of Izuku's head and sat back on his side of the back seat. The boy's head was resting firmly on Shuda's hand, so he refused to pull away. He figured it was nice on the kid's head. Mental quirks have the potential drawback of giving their users concussions from untrained, frequent use. Concussions can leave you confused, give you temporary amnesia, and permanently change how you process things. I want to make sure you aren't going to be shoved down that route as your quirk use last night was arguably worse symptom-wise than just now. Izuku's brow furrowed, confusion radiating off the kid as he processed Shuda's words. Mom always said going to the doctor was a waste of money if you could take care of things at home. While I could properly note your symptoms and keep an eye on you, the man started, ignoring his flare of anger at the potential implications of the boy's words, this is serious enough to me that I'd rather let a professional ensure that we're doing things right. Plus, Shyuda added when Izuku still failed to look convinced, trying to play on the hero-obsessed kid's interests, the doctor I specifically like is the main doctor on campus at UA. Izuku's eyes widened, his head lifting up in excitement as he asked, you mean Recovery Girl? You want to take me to Recovery Girl? I could get to meet her and learn more about her quirk. Shyuda closed his eyes as the boy's quirk flowed over him. He would not let his quirk instinctively flare, instead refusing Izuku's quirk internally and throwing a thought that the boy's control was loose to the forefront of his mind to try and figure out how to let the kid know. The quirk lost momentum, slowing as Izuku's words stopped echoing and the man realized the kid had stopped speaking. Did? Izuku trailed off, thinking for a few moments before forcing himself to continue, did you think his control is loose? Shock filled the pro, the expression seemingly present on his face as Izuku's eyes widened comically in shock. They stared at each other for a moment before Shyuda finally made himself nod. I can hear people's thoughts when I use my quirk on them, Izuku muttered. A hand raised to his face to tug at his hair as he continued. I had seen a video where someone who had sirens in his story mentioned that the sirens in his story could see imperfect memories. But, to think that could translate to me hearing no, I didn't hear it. I felt you think that. I can feel people's thoughts. I guess, Shyuda muttered, equally shocked. A moment of silence passed between the two before the boy sat up and cleared his throat with a wince. Can we go pack my things now? I'll go see Recovery Girl, I just don't think I can handle more quirk revelations right now. Yeah, Shyuda agreed. Let's go do that. In the end, Izuku packed most of his clothes into a box they found in a hall closet and stuffed as many notebooks as he could on the top. Shyuda noted their titles, finding them cute. He simply folded the boy's clothes and kindly kept from commenting, however, as the kid blushed sharply when he packed them into the box. Hero analysis for my future? That's adorable. I should see if he'll let me read one. Izuku moved next to his hero merch, of which there was a sparse collection. He selected a modest few from the collection, a figurine of ectoplasm and a non-lewd poster of Midnight were the only two he picked actually. Nothing else? Shyuda checked, noting 5 more figurines that Izuku ignored. Everyone else I don't actually like. Mom got them cause they weren't gay, or slurs I won't use like heroes I actually wanted merch of. The man carefully nodded, finishing up the last sweater as the kid grabbed his school bag and packed his school supplies into it. The boy hesitated at the picture frames on his desk, before pulling the pictures from both and slipping them quickly into his backpack. One had been of the kid with his parents when he was smaller. The other of Izuku, a similar age to the former photo, with a blonde kid with a pointed smile. To Shyuda, they looked like nice memories, but he could also see the grief in the kid's posture as he zipped his bag closed. The memories may have been nice, but the continuation of those memories had not been. The boy slipped his backpack on and turned to the man. All done, a nod. Ready to get your haircut? A real smile he had only seen once when Izuku had been talking to Nedu appeared, distracting Shyuda for a moment at the niceness of seeing such an expression on the boy's face. His son Izuku was a sight to behold when he was actually happy. The man could not imagine just how amazing it would be to see when the demons of the last few days were farther behind the kid. Let's go. Shyuda watched as Izuku flipped through a style magazine, analyzing each photo with careful consideration. He was on his second magazine, the first not having anything that caught the kid's eyes. Shyuda wondered if the boy knew what he wanted, but had none of the words for his request. It would make sense, considering how excited the kid has been to have his hair cut. The man looked over at the stylists, noticing one was finishing up with her client. They were next on the list. If Izuku wanted to keep looking, that would be fine, but he would need to know to be able to tell the stylist. See anything you like? Shyuda asked, hoping it had not sounded like he was trying to rush the kid. Izuku simply sighed in disappointment, answering, not ye. The hero glanced over to see the boy staring at a specific page. Do you want that one? Izuku nodded shyly. It was a picture of a man with orange hair with a side undercut and curls on top. The undercut seemed to extend to the back. Shyuda could picture it on the kid perfectly. He smiled warmly at Izuku, the anxiety melting off the kid in waves. Looks good. Just show the stylist the picture when they call you up, okay? Izuku nodded, and like the man had noticed, they did not have to wait long. Izuku? That's me. I was wanting to get this haircut? The stylist looked at the picture before turning to Shyuda. Are you sure you're okay with your daughter getting this kind of haircut? Izuku deflated, shoulders hunching in as his heart visibly shattered. Shyuda's chest filled with fury, and he stood to move closer to the boy, setting a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. Yes. I am perfectly okay with my son getting the haircut he wants, Shyuda stated, admittedly a little louder than needed, so he ended up getting the attention of the other stylists. He noticed a slight sneer on the girl's face as he finished his sentence. It disgusted him into clarifying, however. Not by you. We will wait for a different stylist to be available. Excuse me a moment. Hi. I'm the owner of the salon. Is there a problem? A woman asked after coming over from her own client. His daughter. I told you that Izuku is my son. You shouldn't make the same mistake twice. The owner visibly began seething, her pinkish hair swiftly changing from the calm shade into a vibrant red as she quietly scolded the stylist. Are you kidding me, Sumi? I already gave you a second chance. You can leave for the day. We'll discuss your termination at a later date. Now get out. You can't just fire me, the girl yelled, the owner's eyes widening at her ridiculousness. I can and will, the owner stated calmly, not stooping to the ex-stylist's level. Now gather your things. The ex-stylist grunted in anger before going to the back, returning quickly and storming out. The clients in the waiting room started cheering as she left. A stylist towards the back of the salon muttered quite loudly, it was about time Kono-san fired that prick. I am so sorry about that. I don't know why she thinks that's okay. The owner's hair shifted to a calmer hue, still edging on red, but had started to take on the original pink. Some people. Anyways. I'd like to personally do Izuku's hair once I'm done with my client. Is that alright? Shyuda turned to Izuku, who had managed to keep a blank expression for most of the situation. A few tears were running down his face, but he nodded. I'd like that. She gave the boy a sad smile and peered at the magazine still in his hand. Oh. That would look absolutely perfect on you. Shouldn't be too much longer. Okay? Shyuda nodded, bowing slightly. Thank you. Come on, Izuku. Let's go sit. He pulled the stiff boy with him, sitting and holding Izuku around his shoulder in an awkward hug. He stopped himself from running his hand through the boy's hair, wanting to comfort him but knowing it might do more harm. You called me your son? He had hoped Izuku would wait to ask about that. He let himself carefully respond, but still full of fact, yes, Izuku. You are in my care now. Most people would qualify that as you being my kid. The kid seemed to tense up. Oh? He said something wrong. What did he say wrong? Izuku looked disappointed. And, I personally see you as my son, he added, clarity hitting him at how insensitive he had sounded. No matter how short of a time we've known each other. At this point, someone would have to fight me to take you away from me. Izuku began giggling, shoulders relaxing as he pointed out with a grin, I don't think they'd win. Shyuda grinned back, matching the boy's energy with a, they wouldn't. That's the plot twist. Izuku giggled a little more before growing a little shy. He timidly asked, so, it's okay if I see you as my dad? I don't think I'm ready to call you that, but if. Izuku, kid. I would be honored if you considered me your dad. And you don't have to call me anything. Whatever you're ready for. Izuku nodded, a still timid smile in his eyes as he quietly responded, thank you, Shyuda. The man could not hide the smile that grew. Of course, Izuku. The owner finished with her client after their clarifications. Alright, Izuku. Are you ready? Izuku nodded and got up and went to the chair she assigned him to. Hey, Dad. Just wanted to apologize again for my employee. Shyuda sighed, clarifying, Aizawa is fine. And it's alright. I just remembered myself in his shoes. Sorry about that, if I went a little overboard. The woman's eyes were full of sympathy, understanding in her voice as a streak of blue shot through her hair. I get it. My first haircut after I came out was nerve-wracking. I can't imagine how the kid feels. Shyuda had to hide his surprise, instead responding, thank you for handling it. Of course. Also, did you want to record the first cut? Some kids like to watch it back, and I imagine someone else is missing out on getting to see the kid see himself. This woman is literally a godsend. Please, just let me know when it's time. Also, his addition had her pausing, about to move towards the boy. He has some cuts on his head around his ears. Would you? Her eyes softened, nodding and loosening the tight band in his chest. I'll keep an eye out for them. Nails? Yes, he confirmed. Thank you. Of course, Dad. Heat coated the hero's ears as the owner walked away, the name choice making his heart flutter. Was being concerned like he had been so parental? The stylist started to part Izuku's hair and made sure he agreed with where she was. Then, she tied it off. Shyuda snuck up as she waved him over discreetly. Okay, Izuku. I'm going for the first cut? Izuku took a calming breath, and then nodded. Okay. She began cutting, the boy's eyes growing wet as he watched her through the mirror. Shyuda could not deny that he was getting emotional too. And, done. She held up the piece, and Izuku finally started crying, reaching back to hold it. She handed it to him and the boy stared at it. It's really gone, the kid whispered, relief clear in his voice. Yup. Are you ready for me to continue? Izuku spent another second staring at the piece before nodding. I'm ready. She continued cutting the hair until she finished the undercut, moving on to the top and working with Izuku to make sure it was the length he wanted. She also decided to wash it and style it, having the boy face away from the mirror sans hair cloak once she was done. Time to see you, Izuku? Yes, he exclaimed, vibrating with energy. When she turned him around, Izuku stared at the mirror before looking up at Shyuda, who had his phone out again. That's me. The man nodded. It looks good on you. The boy launched himself out of the chair and wrapped his arms around Shyuda. He felt joy surging through him at the reaction the kid let himself have as the boy blurted, "Thank you. Kid. I just drove you here. I'm not the one who cut it." Izuku pulled away, hesitating in front of the owner, who caught on immediately. She held her arms out, and the boy shot into her arms with nearly the same amount of energy as he had with Shyuda. "Thank you so much." She just rubbed his back. Of course, Izuku. Izuku finally pulled away, standing a little straighter than he had before. A smile was stuck on his face, and he looked back into the mirror while touching a hand to his undercut. They went to the front and Shyuda turned to the woman. How much? She shook her hands in front of her, a clear refusal as she verbally added, "That one is on the house." "Surely." "Nope. I won't accept any payment. My payment was already given. You trusted me enough to help give that boy his true self. I don't need anything more than that. You two just go have a good day. All right?" Shyuda wrestled with the urge to press the issue further, but relented. He nodded and left with Izuku, the kid continuing to rub his hand over his undercut happily. They loaded into the car, Shyuda still refusing to let Izuku sit up front until he had enough meat on his bones to not be murdered by airbags. The boy had snorted at the hero's paranoia, but gave in. As they slid into the car, Shyuda made plans to head to UA, but was halted by Izuku's considering and unsure face in the rear view as he slowly buckled himself into his seat. He turned and tilted his head, the kid looking up like a deer in headlights. "What are you thinking about, kiddo?" he asked softly, Izuku melting at the endearment. Shyuda held in his shock at that, patiently allowing the kid to find the confidence. "Could we stop by my school?" Izuku asked. "I keep a plant in my locker that I haven't been able to water yet, and I want to make sure it will be okay." The man let his curiosity take hold, asking, "Do you keep it under a grow light?" "No. It's a night blooming flower. I don't remember the name, but it helps when." The boy cut himself off, looking out the window with his fists clenched. "When what, kiddo?" Shyuda tried softly, watching Izuku's eyes close as he took a deep breath. "They like to put spider lilies on my desk as a preemptive morning for when I finally do what they all want me to do." He had avoided saying the word, but Shyuda's chest hurt like he had been struck by it anyways. "The moon flower makes it easier, because I actually want to see that flower." The man nodded, turning back around in his seat to quickly look up directions to Aldera before continuing to speak. He twisted the key in the ignition, then spoke. "I've been meaning to talk to you about school," he began, noticing Izuku's stiffening in the rear view. "Your probation is quite short, because you had only been a vigilante for a little under 10 months. You committed practically no property damage, and injuries inflicted to the criminals you apprehended were sometimes lighter than the injuries it would take an average pro to take down said criminal." The boy's expression was one of shock and a bit of preening. The kid enjoyed hearing that he did good, and Shyuda filed that information away for later. "Your probation is only 2 weeks long. During that time, it is required that you stay in my general vicinity. That means you won't be able to go to school until after summer break." The hero looked up at a red light as Izuku hummed, his hand reaching up to tug at his hair but grasping nothing. His hand quickly diverted to rubbing his sides half as he responded, "That makes sense. From what you just told me about the environment at Aldera," Shyuda continued, the boy grimacing as the light turned green, "I would rather you not return after break. I don't want you having to prove to every single one of your bullies that you do have a quirk." Izuku's eyes widened before scrunching shut in discomfort. Shyuda added another one of his worries. "If I were in your shoes, I don't think I could handle the confusion of suddenly being expected to forgive people just because you have a quirk now. It was effed up that they suicide baited a quirkless kid, and it was effed up that the teachers allowed it." The boy was quiet for a moment, eventually asking, "Wouldn't it be a weakness to switch schools? A sign that I can't handle what's thrown at me?" "You can worry about that when you're an adult, Izuku," the man enforced. "You're 11. Most 11-year-olds are still eating their boogers or struggling just to spell mathematics." Izuku let out a startled chuckle, relaxing a worry in Shyuda's chest. He finished, "Right now, you more than have a right to be weak. Even then, switching schools for your sanity isn't a weakness. It's self-preservation. Because I know you could handle finishing elementary school at Aldera. I know that you could handle sticking through junior high at Aldera. But, you deserve to relax." Izuku was silent the rest of the drive, Shyuda seeing a battle warring across the kid's face every time he could afford a glimpse in the rear view. It was just a few seconds after the man had pulled the key from the ignition that the boy finally spoke. "Okay." It was quiet. Timid. A tinge of guilt laced the word, but it was sure. "Okay? I want you to pull me from Aldera," Izuku clarified, shyly adding, "Now might be a good time too? Principal is never busy on Thursdays." Shyuda smiled, turning to look at a fidgeting Izuku. He nodded, a wave of relief flowing over the kid. "It would be fine. They would be fine. Izuku would be fine." Izuku carefully pulled his books into his empty backpack. Shyuda had suggested it to ensure that his belongings would fit easier, so he had dumped his belongings in the car. Currently, however, he was just being careful to avoid hitting his moonflower named Yu after the princess in Avatar so he would keep from injuring it. He was sure he would not be able to handle it dying with everything changing around him. He needed at least one constant to keep him sane. He felt eyes and a presence. Fear filled him, knowing who it was, and what the person might do. And yet, the fear was overtaken by a calm, like a sweater protecting him from the cold. Izuku might be too afraid of the boy next to him, but Siren never was. "You finally got that haircut, Deku?" Katsuki asked, moving to lean against the lockers opposite of the open door. "PSS off, Katsuki." He held in his own horror at his quirk use. While he had not intended to use it, he refused to let himself regret it. As it was, he would never have to see his ex-friend after this last interaction. Katsuki would be kept from having to deal with seeing him. He felt the blonde break from the hold of the quirk, a slightly startling yet familiar event. He had no time to ponder on the familiarity of it before Katsuki had stood back up and started glaring right at Siren. Staring down Izuku. "What gives you the fing right to talk to me like that?" Katsuki seethed, smoke rising up as Siren continued to pack. "Only a couple more items, then he could take you and leave." "It doesn't matter, catch, Bakugu-san." The blonde pulled back like Siren slapped him, shock evident in his eyes. "I'm being transferred out off Aldera, so I'll be out of your way." Bakugu snorted despite a fragility still remaining in his eyes. His disbelief bled through as he quipped, as if Auntie Inko would actually. "Midoriya-san lost custody of me." "What?" the blonde asked, again reacting like he had been slapped. Siren slipped his backpack on and carefully picked up Yu, closing his locker and turning to look at his ex-friend. He explained, "Midoriya-san purchased a one-way ticket to see her husband, the reformed, vigilante-turned-U.S. hero." Roaring rage, Bakugu's eyes darkened. Even before Izuku's father left, the blonde had disliked him. Siren continued, "She returned when I was caught breaking curfew last night and was very quickly arrested, because her leaving was considered abandonment." The boy decided against telling Bakugu she had signed away custody. He did not want the boy to go and mention it to Mitsuki, then for the boy's mother to try and fight to adopt him. Anything else you need to know, Bakugo-san? Stop calling me that, Deku. Bakugo growled out, his hands turning into fists as he starred daggers at Siren. You don't like it when I call you, Kaken. What else am I meant to do? The blonde spent too long glaring at the younger's shoulder, simply stuck in place seething. Siren let out a near-silent, disappointed breath through his nose. He bowed politely to Bakugo, an action that sent the kid reeling. Goodbye, Bakugo-san. I won't say I'm sad to say that, because your bullying is what led me to agreeing that my guardian could change what school I go to. Enjoy Aldra without me. Siren turned and began to walk away, carefully cradling you. He got only halfway down the hall before startling words were shouted out. At least I'm not the one fing pretending to be quirkless. He froze, registering Bakugo's words as he managed out, What? I said. Siren Izuku whirled around and stomped back towards the blonde, feeling a bit mad as he shrieked, You knew. Bakugo took a single step back, a bit of horrified shock filling his face as Izuku made his way to the other boy. You knew I had a quirk and didn't say anything? So much fing sheet I went through and you knew? Bakugo's shock was traded back out for anger at Izuku's words, and he snarked back, Don't fing pretend like you didn't fing know. Izuku felt a manic chuckle rising, stopping a couple feet away from the boy as he started, Katsuki. I know how smart you can be when you don't let your anger get in the way. Are you? Shut the F up and listen to me for once in your fing life, Izuku snarled, glaring at Katsuki, whose eyes were glazing over. He broke the connection himself, horror filling him as he clutched you. A drop fell between them, shattering the tension that had been destined to make the two of them enter a screaming match. Katsuki failed to move as Izuku began to understand just how easily his quirk could be activated. Guilt overflowed, making his words come out as a near whisper as he apologized to the blonde. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. Say what you were going to say, Izuku. For once, Katsuki kept from calling him that wretched nickname. For once, the word useless was kept from being synonymous with Izuku. For once, Izuku was disappointed to not hear his nickname leave his childhood friend's lips. Before my quirk had even manifested, a quirk doctor told me in no uncertain terms that I'd never develop a quirk. The boy managed to start there, Katsuki nodding along in stretched memories, because of a toe joint that I apparently share with present Mike of all people. Stunned eyes met his, but he looked away. Because I was told so definitively that I'd never develop a quirk, I never noticed it. Whenever people would listen to me or take my word on something, I thought that finally people were considering the words of the quirkless. Do you realize just how easy it is to overlook my quirk? The blonde fidgeted slightly, his foot swiveling on the floor as he looked away to the right. He muttered, I thought you were pretending not to notice it because you were looking down on me. Izuku was unable to process what Katsuki said, letting out a thoroughly confused, What? I don't know, he exploded, his hands shooting up in exasperation with a couple pops that Izuku somehow was not scared of like he would have been just 24 hours earlier. Somewhere internally, he knew that Katsuki was genuinely just unaware of his quirk misfiring. The older continued, I thought that you thought I was too weak to handle that your quirk is better than mine, so you pretended it didn't exist to placate me. He thinks my quirk is better than his? Izuku filed away that thought for a later date, focusing more on Katsuki's hunched shoulders and anxious hands. Kami, those are some violent mental gymnastics, Cats, the younger quipped teasingly, attempting to diffuse the situation. The blonde smiled, his body relaxing fractionally. Says the one who got diagnosed with an anxiety disorder at 3. You know who my dad is. You know who my mom is. Touché. The two fell into a comfortable silence, and Izuku found it strangest that he felt the urge to smile? Katsuki had stopped making him even consider smiling back when they were 9. The idea that he would feel so comfortable. Izuku felt hair raise up on the back of his neck and looked around, trying to find the source of his panic. He saw nothing on either end of the hall, but when he turned back towards the blonde, he saw yellow goggles peeking around the corner. He let go of a breath, the momentary panic replaced by a sense of comfort. He refused to let himself dwell on that feeling, and instead looked back at a concerned Katsuki. One of my guardians for the foreseeable future is lurking down that hall, he nods behind the older, who turned but saw nothing, to the left. Probably wanting to let me handle talking to you myself, but ready to jump in. Katsuki's brow furrowed, confusion in his eyes as he genuinely asked, why would he jump in? Because he knows I get bullied here and cares about my well-being or something like that. Parents don't do that. Izuku remembered when an older kid with a water quirk was tormenting the blonde in first year. The older kid was in third year, and was already a lot bigger than both of them. He found it funny to soak Katsuki so he would be incapable of using his quirk. When Mitsuki was told about the matter, she told the blonde to sk it up and deal with it. You'll always be a weakling if you rely on people to stop others. So, stop being weak and stop him. It did nothing but make the kid start hurting Katsuki. It took until Izuku had antagonized the bully enough to focus on him instead that the older kid stopped hurting the blonde. In third year, Katsuki was finally strong enough to get the bully to stop. 3 years to stop a bully as children. It took 3 years to stop what adults could have stopped in a week. So, no. Parents never jumped in to stop bullies, but for some reason, Izuku's guardian did. As well, he fully believed that his other 2 guardians would also be more than ready to jump in and stop a bully in their tracks. I know right, is what the younger managed to respond through his memory waiting. He reassures me and just cares about me. Not even to get me to forget that he did something wrong and upset me, he just genuinely wants to reassure me. Izuku thought of just 2 hours earlier, when he woke up in the parking garage of his mother's apartment, the feeling of betrayal surging through him. Shyuda never cared whether or not the boy forgave him. Somewhere subconsciously, Izuku knew that. The man simply wanted to reassure him that he was not in no uncertain terms being abandoned. While the event still left him somewhat shaken, Izuku knew that Shyuda would be more than willing to reassure him. He had no idea how to handle it. Where the F did you find a parent like that? Katsuki asked, a joking tone in his voice. Like the younger, the blonde sometimes was unable to handle talking about emotionally distressing things, so he joked about them to get through them. Izuku smiled and met the joke, though it was not quite one when he humorously pointed out, technically, he found me like I was a feral alley cat. Katsuki laughed, a noise the younger reciprocated. They laughed together for a short time, a silence separating them once again. The blonde awkwardly rubbed a hand on the back of his neck. I feel weird talking about your guardian when he can hear us, Katsuki admitted, his voice a little lower. That's fair, Izuku replied, tilting his head in consideration before continuing, I'll call him over if you want to meet him? I will warn you, though. He is a pro-hero. Katsuki balked, before shaking his head in disbelief. He sighed dramatically and retorted, of course you would manage to be adopted by a pro-hero. Sure. I'll meet him. Do I know him? He's just fostering me right now. Izuku exclaimed, face burning a bright red. He lowered his voice from the near shrieked, feeling embarrassed as he countered, I know if I let him, he'd adopt me, but you can't just say that, cats. Kaken. I what? Katsuki was blushing, looking down at his fidgeting foot. Please keep using my nickname? I got mad at you saying it because people would hear you using it and start using it too. 'Cause the people in this school are so annoying about my quirk being amazing hero material that they would try to act like my friend using your nickname. I hated it. I only like you using it. Izuku felt a blush rising on his own cheeks, a feeling of honor mixed with pride flooding his chest. A sudden clarity hit him. Is that what Deku is supposed to be? Katsuki's eyes flickered up, a stiffening running through him. He nodded, still not speaking. Why? Izuku asked after a silence confirmed that the older was not going to give the information without prompting. There's this. Katsuki hesitated, his voice low, yet it was never louder to the younger, poem. It says everyone could strive to be nobody. An invisible person who quietly helps others. They're comforting, they put an end to fights, put others before themselves, and is fine with getting no recognition. The blonde's voice was soft, his eyes finally rising to look at Izuku, whose eyes were no higher than the older's chest. The blonde continued, when I read that poem, it reminded me a lot about you. That you were this Deku. And when you told me you wanted to go by Izuku, I immediately realized that. It would have to be spelled similarly to Dekuda. Izuku's emotions were too much to name. Too many thoughts and feelings were blocked by a wall that held them in place as he waited for his childhood friend to finish. I meant for it to be a nice nickname. I didn't use it nicely the first time. Izuku remembered, I was rambling to you about a fight present Mike had been in. You got mad at me. You were using your quirk, Katsuki said simply, the green-haired boy's head shooting up so his eyes could finally lock with the blonde's. I'm struggling to fully accept that you didn't know, but I understand now that you didn't realize that you were using it. Every time I thought you were purposely forcing me to listen to you. No wonder you blew up at me, Izuku let out as his mind went back over years of anger. I was constantly. You didn't know. That's still not okay? And if you needed a punishment, I more than provided you with one, Katsuki stated calmly, though there was a guilt in his eyes. They both remembered that day. There was more to it than the older knew, but it was a wretched day. I wish I never had to have you as a friend. You're worthless. I would think it best if you had more realistic dreams. I'm okay with you calling me Deku, Kaken, he decided, Katsuki's eyes lighting up with a hesitant joy. I was a little disappointed earlier when you avoided it. I think I knew it was meant to be a good nickname. The blonde's smile made the previous 16 hours well worth it. Had the events not occurred as they had, Izuku and Katsuki would never have made up. He had his friend back. Thank Kami I have my friend back. Shyuda quietly watched as his son talked with the blonde, a desperate urge to step in between him and Izuku roaring in his chest, but he resisted. His boy could handle the kid, and from what the man could hear he was handling it. Shut the F up and listen to me for once in your fing life. Okay. Maybe he had been wrong. Izuku's quirk had not reached Shyuda, but he could hear the double-edged tone of the words. The kid having snapped like that was actually quite concerning to Shyuda, especially considering from what he knew about the boy Izuku never snapped. The blonde responded surprisingly unbothered to the quirk use, and the conversation that followed was calm, all things considered. If anything, Shyuda could have defined it as bonding? It was strange. Izuku's eyes locked on the hero, leading him to duck further behind the wall he was lurking from. He had gotten anxious about the silence and peeked out, seeing anxiety in the boy's eyes that had been darting around, before they landed on him. Izuku relaxing told Shyuda that the kid had felt a presence. He had to admit he was pretty proud of the situational awareness Izuku came pre-programmed with. One of my guardians for the foreseeable future is lurking down that hall, the man heard the boy say, figuring that the kid was also pointing. He continued, to the left. Probably wanting to let me handle talking to you myself, but ready to jump in. Why would he jump in? The blonde asked, genuine confusion in his voice striking a chord in Shuda's chest. I don't like you. Don't make me care about you. Because he knows I get bullied here and cares about my well-being or something like that. Parents don't do that. Wef. Shyuda remembered how long it took for his own quirk to present. He was 6.5 when it finally did, and the kids at school had been ruthless. His parents never cared. The Shyuda of present knew it was because his parents resented him for ruining their teen years. 6-year-old Shyuda thought it was because of his lack of quirk, then thought it was because of what quirk he had. He never practiced with his quirk until the sports festival at UA. If he kept from using it, he kept from getting bullied. He was unable to rely on his parents to help him. All he could do was make his own solutions. I feel weird talking about your guardian when he can hear us, the blonde commented almost too quiet for Shyuda to hear. The man groaned silently and leaned his head forward into the brick of the wall. He prepared himself to talk to the blonde, not quite excited about pretending that he had not already developed beef with an 11-year-old. That's fair, his son replied, Shyuda knowing full well what Izuku was going to say next. I'll call him over if you want to meet him? I will warn you, though. He is a pro-hero. There was a silence that made Shyuda a bit worried, but the blonde proved him wrong with his words. Of course you would manage to be adopted by. Shuda's brain short-circuited. Of course he wanted to adopt the kid. Izuku knew they were planning to adopt him after his probation. It was the sureness in the blonde's voice that caught the hero off guard. Like it was only time before Izuku found someone who would adopt him. Like it was obvious that the kid deserved a pro-hero to adopt him. He's not he's just fostering me right now. Izuku exclaimed, pulling Shyuda out of his head. There was a twinge of embarrassment laced with disappointment in his voice, beads of joy and worry circling his chest as the boy quietly added, like, I know if I let him, he'd adopt me, but you can't just say that, cats. Kaken. The nickname gave the hero an idea of the blonde's name, though not much more than that. An idea. He also failed to care much about what it truly was, as Izuku's words reassured a worry in him. Shyuda, Namuri and Hizashi desperately wanted to adopt Izuku. The three of them had discussed it more over text throughout the day. Well, his spouses had been texting, Shyuda responding as he could. Izuku was his focus at the moment, which meant messaging his spouses had been placed on the back burner. He, however, desperately wished to add on to their plans to take Izuku to different places. To show him what it was to be liked and how it felt, let alone showing him love. It helped to know the boy knew they wanted to give him that love to keep him. Even if he had yet to be quite ready to express whether or not he also wanted that permanency, Shyuda was glad that Izuku knew. He would go out and introduce himself when the boys were ready. For the time being, he pulled out his phone and added onto the list of places to take Izuku. Shyuda, recovery girl sked as Shyuda entered the room, I heard you weren't supposed to be here due to a family emergency. You better have not gone patrolling in the middle of that family emergency, her threat was thinly veiled as she wagged her cane at him. The man in question stepped aside to let her see an awestruck Izuku as he defended himself, I didn't go patrolling and I'm not the one hurt. I'm taking in Izuku for as long as he'll let me. The boy turned bright red at that, looking away towards the windows in the room as Shyuda continued, and he has had some violent bouts of quirk exhaustion that could have caused a concussion. I was hoping you'd check to ensure I'm not missing anything. Chiyo hummed, jumping down from her desk chair and walking over to Izuku. She looked up at him, analyzing every inch of his face and body before fking again. She tapped a bed with her cane, the kid flinching slightly at the sound. A horrified look entered the heroine's eyes, causing her to carefully set her cane down on the floor before folded her hands on top of it. Lay down on this bed, boy. You're going to pass out if you keep making yourself stand upright. Shyuda blinked in surprise, turning to analyze a once again blushing Izuku as he carefully climbed onto the cot. He saw what she saw finally. The boy's hands were trembling lightly, his chest was not moving often enough for regular breaths and his knees were swaying subtly. He had trusted the facade Izuku had put on, and the kid was suffering from it. Wrong. It had not been that he trusted the facade. Shyuda had been exhausted himself, and was putting a lot of work into not letting the kid see said exhaustion. His own body was struggling as he had actually been more active with the kid than he was on a typical day. Not that it was Izuku's fault, but he still had let the boy's needs go to the wayside by not recognizing his own approaching limits. Recovery Girl gave him a look and pointed to a chair next to Izuku's cot as she brought a step to the other side of the boy's bed. Had she not witnessed the kid flinch, she surely would have smacked him with her cane right where he was weakest to make a point, but she was likely refraining. Shyuda decided not to push her and carefully lowered himself into the chair, folding his arms across his chest. Izuku was sitting stiffly on the bed, not letting himself relax into the inclined bed. Or, perhaps, he was unable to let himself relax. His eyes were bouncing around the room, a sign that told Shyuda that his hypervigilance was sending him into a panic attack. He had a feeling the kid would become so focused in watching out for a threat he would fail to notice as Chiyo returned, thus triggering the attack. Shyuda carefully held out his hand, slowly leaning towards Izuku as he did so. The boy's eyes caught onto his movement quickly, and he watched it for a few moments. Shyuda kept it in the air, noticing Recovery Girl was taking a little longer than needed to get what was necessary for the examination. Izuku, hesitantly, finally moved his own shaking hand over Shyuda's, lowering it after a glance at the hero's face. He hoped it was not resting in a bitchy expression. He closed his hand around the child's, the boy inhaling sharply as the man squeezed reassuringly before resting the connected limbs on the bed. The action did as Shyuda had hoped, Izuku's shoulders and neck relaxing gradually with his eyes slowly halting in their flickering. Anytime an unexpected sound from somewhere else in the building or outside occurred, the kid instead squeezed the older's hand a little tighter, the pro returning the action until Izuku's grip relaxed again. "All right, dearie," Chiyo announced, stepping up to be eye level with Izuku. "I'm going to do a basic test to see where you may lie in terms of a potential concussion. Any specific worries you had? Or you, Shyuda?" Izuku hesitated to speak, seeming to absorb and consider her words instead. He squeezed Shyuda's hand, and the man took that as a silent request for him to go first. "I tested the reactiveness of his pupils and I felt like the left one wasn't quite as quick to react," the hero stated, the heroine not letting her feelings towards his words appear on her face. A good decision as the boy had glanced at the man, then her with a bit of worry. The kid started, hesitantly. "My left ear is kind of ringing," Izuku offered, unsure. The potential made Shyuda's paranoid brain very unhappy. "It's not technically ringing, but I don't know how to describe the noise? It's like TV static, I guess. And I feel like it's a little harder to hear out of that ear." Recovery Girl nodded and started her exam. She was easily able to look in the boy's ear as she was already on his left side, before moving on to check his pupils and give him a few cognitive tests. The entire time, Shyuda kept hold of Izuku's hand, giving the kid reassuring squeezes when he started tensing again. "All right," the heroine announced. "I have concluded that you don't have a concussion yet, but I do believe your quirk exhaustion is quite severe. I would warn you away from any quirk practice for at least 2 or 3 weeks, or at least until the static noise stops. I would prefer you to wait 3 weeks, though." Izuku nodded numbly, looking unsure and worried. He saw a bead of defensiveness flicker across the kid's expression, to which Shyuda gave his hand a little squeeze to catch his attention. "You're not in trouble, Izuku," he reassured. "This type of quirk exhaustion is common in kids your age from quirk practice as they realize how close it is to testing into hero schools. She just wants to ensure that you don't get hurt enough to warrant even more time that you wouldn't be able to practice." The boy nodded, looking embarrassed as he quietly mumbled to the man, "I feel pathetic for it being because of a quirk misfire." Chiyo shook her head, stepping down and crossing the room to her desk. "Don't you worry, dearie. If this was because of a quirk misfire, you likely would truly have a concussion and already be in the emergency room. This is more from frequent use. Have you been using it more often lately?" Izuku's eyebrows furrowed, and he went to shake his head, before his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Shyuda sheepishly, getting a nod in response. I think your unintentional use while vigilanteing, plus the sleep deprivation, plus your daily stress could be likely the culprit. You adopted a baby vigilante, Shyuda? Recovery girl asked, the boy's face burning brightly as he brought his knees up to help himself hide his face without letting go of the hero's hand. Shyuda's face was admittedly warm as well, but he carefully answered, not yet. Not until after his probation is over. Izuku squeaked, an adorable noise the man was unable to comment on, as the door to the nurse's office slammed open. Nemuri and Hizashi poured through the door in their hero costumes, looking around anxiously. You two are no better than the children who attend this school. Chiyo scolded, the two in question looking sheepish as she strode quickly over to them. We're sorry, Chiyo-san, Hizashi responded for them both, the two bowing apologetically. We track show here and got worried. The woman scared at them, the noise making the strawberry named Izuku snicker slightly. Shyuda saw the three of them relax and smile towards the still hiding boy. The kid finally lifted his head and waved to the two new members of the room. Hi, Midnight and Present Mike. You're in hero costume, so I assume I should call you by those names, Izuku explained, his previously fading blush sticking as he smiled sheepishly. It's sweet to hear you were so worried about Eraserhead. Both of their eyebrows furrowed, and Shyuda could see as the exact same thought simultaneously glided across their eyes. Nemuri was the one who spoke up this time. It wasn't. It is sweet of them, the man interrupted, knowing fully well the kid was much too overwhelmed for more knowledge that he was cared about. The grip on his hand was surprisingly tight, cutting off circulation simply because of Shyuda's own casual response to Recovery Girl. He continued, looking at his spouses with a please don't say anything stare. I was just worried about some quirk exhaustion symptoms Izuku was presenting. We were just about to be heading off with a gummy from Chiyo-san. He loved the gummies, and while he knew the puppy eyes he gave the woman were unnecessary and failed to actually work, he still used them in hopes she might give him one too. Izuku's grip lightened as excitement filled him. Really? He asked. I've always been curious about Recovery Girl's gummies and wanted to understand them. Shyuda fought the hold of the quirk enough to give the boy's hand a light squeeze, stopping the unintentional quirk use and Izuku's rambling quickly. The kid sheepishly looked between the four of them with a bit too much guilt for the man's liking and apologized. No need, dearie, Chiyo assured, grabbing two gummies and a bracelet? I don't tell the secret of how the gummies are made, but I will tell you if you're wrong if you want to give me some of your theories at a later date, she explained, Izuku's guilt ebbing away bit by bit as she climbed back on the step to hand him and Shyuda a gummy. And, your quirk misfire explains a lot about how your exhaustion got so bad in the first place. She held up the bracelet enough for the boy to see the simple silver chain and explained, this is a quirk suppressing bracelet. It won't completely take away your access to your quirk, but it will help make it harder for the switch to flick on. Izuku nodded, not moving to take the bracelet. Fear was evident in his eyes as he looked at the chain, making Shyuda worried as he racked his brain for why. I want to know how you took away my voice. My quirk made Izuku completely unable to speak, and I think struggle to breathe, the man explained, hearing his spouse SCK in a sharp breath. I think Izuku's a little hesitant to try the bracelet because of that. Recovery Girl nodded in understanding, gesturing behind Shyuda for Hizashi to come closer as she explained to Izuku, this bracelet won't do that to you. Shyuda's quirk actually does the exact same to Hizashi here, and it lets Hizashi speak just fine. Would you be willing to show Izuku? The blonde's head tilted to the side, asking for clarification. Which one? That show's quirk cuts off my voice or that the bracelet won't? Or both? Instead of answering, Recovery Girl turned to the boy with a gesture instructing him it was his choice. The kid balked a little, unsure as he glanced between the two of them and once at Shyuda. He looked unsure as he finally responded. I will admit I'm curious to see Eraserhead's quirk affecting you, Present Mike, Izuku blurted, rushing to quickly get the words out, albeit quietly, but I really didn't like when it was done to me. Would you be okay with that? And the bracelet? Hizashi nodded with a sureness that had not been present 11 years prior, assuring the boy, show's quirk is quite comforting sometimes. Helps keep me in check when I don't realize I've started using it, he smiled, balking in the same moment Izuku stiffened, adding on, not that you need to become okay with it right away. I'm certain Shyuda would rather not use his quirk on you unless absolutely necessary. Shyuda nodded, the boy's stiff shoulders relaxing. Hizashi's own relaxed as well, and the loud hero smiled at Izuku, who carefully smiled back. I'd like to see both, then. If that's okay? Of course, little listener, he reassured. I'm gonna use my quirk, so just be prepared. The boy nodded, covering his ears as Hizashi sked in a breath and started yelling out, "Yo!" Shyuda let it go for just a few seconds before firing his quirk, the hero's voice cutting out. Izuku's hands fell from his ears as the blonde mime trying to yell again, but nothing came out. Shyuda turned off his quirk quickly, not liking to have it active for so long on Hizashi unless absolutely necessary. He took a couple breaths as Izuku pondered, looking slightly uncomfortable. He expressed as Hizashi caught his breath, "I'm glad Eraserhead hasn't figured out how to make his quirk be a radial use instead of a visual use, because if it was used radial instead, I don't think I would have liked the example." Shyuda blinked, frozen in place as he processed the kid's words. Words with the same energy as ones Nedu had used back when the hero was still a student. "What?" he asked, staring at Izuku in shock. "Your hair rises when you use your quirk," the boy explained with an air of confusion. "As does your capture weapon. A sign that excess energy is being bled off from the inefficient use of your quirk. Has Principal Nedu never suggested that?" Hizashi was barely keeping his chuckles quiet, but they were impossible to hide as he explained for Shyuda. "Nezu-sensei has said what you said almost word for word actually, but Shyuda hasn't been willing to try and learn how to do that." Izuku frowned in dissatisfaction, an action that made the man's heart clench as he retorted, "That's disappointing. I'm certain that there will be cases in the future where radial quirk use would help save more people, so not wanting to is kind of a ridiculous reason when you say you are using all that is available to you to save people." "Izuku," the blonde started, looking between his husband and the boy in concern, "it's not that simple." How often had Shyuda said those exact same words to hero students during his first year teaching at UA? How many times had he said those words during the first 2 months of the school year? If he thought hard, he could remember saying almost exactly those words to a second-year hero student just the week prior. "It is that simple," he corrected, looking at a startled and worried Izuku. "I said the same thing to a hero student last week." The boy blinked a few times as he stared at Shyuda in shock, processing the words as the man continued, "How can I tell teenagers that they aren't trying hard enough when I'm not trying hard enough? It is that simple. Maybe it will be hard or annoying, but you're right, Izuku." A flush of red made its way to Izuku's cheeks as tears filled his eyes. He looked down at their connected hands and muttered something that broke the hearts of each adult in the room. "No one's ever said that before. Just that I should keep my nose out of adult issues. I think some adults at this school could do well to have you question their adult issues," Recovery Girl quipped, her grip on her cane turning her knuckles white, "because you have more sense in your pinky finger than half the people I talk to on a daily basis combined." "Now," she exclaimed, interrupting the moment and turning back to Hizashi, "you want to show the kid how the bracelet works? I know I confiscated your last one, but I trust you to not rely on it anymore." The hero in question blushed as consideration filled Izuku. Shyuda remembered Hizashi quite literally running away from the elder back in first year, but they had yet to actually know each other. His spouse had mentioned a few times offhand, though, they used to wear a suppression bracelet. Had Hizashi worn one because he was afraid of their quirk? Or to avoid being muzzled again? "I won't try to keep this one. It's for Izuku, anyways." Recovery Girl easily clipped the bracelet onto his wrist, the chain hanging gently as Hizashi smiled at Izuku. "I could show you that I can still use my quirk, if you'd like," the blonde offered. "Although, it does slightly strain my throat because it does make it feel like I'm yelling like a normal person." The kid shook his head, replying, "Seeing you can talk is enough. I figured the bracelet could cause quirk use symptoms to appear quicker." Shyuda smiled, the weight that had been placed on his chest releasing slightly. He quietly pulled his phone out to shoot a text to Nedu as Chio removed the bracelet from Hizashi's wrist. "The insomniac. Izuku just put it kindly that I needed to get my head out of my butt. Can we plan for me to start trying to expand my quirk use after summer break? The rat. Finally. I have audio recording in the medbay just in case it's needed, so I will be hearing what exactly the child said to finally change your mind. We will be using your free PRD until you can practice on your own." The insomniac. Ugh. I thought you'd say that. Sounds good. "I only want you to use this as you feel you need to over the next 3 weeks, Recovery Girl stated, handing the bracelet to Izuku. "It is imperative that you practice recognizing the activation triggers, but you also should focus on clearing those eye bags first. They're almost as bad as Shuda's." "Hey," the man exclaimed, the boy hiding a smile with the fist that held the bracelet. "I'll have you know that they are significantly better than how they were last month." "Kami," Namiri muttered. "You had way too much happening last month, and I almost used my quirk on you so many times." "You did use your quirk on me," Shyuda pointed out, his phone buzzing with another notification from Nedu. "Yeah, but the other times I wanted to I couldn't because it wasn't your fault, you had responsibilities." The rat just listened. "Why the F, have I never said that? That's such an obvious argument. I may need lessons from Izuku myself." Holy F, the man muttered, beads of horror and hilarity swirling at the swear word Nedu just texted him. He could feel Namuri reading over his shoulder because of his reaction. Holy F dash, they parroted, looking between the phone and Izuku. They both could feel the confusion radiating off of Hizashi, so Namuri explained, Izuku got Nedu to swear. His spouse's eyes widened. Nedu never swears? I know, Shyuda felt Hizashi's shock. He's annoyed with himself for not saying what Izuku said. He refused to mention the lesson's comment, not wanting his taller spouse to faint. The boy's eyes widened as well, beginning to understand just how startling the situation was. Shyuda hoped he would never understand the full extent. Kami, did he hope? Section. Izuku sat in the back of the car again, though instead of it being because Shyuda was worried for his safety, it was because Kayama and Yamada had joined them in the car. The latter, specifically, was driving, much to the boy's surprise. He had assumed Shyuda would be the driver again, but the man had been quick to hand the keys off to his spouse and get in the back seat behind the blonde. Kayama sat up front in the passenger seat, and Izuku sat behind them. Yamada being the driver made a lot more sense once he had started driving. While Shyuda had not been a distracted driver, the latter was definitely a lot more confident with the car. As well, Kayama was frequently spinning around in XYR seat to talk to the two in the back seat, and Shyuda himself was analyzing many of the cars that passed. He understood then it was definitely safest that Yamada was driving the full car. As he was thinking it, he noticed the center console could actually be lifted and turned into a seat, a small part of the car that made Izuku's chest warm. No one has to sit alone that way. He figured Shyuda was sitting in the back with him to keep him company, and while he at first found that ridiculous he was used to being alone, he realized just how left out he would feel if the man had sat up front. He refused to let his revelation show on his face, as he did not want to explain how he essentially realized he was pathetic. He failed, though, to keep the grimace off his face, and he knew immediately that Shyuda had seen it. He turned to look out the window, self-hate roiling in his chest. He was pathetic. He had done so well to not need his mother, but here he was relying on the man the moment he was given permission. At the rate he was going, Shyuda would eventually start despising him. A hand softly slipped into his own, and he fought to keep his flinch down to a blink. Looking to his right, he saw Shyuda giving him a look of reassurance, squeezing his hand lightly. Izuku tried to smile back, but he knew the expression fell short. He looked back out the window, not pulling his hand out of the comforting grasp of his guardian's hold. I'm so fing pathetic. Section. Izuku went to take a shower once they had brought all of his belongings in, announcing that he would put them away after the shower to avoid transferring hair to them. That's a good plan, little listener, Hizashi assured at the slightly anxious look in the boy's eyes. Izuku smiled at him in thanks, but it was just slightly too flat. The boy walked into the bathroom without another word, leaving the three of them alone as they moved to the kitchen to talk about what Shyuda and he had done. Hizashi hated the recount of Midoriya's words, the urge to throttle the woman strong in his chest. Unfortunately, she was locked up for now in the Muzutafu precinct, so Hizashi would not be able to soothe that just yet. He promised himself to tell his spouses if the anger got too big, and it failed to be a hard promise. He simply wanted to ensure that he would stick to the promise he usually kept. His school luckily wasn't as bad, Shyuda explained with exhaustion in his voice. His principal had sneered and made a comment about Izuku's transfer from the school, being for the best to ensure the disruption of other students' education ceases. I made him panic by expressing at the end that I would be asking a detective friend of mine to look into that disruption. Namuri cackled, Hizashi smiling at the noise XE made. He also would have laughed just as heavily, but his voice was feeling a bit stuck. The stupid suppression bracelet had triggered his traumas to the forefront of his mind, to the point that he was feeling that stupid trickle of fear tell him he had no right to talk. Shyuda and Namuri would be annoyed with him if he spoke too loud. His voice was too much of a threat. His wife wrapped XYR arms around Hizashi's arm, hugging it close to themselves as XE looked him in the eyes. He could read XYR thoughts as clear as day on XYR face, but knowing what was there failed to help like it usually would have. He did not like it not helping. Zashi, Shyuda called for his attention, reaching across the counter to grab Hizashi's free hand and clutch it in both of his. He could not help but think about how his husband would cup his wife's face in moments like this. How he would hold XYR attention in his hands as he reassured Zem. He could not help but think about how much he craved that. Shyuda had tried once, but it had gone so horrid he had never made the mistake again. Hizashi knew it would take a long time to get to the point of feeling comfortable with his face being held so softly, but gods above did he want it. I think you should schedule an appointment with Dr. Nakata, the man said quietly, Hizashi feeling his face burn at the more than correct statement. You're taking triggers quietly. I know I don't need to say that, but I need you to know that I see it. They won't be able to fix it, but I think it would help to talk to them. The blonde nodded, fighting the urge to argue. He was struggling. They all were struggling. None of them had to struggle alone, though. Maybe he would finally mention his craving to Dr. Nakata. Shyuda might not be ready to try again, but if his husband was going to try learning to do something scary and hard, Hizashi could too. ILLTEXTTHEM, he promised, tapping against the man's wrist. He was unable to get his voice to work just yet, and he wanted to save ensuring he could for when Izuku would come into the kitchen. Shyuda nodded, Nemuri snuggling further into his shoulder to comfort him even more. Then, his husband's phone buzzed, the man cursing and removing one hand from his hold on Hizashi's to check. Very few people were able to have their texts come through as notifications for Shyuda, so if it buzzed, it was potentially important. His face going blank at the sight of the message made Hizashi worry. Until Shyuda cursed again in an exasperated way and shot his spouses a glare. Said glare simultaneously made the blonde wish to grin devilishly and get down on his knees and beg for forgiveness. Who told Tensei? Hizashi tried to raise his hand up and point at his wife as XE separated enough to point at him. It was childish to immediately blame each other, and yet they both did it immediately every time Shyuda was vaguely annoyed by something. As usual, his hair started to float at the ends, the closest he ever got to losing control of his quirk. Thinking about it, Hizashi wondered if the man was unknowingly using his quirk radially or whatever word Izuku had used in that moment. Okay. Nemuri gave in, holding XYR free hand up in surrender. So I may have bragged about Izuku to Maijima. And I might have to Hizashi admitted, his wife's hold being light enough with Shyuda letting go of his hand, allowing him to use JSL. And Ecto. And Snipe. And, why did you brag about me? Izuku asked, his voice making Hizashi jump in shock as the kid moved to stand near Shyuda, questioning, I've done nothing bragworthy. You knew our Twilight personas, Nemuri pointed out. And you have an awesome quirk that's so interesting even if you don't quite know how to use it. My quirk doesn't make me as a person bragworthy, Izuku countered, his nose wrinkling in disgust. Hizashi saw the disgust that he had once seen in Shuda's eyes pointed at him and immediately understood Izuku's point. Yeah, he managed to force out despite his throat protesting. It shouldn't be the only thing that we use to brag about you. But it is still a part of you. Plus, I bragged more about you using it when analyzing people. Even Nedu found your analysis amazing. The boy went to protest, but his husband interrupted before the blushing kid could try to cut down his achievements. As it is, which one of you actually texted Tensei? Both of them shook their heads. Then, a thought occurred to Hizashi. Well, Ishiyama would have to get back at me for the last hole I blew in a wall. Kami, Zashi. Nemuri was laughing, his wife's hold on Hizashi's arm the only thing keeping them from falling to the floor. Izuku was smiling at XYR laughter and Hizashi's words, but asked, what's so bad about your friend Tensei? Knowing? Shyuda sighed fondly, his head in his hands because of Hizashi's shenanigans. He said, and I quote, Yo, Eraser. When am I gonna get to meet y'all's kid? Is he the same age as Tenya? Tenya turns 11 in August, so Izuku is just a little older, Nemuri pointed out. That's not the point and you know it. Izuku was smiling with a bright blush. He rolled his eyes and started to say, I'm okay with meeting your free. His eyes widened, his breathing stopping when his voice had, the blonde feeling the urge to pick him up and whisk him away from any more harm that could come to him. Izuku, Shyuda reassured, turning to the boy. Hizashi saw his hand twitch, probably wanting to reach out and physically reassure the kid, you don't have to meet him. He's just gonna be a pain and tease us well, specifically me for having a paternal side after all, duh. It's just Izuku cut himself off with a sigh, Hizashi noticing that his hand was twisting the fingers of his other hand. It looked painful to the blonde. The kid found the words and explained, I guess the idea of meeting someone close to you makes me a little worried because I don't want to embarrass you. Or if they don't like me The boy trailed off, his eyes falling to look at the back of the chair besides the man. Hizashi took the distraction to reach out and tap on Shuda's hand. FINGERSOWKID. The younger man's eyes flickered down to the boy's hands, and he did not hesitate this time to reach down and take one of Izuku's hands comfortingly. The kid's shoulders tensed a bit more before sagging, Shyuda pulling him to sit in the chair next to the hero. Nothing you could do would embarrass us in front of Tensei. Trust me. Anything you do that could be considered embarrassing, we've probably done in front of him and Tenya. And you know how ruthless kids can be when you do stupid shit in front of them. Izuku grinned lightly, staring down at Shuda's hand. As well, his husband continued, it is very hard for Tensei to dislike people. He's even argued the points of some murderers, and to be fair he wasn't wrong to do so. He's going to like you. He would have liked you if you were quirkless like you were diagnosed. The boy's eyes flickered up, shock spreading across his features. Hizashi had no idea what it felt like to hear that statement, but he could imagine. He held himself back from continuing to imagine when his first thought made him burn with anger. I'd be okay meeting your friends, then, Izuku decided, making Shyuda frown. I only brought up Tensei. Even you should know that Nedu is going to make us bring Izuku to UA for him to corrupt or participate in fing with the students, his wife quipped, making the child let out a startled laugh as Shyuda groaned and let his head smack into the counter, Izuku laughing harder at his husband's dramatics. Once the four of them had finished laughing, Namuri decided XE would go for their nightly run. Hizashi wondered if XE were using it to get XYR own feelings in order, keeping himself from analyzing Namuri and Izuku's pasts to figure out how XE might be struggling. Say would talk when XE were ready. His husband took their wife's departure as a reminder he should take his late afternoon nap despite him not having patrol for the next 2 weeks. If he missed his nap his insomnia would flare up, and Hizashi knew that he had to have already missed his mid-afternoon nap. I'm gonna get started on dinner, he told Shyuda's leaving form and Izuku, pulling out ingredients as the man made a noise to show he heard. Could I help? The kid asked, looking a bit anxious as he glanced at the ingredients Hizashi was gathering. Of course, he assured, continuing to pull out ingredients. I'm going to be making pork katsudon since we have some used oil that's approaching the toss date. Have you ever made it before? Izuku's eyes widened in excitement, the first real smile the blonde had seen on the boy as he exclaimed, I love pork katsudon. Oh, the boy seemed to catch himself, pulling in his excitement with a blush. He answered Hizashi's question with much less energy, yes. I have made it before. I can get started on the sauce if you want? He held in a frown at Izuku's self-censoring. He would have to find a way to make sure the kid felt comfortable enough to express excitement. Of all things that demon took from him, it had to be his fing joy? I think that would work, Hizashi agreed. I'll get the sweet rice steaming if you want to start mixing. The boy nodded, buzzing with repressed excitement. He took the bowl the older offered him and started with measuring out the miso. Is pork katsudon your favorite? Hizashi asked, a smile on his lips as he measured out the rice. Izuku was a little shy with his nod, explaining, I've always loved it. I think it's been my favorite since I first tried it. The blonde's smile brightened, setting the pot of water and rice on the stove as he pointed out, I'm glad it just so happened to be what we were having tonight. The perfect meal for your first dinner in our home. Izuku's smile faltered at Hizashi's last word, and he cursed himself. Home was easily the most uncomfortable word any traumatized kid could hear. He felt a flicker of disappointment light up in his chest. The kid's happiness seemed to do well against the word, however. His smile returned albeit not as bright and he quietly said, it is kind of the perfect meal. The disappointment was extinguished, though an ember still glowed. Hizashi felt a smile brighten on his own face. He hoped one day Izuku might be able to call his life with the three of them home, because the 11-year-old had already wormed his way into Hizashi's definition of home. If Izuku was not meant to be their son, Hizashi would let him go, but he would fight tooth and nail to ensure it was the kid's choice, and his choice only. Izuku was debating whether or not he could handle getting in trouble with his new guardians. A wild thing for a being of pure anxiety like him to consider, but he could not help it. He wanted to make it impossible for them to take him out of the house in 7 hours. Shyuda had stated it would be a good idea for them to go shopping that Friday morning as Izuku apparently needed more furniture, and it would be good to all go together as Nedu had given Kayama and Yamada the day off to help the boy settle. Whatever that meant. Despite Izuku's multiple reassurances that he was more than okay with the way his room was currently, Shyuda still wanted to buy him a desk, a dresser and potentially a new bed frame plus mattress. Which left the boy absolutely losing his mind at 3 in the morning. He had no idea how to handle people spending money on him, let alone spending money on new things that would be meant to last for years. He was still struggling to accept the fact they wanted him, and here they were trying to use their money to buy things that would last a majority if not the entirety of the boy's teen years. Izuku's chest got too heavy, his brain too full and his throat aching. He was ripping off his blankets and going out into the living room before he even finished processing the thought. He could feel his breaths going in and out in very jagged and inconsistent repetitions, but he failed to focus on that. Or maybe it was the only thing he could focus on. His hands went up to his hair to comb through it, his chest feeling even heavier as he tugged at the strands. One hand diverted to his aching core, a sudden desperation to claw the bad feeling out of his chest overtaking him. Scarred hands appeared in his peripheral, startling him to the left, which ended in his calf being caught on the edge of the coffee table. The sting of the scratch pulled his mind closer into focus than he had been, and he finally realized a light was on. The static in his left ear died down, making him realize just how loud it had been. His eyes also locked onto the owner of the scarred hands, Yamada Hizashi, aka Present Mic of Sunny Day Agency, aka Songbird of Sunny Day Agency. Izuku blinked away his thoughts as best as he could, lowering his arms he had apparently brought up defensively just enough to show he was no longer perceiving the adult as a threat. Yamada looked so concerned, waiting patiently as Izuku came fully into his body. His chest ached, reminding him that breathing was mandatory. He took a bit of a too sharp breath, but his ribs relaxed a little with the bit he got. He took a couple more, each controlled better than the previous. Exhaustion filled his joints and bones, making him sag. Yamada moved forward softly, but swiftly, his hands out, ready to catch Izuku. He could not help the keen that left his throat as he let himself fall forwards into the adult's stomachy, arms wrapping protectively around his shoulders as his hands grasped onto Yamada's shirt. He had not realized tears were surfacing until the hero's shirt was already damp. A ragged gasp tore through him, followed quickly by sobs. The adult simply held him close, a hand rubbing soothingly between his shoulders and another carded through his curls, sometimes just resting on his head. For all Izuku knew, Yamada could be speaking, but the boy failed to hear it over his own heartbreak. Heartbreak? Izuku's chest felt like it was exploding, so it had to be called heartbreak. That was what it felt like, but he knew it was impossible to cause your own heartbreak. The boy felt like he was the one making himself so distressed, which meant that it could not have been heartbreak. Right? I wish Mom had held me. I wish she wanted to. Oh. It was heartbreak. He finally was feeling the neglect his mother served to him on a lead platter, an acid-being neglect that forced him to ingest the lead-tainted slivers of care. When Izuku had first put the neglect on his tongue, he had been able to move past the bitter taste. He had eaten it so many times that he had failed to realize the lead was poisoning him. She had slowly been trying to kill him with the lead with the trauma in such a subtle way he failed to notice until it was too late. It was too late, right? That was why he was letting himself sob on someone who was still a stranger. It had to be. He was unable to let himself be so pathetic in front of someone who was supposed to care about him, so a stranger was the next best thing. Right? It did not matter that Yamada had told him that he cared. It did not matter that Yamada had been excited to serve him his favorite meal. It did not matter that Yamada had been happy to feed him more in a single sitting than his mother had ever fed him in a single day. Right? I'm sorry, Izuku, his guardian whispered, Izuku realizing that he had been speaking as well. That Yamada was responding to him wailing that, it wasn't fair, over and over. The blonde continued, it's not fair. You deserve the world, kiddo. I'm sorry. Izuku's next sob hurt as it tore out of him, his grip in Yamada's shirt threatening to reduce it to shreds. It did matter. Everything this person had been doing mattered to the boy. What he was doing mattered. It was the middle of the night, and here he was comforting Izuku. He cared about him even though he was not supposed to. He had no tie to Izuku through blood. The boy was not some person who had done an extraordinary act of bravery on Yamada's behalf, and yet the adult cared about him anyways. Izuku was just Izuku, and apparently that was enough to Yamada Hizashi. Being her son had not been enough. Protecting him from a bully had stopped being enough. How was just Izuku enough? Why do you care? He forced out, begging for a reason that might actually make sense to him. Something tangible, based in the reality that Izuku was trapped in. I don't know, Yamada admitted. I just do. You're this sweet kid who has gone through way too much, and I just want to protect you from any more harm. Nothing caused me to care about you well, the hero paused, rubbing his hand a little more firmly into Izuku's back. Izuku took a breath that did not quite like him, the firmness seemed to remind his brain to send the action command to his lungs. He was still crying. The sobs were still coming out with every breath, but it was as if they fell away as he waited for Yamada to finish his thought. He needed Yamada to finish that thought. At the end of his thought would be Izuku's reality. It was when you stated with assuredness that the foster system would be worse than continuing to be in your mother's custody. You were right. I think living with my birth parents would have been better, and the only thing I know about them is that I rendered them deaf within a week of being born. Yamada paused, his hand working so carefully to undo a tangle in boy's hair. Something about the way you spoke grabbed me. I knew Sho wanted to adopt you by the way he looked at you, and Nem has never asked to keep any previous kids we housed for a night or two. I knew with the way they both were drawn to you that I would eventually be just as drawn. With each word, Yamada was tearing Izuku's reality apart piece by piece. Each sentence went back and shredded the torn pieces. Izuku was clutching desperately onto that familiar reality by one last piece, one last scrap that had yet to be shredded. I knew I would end up caring about you, but it was that moment, those words, that got me to start fully feeling that care in my soul. It was at that moment that I knew that I would work hard to keep you protected from both. That doesn't make sense, Izuku protested, a sob threatening to make his words come out a garbled mess. Being her daughter wasn't enough. Being his friend wasn't enough. Being me wasn't enough. Why is it enough for you? It can't be enough. The boy's sobs had become harsh again, his eyelids pulsing with bright colors from how he had them screwed tightly shut. His hands ached from how hard he clutched Yamada's shirt. He wanted them to abandon him now. Break it to him now. If anyone tried to pry him from the hero, however, he felt like he might just shrivel up and stop being able to exist. He would fight to stay in Yamada's comforting embrace despite his desperate wish for them to tell him the truth his reality demanded be real. You're enough for me, Izuku. You. Not your quirk. Not what you can do for me. Not who you can be for me. You, Izuku, are enough for me. The last scrap disintegrated right before his eyes, and the moment the ash cleared, Izuku collapsed. Yamada was there to catch him, carefully guiding him to the floor and cradling him as his tears dried him out. The entire time, the hero held him. And held him. And held him. Even when the tears dried and the sobs stopped coming, Yamada held him. Izuku felt numb, but not in a bad way. It was almost as if he had temporarily managed to let go of 5 tons of baggage he carried every day. He knew Yamada was not carrying it for him, however, just that the adult had helped him unstrap it. He shivered, the release of his emotions leaving him cold and slightly confused. Still clutching? Not just holding? How long had Yamada been clutching him? Izuku to his chest, Yamada leaned over and pulled a blanket out from under the coffee table and wrapped it around the boy. It was soft, but not too soft. Too soft made Izuku GG, but this blanket was the perfect kind of soft. He let out a breath and leaned farther into the adult, feeling completely wrung out. Can I ask what triggered that? Yamada softly put in the air like a cloud that Izuku could wave away. It made his stomachy clench, but he felt safe enough to approach it. I was panicking about you all spending money on me, he got out, his tongue feeling heavy as he spoke. That's what I had been panicking about. I got pulled out of it when my leg cut on the coffee table. Now that he was bringing attention to the scrape, it seemed to flare up. He winced, an action Yamada noticed, leading to his hand moving to hover over Izuku's leg. Can I check on it? The boy nodded, tensing his neck as he tried to lift his injured leg to a place where the adult could see the scrape. His limb was a bit too heavy for him, though. Luckily, he was able to raise it enough to tell Yamada which it was, so the hero was able to feel over his calf for the cut. It stung when Yamada's hand brushed it, and the adult's hand came back with a small amount of red. I won't make you let me clean it right now, Yamada started, soothing an anxious beat of dread that Izuku had not noticed rising in his chest, but I will be cleaning that before you go back to bed, okay? The boy nodded, tiredly leaning his head back into Yamada's chest. He felt like he could pass out in the adult's arms, he was so tired, but he knew not to. Yamada had questions. Izuku was supposed to answer questions. Is going shopping tomorrow too much? The hero asked, the boy shrugging. I need more than that, little listener. What's going on in that big brain of yours? A flare of amusement filled Izuku's chest, but it failed to put a smile on his face. He found the words, I'm the kid. It doesn't matter if it's too much for me, and put them in the air for the adult. Yamada shook his head, countering, I want to know when it's too much. We would fail in our duties as your guardians if we didn't take your worries into consideration. He shook his head back at the hero, looking up and saying with a sureness one would use to say the sky was blue, parents don't care about that. His guardian let out a breath like he was punched, but he recovered before Izuku's sluggish mind could start to worry that he might have actually punched him. He carefully hugged the boy tighter and said, perhaps that's what is normal, but I don't like that. You're a person too, so your worries are just as valid as mine. Izuku was silent for what felt like a long time, unable to help it. Yamada just told him that he did not care about what was supposed to be the order of the world, and he was just supposed to move on from that? He found the words on his tongue before he knew they were coming, and let them go. I don't know how to handle money being spent on me. Mom barely ever spent money on me even for food, but you guys want to go and spend a lot of money on me so I can get furniture. Furniture lasts a long time, which means you guys plan for me to stay a long time. It is hard to understand that you guys want me to stay. And it's worse because I know you want me to stay, but I can't trust that it won't fall apart. Yamada nodded slowly, starting to sway lightly with Izuku still in his hold. The boy felt soothed by the motion, the returning anxiety being sent away by the comfort. I can't say anything that will help you trust us not to abandon you, the hero admitted, and something released in Izuku's chest. I know you'll have to experience us putting your trust to good use. But, I will say that we can take it day by day. Tomorrow I'll help with making sure you're comfortable and that we don't do too much. And if you need us to not take you shopping, that will be the line. And the next day I'll be here to show you that you can trust me. Tension bled off of the boy, and he drooped back into Yamada's arms. His words had been what he needed. Permission to learn to trust them. Permission to make sure he was safe to trust them. Mom stopped holding me when I cried when I was 3, Izuku blurted, the blonde flinching slightly, but the boy was unable to hold the words in. I've been waiting for her to hold me for years. You wanting to hold me was a lot, and I felt the all of how much I had been waiting for her to finally want to all at once. Last time. I couldn't really cry about it because Shyuda was comforting me cause she abandoned me. I thought about it, but it was not as big as the abandonment. I haven't been able to be hurt that she didn't want to care about me, till now. That's why I fell apart. Yamada nodded, his already tight hold on Izuku seeming to become excruciatingly. It probably should have been too much, but the boy just sagged into the hold. The tighter the blonde hugged him, the more relaxed the younger grew. I worry this might make it worse, Yamada started, his phrasing scaring Izuku, but I will always hold you when you cry. I will always be there to hold you if you want me to. Even if you're just crying over a splinter, I'll be there. Promise, he whispered, lethargy slamming into him. Staying awake was suddenly hard for the boy. Section. Hizashi was a little startled by Izuku's muttered question. He had avoided promising the kid anything, because it was the other thing that he knew hurt traumatized kids. The other thing that was often too much for traumatized kids to trust. He was not going to make the same mistake he had earlier, but this time the boy wanted him to break that rule. This time Izuku needed Hizashi to break that rule. I promise. He lifted the boy into his arms and stood carefully, waiting for his legs to let the blood start flowing better before he started walking back down the hall. He had been in the kitchen deciding what tea would help his restlessness when Izuku had come barreling into the living room. It had taken him a bit too long to realize the kid was having a panic attack, a failure he blamed on his tired mind. A blame that fell short the moment Izuku let Hizashi hug him. He stepped into the bathroom and flicked the light on, the boy protesting in cute mumbles. Hizashi shushed the kid as he sat him on the bathroom counter, reminding Izuku that he needed to clean the cut. He had watched the cats lick that corner of the coffee table too many times for him to let the kid wait until the morning. The cut was jagged, but luckily not very long or deep. A good amount of blood had dripped down Izuku's leg, but it had not managed to go far. Looking down, he saw a small patch of blood on his own pajama pants, which explained the inconsistency. He cleaned the blood off the boy's leg and wiped the cut. Izuku was practically falling asleep sitting up, so his reactions were nothing more than annoyed whines. Adorable annoyed whines. He dabbed the cut dry with gauze and put a bigger band-aid over the cut before he gathered a very sleepy Izuku into his arms, the kid grasping at his shirt again as he left the bathroom. Izuku's blankets were knocked back, so it was easy to lay the boy down and cover him in the blankets. He pressed a kiss to the kid's head before he moved to leave the room, not getting very far because of a hand that caught his wrist. Hizashi-dan, go, Izuku mumbled, his hold not at all tight on the blonde. Hizashi felt a warmth in his chest and smiled, whispering back, I'll stay. Good night, little listener. The boy was asleep before the blonde had even sat on the ground, his hand becoming a stuffed animal to clutch for Izuku. He planned to leave the room once the boy was deep enough in sleep. At least, he told himself to do that. He stayed sitting, leaned against the bed as Izuku let out peaceful breaths. His eyelids got heavy as the child sighed in his sleep, clutching Hizashi's arm just a bit tighter. He closed his eyes, telling himself he would leave Izuku's room in 5 minutes. Shyuda and Namiri found the two in the morning, both confused as they searched for their spouse. The man checking on the boy led to them discovering the adorable scene. Hizashi passed out with his hand held captive by Izuku. The picture Namiri took failed to catch the kid's tear stains, but Hizashi would not have cared if it had. He comforted his son and ensured the kid was able to fall asleep peacefully. That was well worth his sore back in the morning. Izuku was avoiding Hizashi, that much Shyuda was certain as he pressed his thumb into the knots in Hizashi's back. He and his wife had panicked when they failed to find Hizashi that morning, realizing they were somewhere other than the kitchen or the bathroom when they had woken up without their loud blonde. Finding them asleep leaned against Izuku's bed with tear stains still on the boy's cheeks had been both heartwarming and heartbreaking. It failed to help the situation when Izuku had woken up as they were quietly attempting to move Hizashi into their bedroom, the kid turning pink as he had registered his hold on the blonde's arm. He had let go, then proceeded to launch himself off the bed in an attempt to back away from the situation. Immediately, Hizashi had sprung up an action that startled the other two spouses who had spent a few minutes trying to wake them up and rounded the bed to check on the limp kid. I'm okay, Izuku had sworn, not moving to get up from the floor, one foot still up on the bed. Just, can I please have a moment? The three elected to give him the benefit of the doubt and give him the space and time to wake up, the blonde of the trio specifically deciding to get dressed. They had done so quickly, leaving the room within seconds to sit on the couch with barely restrained anxiety. They were wearing a simple plain black t-shirt and dark blue jeans with a belt. Shyuda had watched them grab their chains quickly and hang them from the jeans as they walked to the living room, setting out their yellow Converse at the Genken before sitting, their hair still a mess. Having followed their spouse's lead, Shyuda and Namuri were also dressed, with the latter still putting on XYR makeup. The former had put on a gray t-shirt and black sweatpants, not one to care about his outfits like the rest of the trio did. He had been annoyed by his hair, though, so he had put half of it up in a messy bun. Having joined Hizashi in the living room, Shyuda had seen how sore they felt through their tiny winces. In response, he had offered to give them a massage, to which they had agreed. This was the scene an equally dressed Izuku had entered upon. The boy was wearing a loose, black long sleeve with a white shirt on the top, socks, printed on it in black text. It was specifically amusing to Shyuda because it was in English, on top of the absurdity of the word was enough to make him smile at Izuku. The kid was wearing a pair of black cargo shorts and black ankle socks, his hair a bit of a mess still. A glint of silver caught Shuda's eyes, causing him to see the quirk-suppressing bracelet on the boy's wrist. It was tucked a bit under his sleeve, but with his arms down it hung more visibly. "Izuku?" Hizashi asked, Shyuda pausing his ministrations to allow his spouse to talk to the kid in question. "Are you sure you want to go?" They had been particularly tight-lipped about what happened overnight. The man remembered waking up to the blonde leaving the bed around 3 a.m., but he had failed to be woken up by any noises overnight. It distressed him slightly that he had managed to be tired enough for his hypervigilance to fail him. His therapist would call it giving him a break, but Shyuda had always struggled to see her point of view. Izuku nodded, his face flushing as he looked down at his hands and started twisting his fingers. "I should get him a fidget so he doesn't accidentally dislocate any of his joints." "I'm okay with going," the boy managed to squeak out. "I'll try to speak up if it's too much, but I want to try." Hizashi smiled at the boy, Izuku glancing up and turning redder as he turned to flee the room. Shyuda caught a glimpse of the band-aid on his calf as the kid was stopped by Namuri coming through the hallway. They were wearing an off-the-shoulder lilac dress, a flowy one with long sleeves that stopped just above XYR knees. They had paired the dress with a pair of black heels still in hand, lilac pearl earrings and XYR glasses. XYR hair was half up like Shuda's, but there were a few braids involved in XYR bun. XYR purple and black bracelet was on XYR wrist, what XE liked using to communicate when XE preferred XE's. "Hey! You look nice, Zuzu." Izuku froze, Namuri turning red himself at what XE just said. "I'm sorry," XE told the kid's frozen form. "I totally have been coming up with nicknames for you in my head and that was one of my favorites. I should have asked before I used it." "It's okay," he stuttered out, an unsure smile forming as he avoided XYR eyes. "I'm okay with you using it, Kayama, Namuri." "I'm okay with it, Namuri." Namuri smiled brightly at Izuku, the boy only turning redder as he looked towards the door, trying to avoid everyone's eyes. Sei freed him from the gazes by turning to Hizashi and giving them an offer. "You want me to straighten your hair, Zashi? You laid on it while it was wet." They nodded, looking a bit concerned as they passed the boy, but leaving it alone as they followed Zem into the bathroom. Izuku stayed put, his blush refusing to fade as he continued to stare into space. "Will you come sit with me?" Shyuda asked, the kid's head snapping to meet his eyes before averting to the floor. He nodded, stiffly walking to sit on the couch with the man. Leaning over to the end table, he pulled out a few hair products and showed them to Izuku, asking, "Can I try to take away your bedhead?" The boy nodded with a shy smile, letting the guardian position him so he could take care of his curls. He let the silence sit a little longer before he spoke again. "Are you avoiding Hizashi?" Izuku's shoulders stiffened, Shyuda pausing to ensure it had not been out of any pain. When the kid failed to protest, he continued working on his hair. "I thought I wasn't being obvious," Izuku whispered, a bit of guilt in his voice. "You did a good job," Shyuda assured him, finishing up with his hair and putting the products away. The kid turned to face him, but his eyes were down looking at his twisting fingers as the man continued, "You just unfortunately live with 3 people who are specifically trained to see micro-expressions." Izuku grimaced, though it was more playful than actually upset. He continued to twist his fingers, so the man handed him a pillow with tassels. The boy was a little surprised, but after a couple seconds he started fidgeting with the tassels instead of his fingers. "I feel embarrassed," Izuku admitted, his cheeks warming a bit at the memory Shyuda desperately wanted to know about. He refused to press the kid for information, though, and let the boy find the confidence to continue. "I was freaking out about you guys spending money on me and Hizashi tried to help. I ended up snapping out of it without their help." Izuku's hand diverted to rub the band-aid, lost a bit in thought. "How did you get hurt?" the man asked, gesturing with his head at the kid's leg. I got scared and thought Hizashi was a threat and cut it on the coffee table, he explained, turning to look at the table in question. That's what snapped me out of it. Then they hugged me. Izuku's fading blush roared back into existence, turning the boy into a cute strawberry, especially so with his new haircut. Namuri was destined to use that as a nickname. Why is them hugging you making you feel so embarrassed? The kid shook his head, muttering, the hug wasn't embarrassing. I can't. You don't have to tell me, Shyuda assured him, and he meant it. No matter how much he wanted to know, Izuku deserved to not be forced into speaking. I just want to help you feel less like you need to avoid Hizashi despite whatever happened. I don't have to know what happened to do that. The kid nodded, his face scrunched up with his blush as he twirled a tassel around one of his fingers. He was silent for a couple minutes, the man letting him sit in his silence in quiet support. I feel like every time I look at Hizashi I am just reliving the moment and I get embarrassed thinking about it, Izuku explained. And I know that they're thinking about it too because they get this look on their face. Shyuda knew the look. It stressed him out at first too, but once he was finally able to name it, he started feeling a little less embarrassed about the situation and more what lied in the look. What does the look mean to you? The man asked, wanting to help the boy come to the name on his own. I don't know. Izuku blurted, his hands going up in the air in exasperation in himself. I'm not used to it. It's not disappointment. It's not annoyance. It's not pity. I don't know what it is. The kid's hands fell, laying across the pillow as he hung his head, confusion holding him hostage. So it isn't a negative look? Shyuda offered, the boy stiffening and letting out a little mewl as his hands went to his face, breathing heavily into them before nodding. He asked, is it distressing you because it is positive? Maybe, the word came out muffled, but I don't know how to name good things. Shyuda winced, understanding quite well what Izuku was going through. He offered a couple words to help the kid relax. Is it fond, maybe? The boy shrugged, then shook his head, his hands finally leaving his face. He sighed and explained, it's more like they are looking at me like I'm a little kitten that's shivering that they want to cuddle. It occurred to the man that perhaps making Izuku come to the answer on his own was a bit cruel. He wondered if it would be best to just give him an answer when the kid gasped. Care, Izuku whispered. It's a caring look with like a bit of worry. They look at me like they care about me. Shyuda nodded, the boy staring up at him incredulously. His hands went to twist, but went to the pillow instead. The guardian was proud of the kid, feeling a smile in his eyes as he watched Izuku save his fingers. He pointed accusingly at the man, exclaiming, "You're doing it too." A blush lightly dusted his cheeks, not sure how to react to the kid calling him out on emotion. Shyuda was still struggling to trust despite 11 years of practice. The boy's mouth was gaped open, floundering a bit as he struggled to figure out how to react. You guys, does Namuri do it too? Izuku asked in a whisper, looking past the man towards the bathroom as if he could see through the wall of the hallway. The way he asked made Shyuda believe he might not have necessarily been looking for an answer, but he gave the kid one anyways. Say do, Shyuda confirmed. You didn't notice it, but XE were looking at you with care just this morning when XE complimented your outfit. Do I do it? The boy whispered once more, like it was a secret, finally meeting the man's eyes again. I think you have, he answered in a quieter voice to appease Izuku's anxiety. I think I've seen it anytime you've tried to use sign with Hizashi. You also had the look when you decided you were comfortable enough to use Namuri's given name. What the F-? The kid mouthed as his eyes fell away from Shyuda, again, towards the hall, just a little bit of air giving the sentence a bit of sound. I should tell you not to curse, but I'm sure you already know when and where, the man teased, the boy snorting with a blush and looking up at Shuda's face. The look was in the kid's eyes, and he figured that he should tell him, but it felt wrong somehow. He knew Izuku would rather know, though, so he found the ability to say it with a tease, look who's doing the look now. He blushed, his eyes widening in shock before he brought his hands up to hide his face. He let out a noise of overwhelmed distress, though Shyuda failed to be worried. He just smiled and let the kid get it out of his system. What's wrong, little listener? Hizashi asked, entering the room with Namuri behind them. Sei also looked concerned, though they both relaxed at the smile on the man's face. Me and Izuku were naming positive looks people can give each other, Shyuda explained simply, not giving any more away to avoid embarrassing the kid. Izuku seemed to struggle a lot with potential or existing embarrassment, which was something the guardian had no idea how to help with. He made a mental note to ask his therapist for help. Honestly, he should make a list to give her. The two smiled, the boy continuing to hide his face as he was probably embarrassed at them walking in on him having such a reaction. Shyuda reached up and ruffled Izuku's hair, the kid flinching away at first, probably because of the unexpected touch. Before the man could begin to feel bad about not checking, the boy smiled. It was full of a shyness that made his heart melt. "Stop it," Izuku whined, a tone in his voice making Shyuda believe that he did not want his guardian to stop. The kid was just embarrassed as he pointed again at his chest. "You're doing it again. You give me a lot of reasons to, kid." Izuku grumbled, standing and dramatically putting the pillow back before marching over towards Hizashi and Nemuri. They both had concern in their eyes, but smiles threatened to show on their faces. Izuku reached the blonde and threw his arms around their torso, their face becoming one of elated shock as they wrapped their arms around the boy just as the kid started whining. "Tell Shyuda to stop looking at me like that." Nemuri let out a startled laugh, covering XYR mouth to hide it as Izuku's head turned to give Zem a glare. Sei smiled at the kid, which led to the boy shoving his face back into Hizashi's stomachy. "Zem too. Tell Zem to stop." Their face was bright red with suppressed giggles as they rubbed a hand in between Izuku's shoulders, their frame shaking with them. They looked down at the kid adoringly, the boy looking up just as that look was turned down towards him. His face was hidden again as a drawn-out sound of protest left Izuku, finally pulling the laughter from Hizashi. "Little listener," the blonde started, feigning confusion, "you want us to stop looking at you?" The kid grumbled in fake annoyance, muffled words escaping, "Maybe. That will help me not have to see it." "You know we can have that look and be thinking about you without looking at you," Shyuda pointed out, "right?" "Ugh," was the only response Izuku gave, drawn out and offended. They all laughed at the cuteness. It took a while, but eventually the boy removed himself from his hiding place and joined them in the Genkan, his face still red as he sat to put on his shoes. "Oh!" Nemuri exclaimed, squatting in XYR heels to look at Izuku. "I never complimented your haircut, Zuzu. It's so handsome. I love the feeling of freshly cut hair. Can I touch it?" The boy nodded, his finally fading blush returning a bit as XE carefully combed XYR fingers through his hair. "So soft," XE squealed, brushing over his undercut. Izuku's head jerked to the side as XE brushed farther down, an action that triggered a similar action in Shyuda. His eyes caught Hizashi doing the same, Nemuri's startled gaze flickering between the kid and XYR spouses. "Sorry, Zuzu," Nemuri tried, a tone in XYR voice lightly suspicious to the man. "It's okay," Izuku shrugged, continuing to lace up his red sneakers. "It just happens sometimes. I don't think you caused it." There was what his wife had been hoping for, Shyuda was certain of it. It was a confirmation they all were wanting. The trio shared a look, agreeing to wait to ask the boy about it. He needed time to recover from the tooth-rotting sweetness that had occurred not even 5 minutes prior. "Let's head out," Hizashi exclaimed, opening the door for them all. They were quick to slam the door closed as one of their cats made a beeline for a bird that was sitting just outside the door. "Sushi. No. Section." Izuku looked up at the sign of the cafe, reading, "Whipped cream and whiskers." A bolt of excitement flooded through him at the last word, and he turned excitedly to the guardian to his right, Nemuri. Sei smiled at him, confirming what the sign was telling him. Pushing open the door to the cafe gave the last confirmation needed. The boy was immediately met with a couple meows, his eyes locking on cats that were running over to the door of the cafe to meet them at the safety gate. He impatiently waited for his guardians to fully enter the cafe before he opened the gate, taking a couple of steps to get out of their way so he could sink down to pet the cats that were begging for his attention. He was none the wiser about Nemuri taking photos nor Hizashi practically crying at how cute the scene was. He was also unaware of Shyuda paying for all of them. Izuku refused to stand until they let him know that it was time to move to the eating area, pouting as he followed them through another door. Much to his surprise, there were a few cats in the eating area. "Oh no," he turned to Hizashi in concern. "Should we try to get them out?" They smiled, shaking their head. "These are cats that have no interest in human food. They're allowed to go between rooms as they like. Look," the blonde pointed at a black cat lounging in a booth. "Their collars are yellow. Only cats with yellow collars are allowed in this room." "Oh," Izuku let out, feeling a little embarrassed. "That's nice." "It is," Hizashi agreed. "These cats love that they get to lay in laps without having to be moved." The boy's embarrassed flush started fading as he smiled at their words. "So cute." The four sat down in a booth, taking time to look at the menu before using a tablet to order. Once they were done, they sat comfortably as cats came to sniff them or completely ignored them. They were the only ones in the eating lounge. "Hey, Zuzu, can I ask you a possibly weird question?" Izuku looked up from the tuxedo cat that had just crawled in his lap, agreeing, "Sure." "What was it, Nemuri?" Sei took a second to choose XYR words, an action that slightly concerned him. Then, he was left completely confused when XE finally asked, "Do you have tics?" "I don't know what that is." "Here." Hizashi offered, their hand raising a bit to catch the boy's attention, "I can probably trigger one in myself." Just give me a second, little listener. The blonde sat still for a moment, focused before their head jerked to the side, just like Izuku's muscle spasm before they left the apartment. The strangest thing was him having the same muscle spasm right after Hizashi, startling him. In his peripheral, he could see Shyuda having the exact same one as the other two. What is happening? That's what Nemuri's talking about, kid, the man explained as Izuku gaped at him and the blonde, confused. I thought those were just muscle spasms. The boy tried to make the words a statement, but they came out as a question. Do they stop after drinking water or massaging the area? Nemuri asked, tilting XYR head to the right as he shook his head. Concern started filling Izuku, making him feel a bit of panic. Was something wrong with him? They could be muscle spasms, Hizashi offered, their eyes betraying their true opinion before they gave it, but I think it's more likely that they're tics, little listener. Personally, I have Tourette's syndrome. The boy knew that one. He had researched it after watching an older cartoon a couple years prior. Before he had started experiencing the muscle spasms, the tics? Said cartoon was not kind, and actually quite mean about Tourette's syndrome, but it had interested him enough to earn him researching it. That's the thing that can cause you to make sounds and movements, right? Misfired brain signals? Yes. Good job, the blonde praised him, making a bead of warmth fill his chest. The sounds and movements caused by those misfires are also known as tics. Izuku nodded, finally remembering the term had been in the research he had done. Without the connection to the disorder, it had meant nothing to him. I have Tourette's as well, Shyuda added, his hand raising up for a moment to claim his turn for speaking. It was kind of funny when me and Zashi would set each other off in class though. Nedu was always annoyed in the good way. He nodded, processing what they explained. He felt the urge to JRK his head in response to the conversation, something that startled him. Concern filled him as he asked, and you think I might have Tourette's? Nemuri shrugged. You could. There are other reasons people tic though. Shyuda nodded, though it became a bit jerky just before he started listing, some do because of their anxiety. I've heard of ADHD meds causing them. It depends. But you've noticed them? When do you say they are the worst? Izuku spent a second thinking, having not paid that close of attention before. He managed to remember, I have more on the days that I'm bullied the least, cause I tend to spend the entire day waiting to be attacked. And recently on the days after one of my patrols they'd be worse. Probably because you were tired, Zuzu, XE pointed out, making the boy in question blush like he had been told off. We also only noticed after you did it in the apartment. My hand brushed a common physical trigger point for those who experience tics. Me and Sho ended up mimicking it, Hizashi commented, explaining, something about witnessing others tic makes the brain misfire. The boy felt bad as the blonde's head tilted to the side in a JRK, Izuku feeling a compulsion to do the same. He meekly responded, I'm sorry for making you guys do it too. No. Hizashi exclaimed, shaking their hands to emphasize their disagreement. It's something that you can't control. You aren't making us so you don't have to apologize. Okay. We can take you for a formal diagnosis once things are settled, Shyuda offered in a voice void of emotion, his head doing the jerking nod again. The boy was unable to stop himself from mimicking that time. Isn't that expensive? Nemuri chuckled, explaining, it could be. And even if it was, we would still take you because you deserve a chance to have an official diagnosis. But, the government pays for heroes and their kids to get therapy and get legal diagnoses. He nodded, a thought striking him that caused him to tilt his head curiously. Shyly, he asked, okay. Who am I technically going to be registered under? The three shared looks. We haven't had a chance to fully discuss it, but for now. You'll be under my custody because I'm the hero you're placed under for the program. It doesn't truly matter which of us you're listed under for covering the cost. We'll potentially discuss it more based on who would have the time to take you to appointments after you're officially adopted. I want this. I really want this. It's scary, but I want to make sure they know I want this. Izuku flushed, though he did have another thought that excited him. He asked, when that happens, could I take the last name of whoever is officially adopting me? Wait. Which of you guys are actually married? They all chuckled, though he could tell they were not doing so at his expense. He understood as Nemuri answered him. Polyamorous marriages are legal in Japan, Zuzu. XYR words helped him understand why the trio had laughed. They worked for years with multiple polycules to ensure no one would be taken advantage of and ensure children were properly able to be adopted by all of their parents. They kind of had to as polyamory became really common amongst pro-heroes. And, sure. Hizashi assured, smiling at a slightly overwhelmed yet excited Izuku. Although, are you really gonna want to get rid of your family name? Frowning at the question without noticing the looks of concern coming from his guardians, the boy explained, "My father wasn't a good father." He failed to go into detail, and was grateful when none of them pushed the issue. "And while I like my mother's family name before she was adopted because it's the same as an older pro hero's, I don't think I would enjoy the reminder of her every time a classmate called me." The three gave him differing responses of understanding before Nemuri exclaimed, "I think that would be perfectly fine then, Zuzu. I think it would be a good idea to think about which of our last names you like with yours. It doesn't have to be a now decision, especially considering our food is arriving and eating sounds a little better than speaking for my tummy." They all laughed at XYR playful words, settling in to eat and letting the conversation be filed away for later. Despite flapping his hands, Izuku struggled to shake off the feeling of too many eyes being on him. He froze once he realized what he was doing and tucked them into his sleeves, remembering his mother's scolding. She always said it made him look. An arm hooked with his at the elbow, thoroughly interrupting his anxious, spiraling thoughts even if it made him jump. Looking up, he saw Hizashi had the look in their eyes again, paired with an empathetic smile. Izuku futilely refused to let himself react to the look, finding himself quickly being betrayed by his face heating. "You doing okay, little listener?" they asked, the nickname helping to melt away some of his residual anxiety. He met the question with a shrug. "Too many people." The blonde nodded, empathizing, "I get that. But, don't be afraid to let yourself relax however you need to. If anyone says something," they held up their fists and made a comically stern expression, "I'll beat them up." Izuku giggled at the way his arm was pulled with the hero's fists, pointing out, "But you're a hero. Won't you get in trouble? No one will recognize it's me if I don't use my quirk." The boy just laughed more, though his anxious thoughts from earlier made his smile hard to keep. He managed to quietly say to Hizashi, "Mom used to tell me that I looked stupid when I'd flap my hands." They had finished up their late breakfast at the Cat Cafe and had arrived at their next stop, a nearby shopping mall, to buy furniture, bedding, and clothes for Izuku. He was excited at the idea that he could pick out anything he wanted, but there were way too many people out for a Friday afternoon during the school year. As well, the worry about the cost was eating at him again. "You don't," Hizashi promised with their tone, Izuku glad they had kept the word from their assurance. "You're just letting go of anxiety, or you're happy, or whatever reason you feel the want to flap your hands. Your mother had no right to make you have a negative association with stimmying." The boy's eyebrows furrowed, a little confused, so he asked for clarification. "I don't remember what that means." "Self-STMLTNG behavior," the blonde expanded. The two of them paused in an example room in IKEA. The other half of their group had disappeared in another room, so Izuku and Hizashi had continued alone. They continued, physical actions or sounds that are made to soothe or STMLT. Done by all humans, but done more frequently by those with ADHD, autism and other mental disorders. Stimmying is a term used to not have to say the whole name, and is something children do more frequently than adults, Hizashi said while looking the boy in the eyes. Doing it is genuinely a part of growing up. While I wouldn't be surprised if you had ADHD, it doesn't have to be because of a disorder. It is just part of being a kid. His wrinkling nose gave away the distaste he was struggling to hide to ensure his reason why was kept from being misunderstood. He protested, "But I'm not a kid." "You're 11, Izuku," they pointed out, Izuku feeling a frown pull at his mouth. "Your mother made you act like an adult. You shouldn't even be learning how to be an adult until you're at the end of PBRTY. I think that's when at least technically like 15 or 16. That's besides the point. You should be learning how to not be a menace to society, not how to add to that society." Nodding despite his frown, the boy found himself struggling to understand their meaning. Needing a momentary distraction, he looked around the display room, finding a desk he liked. He took the time to take a picture as he processed what he needed to figure out. "What's an adult thing I don't need to do?" Izuku asked, looping his elbow back with Hizashi's once he was finished with taking a picture of the desk's tag. The blonde pondered for a moment, pulling the boy into the next display room so they could continue to look. Shyuda and Nemuri still nowhere in sight. "I would say dealing with big emotions alone," Hizashi started, taking a picture of a random appliance in the room, "but even those are things adults don't have to deal with alone. Yes, you should be learning how to rely on people while experiencing big emotions without dropping the emotions on them, but you're still young enough that it's understandable that you don't know all the rules about that." Izuku started fidgeting with his fingers, one of them twinging a bit in pain when he twisted it too far. Hizashi transferred one of the rings on their hand to his, a startling action, but the boy soon appreciated spinning the ring around his thumb as he got the confidence to ask them a question. "Did I drop my emotions on you?" Hizashi shook their head furiously in response. They turned, resting their free hand on his free shoulder as they reminded him, I approached you to see if you needed help with them. Yes, I was a little startled by the extent of your emotions, but you were distressed. Izuku nodded, his tensing shoulders relaxing at the blonde's reassurance. As they let him go, he saw a fun lamp in a forest green, a similar shade to his hair, but still one of his favorite colors. He took a picture as he asked, anything else? Before they could answer, the missing members of their group came barreling into the display room. They both let out sighs of relief at the sight of the two, Namuri specifically putting a calming hand on XYR chest. Where have you two been? Hizashi asked, giving Izuku a look that promised they would continue their conversation later. It was then the boy realized the conversation had been upsetting him, so it was better they saved it for another time. Unintentionally, his other two guardians had helped to stop him from accidentally working himself up too much. We were fing in a display room, obviously, Namuri stated, giving the blonde a look which made Izuku think XE were offended. XYR husband had to ask. Namuri, Shyuda said XYR name in exasperation, gesturing towards the boy with one hand while the other pinched the bridge of his nose. Sei went bright red and shook XYR hands at Izuku, seeming to be trying to wave away the words he had heard and explained, we took a wrong turn and got lost. I was being sarcastic. He started cackling, a weight in his chest lifting with the hilarity. He managed to say around giggles, I honestly thought you guys had started making out when you disappeared, so, he finished with a shrug. Sei blinked, tilting XYR head and admitting, I mean, that's part of why we got lost, but mostly because I'm directionally challenged. Namuri! Shyuda exclaimed, his face flushing a deep red. The sight of the blush made Izuku and Hizashi start laughing, leaning on each other for support as they found hilarity in the man's embarrassment. They ended up getting a tall bed that a desk could be placed under, a new mattress as the store only stocked queen sizes of the desk bed and not twin sizes, the size of the bed currently in the apartment, a simple desk without drawers or cubbies, a comfy desk chair, 2 bookshelves, and a common dresser from the IKEA in the mall. Hizashi also decided to get a cutting board that had caught their eye. Moving on, they went to a different store to get bedding, at which Izuku finally noticed one of the piercings the blonde was wearing and found it amazing. Specifically, they had an industrial piercing with chains hanging from it, visible when they had tucked their hair behind their ear to check the fibers in a sheet set. The boy had just barely managed to stop himself from trying to touch it out of curiosity. Hizashi had noticed, though, and smiled at him. Did you want to see my piercing, little listener? Izuku nodded shyly, at which they leaned down and let him feel the chains. He liked the feeling of the small loops and just barely managed to pull his hand far away from the blonde's head to let the urge to flap his hand go through, giggling a little in joy at the feeling. That's so cool. Thanks, kiddo. Looking around, Izuku caught sight of a box filled with pillows. It took a moment of staring at it, but he eventually worked up the courage to shyly ask, can I get a lot of pillows? Sure. Namuri exclaimed, smiling and clarifying, do you like having your head propped a certain way? It feels like a nest when I have a good amount of blankets and pillows. Izuku did have to remind Namuri and Hizashi that there was, in fact, a way to have too many. Despite this, he did manage to find a cool pillow with sequins, black one way, but when you flipped them it said, F off, in extra swirly cursive. Shyuda got one too. The next location was one for clothing. Almost immediately, Namuri began grabbing items XE thought the boy would like and adding them to the cart for him to try on. Having already witnessed them spending a lot of money on furniture, Izuku was struggling to handle the amount of clothes XE were piling up. His chest started to get heavy, and he was pretty sure he was starting to hyperventilate. It was too much. It was becoming too much for him, but he was failing to figure out how to speak the words, let alone how to say them. Hizashi came back from the bathroom to find Izuku staring wide-eyed at a quickly filling cart, Shyuda trying to tell Namuri to slow down. Come here, Izuku, the blonde called, the boy quickly moving to let them hug him and rub a calming hand over his back. They took deep breaths that moved his head and he tried to replicate them, their other hand covering the ear that was faced away from their torso. Namuri, Hizashi said sharply, and despite his ears being covered, Izuku flinched, clouds. Shyuda stopped trying to stop Namuri at their words, and Izuku heard the sound of hangers clanging against Rack's paws. He realized that his eyes were closed, but he was unable to get himself to open them. His heart was still beating too hard. You're going too overboard, Hizashi stated after a couple beats of silence, their hand moving away from the boy's ear. They put it back after Izuku whimpered, a sound that mortified him, but hearing being muffled was helping the panic. Let's let Izuku lead clothes, okay? Please start putting those back so they don't stress him out again when he's ready to try looking. He failed to hear Namuri respond, though he was unsure if XE had verbally responded anyways. Hizashi took a deep breath as the sound of clacking hangers and racks began again, making him realize he had stopped breathing. He mimicked the breath, relying on mimicking to continue taking them. He felt the weight on his chest finally let up enough for him to open his eyes. He blinked a few times before pulling away from Hizashi a bit, one of his hands holding a fistful of their shirt, though. He was still feeling a bit overwhelmed, and Hizashi was not protesting in letting him hold on. He was, however, helpless to the feeling of guilt that filled him. "I promised to say if it was too much," Izuku muttered, the emotion quickly morphing into self-deprecation. "You did. Tell me," they assured him. The boy's eyebrows furrowed in response as he shook his head to disagree, Hizashi explaining with air quotes, "I know you didn't say anything, but you let me see it. And when I offered to comfort you, you took what you needed. It wasn't traditional in saying anything, but I'm certain if you really wanted to, you could hide your emotions. You not hiding them was enough for me." Izuku still disagreed, but he could see the blonde's point. It was helpful for his residual panic to know he had not gotten himself in trouble. At least, not in trouble with Hizashi. "I'm sorry, Izuku," Nemuri began, walking closer and kneeling in front of Izuku with a guilty expression. "I got excited because fashion is kind of my forte, and I think I was looking to share that with you. I should have been more aware of how I was making you feel. I'm sorry." He felt a bit overwhelmed, not sure how to react to XYR apology and subsequently feeling lost. He looked from Zem to Hizashi, hoping they could translate his overwhelmed feeling. He was ready to attempt to telepathically tell them to the blonde, but clarity seemed to hit Shyuda first. "Are you overwhelmed because you aren't used to being apologized to?" the man asked, coming to stand behind Nemuri. He figured he should feel crowded, but he was too relieved by Shyuda putting it in words for that to be a concern. He nodded desperately, looking between the two spouses. The hand holding onto Hizashi's shirt twitched, and the urge to flap it nearly threatened to make him lose hold of his needed support. "That's okay, Zuzu," Nemuri assured him, smiling sadly. "You don't need to respond to my apology, and I'm not looking for you to forgive me. I just wanted to explain so you could have enough information to process everything. Would you like me to give you a couple options?" Izuku nodded, struggling to figure out what he even could do next. "I can do that. First, we leave the store and go back to the apartment. No other stores and no other stressors. Or, we can continue shopping, maybe just return to clothes another day as we really wanted to take you to the hero merch store so you could get decorations for your room. Another option is we continue like planned, I just make sure to let you approve of what gets added to the cart. And if we buy one item here or even nothing, that's okay. What sounds better to you?" He held in the urge to look up at the blonder for an answer, knowing it was his choice. There was no right answer, but he still really wanted to know which was the right one. The last one, he finally decided, his free hand fidgeting by tugging on his thumb. Nemuri nodded in response, a small smile on XYR face. "Sounds good," Xe assured him, then a sheepish look appeared on XYR face and Xe asked, "Could I have a hug though, before we look at any clothes? I want to try to hug the rest of the negative feelings I gave you out." Izuku felt a genuine smile spread across his face and he nodded, finally letting go of Hizashi's shirt to throw his arms around XYR neck. Nemuri squeezed him tight, the constricting of XYR arms making him melt. Having been yet to hug him, XYR spouses got to watch Zem react to his melting tendency for the first time. Unbeknownst to Izuku, XYR mouth had fallen open in shock, an adoring frown shining through as XYR eyes welled with tears. Until he pulled away, Nemuri continued to hug him, immediately letting go once he had. Sei wiped a hand under XYRI too quickly for Izuku to process why before Xe stood up, announcing he should take the three of them to the clothes that he wanted. He got 2 shirts, a pair of cargo pants, and 2 new pairs of shoes. Both pairs were red, much to Nemuri's fashion expert disappointment. Izuku knew Xe were being facetious with XYR disappointment, however. They turned into the hero merch store last, the boy needing a reassuring push from Shyuda to let himself get things he wanted. He kept turning to the 3 of them and making sure they were okay with the heroes he was getting merch of. At one point, he saw the man use the sign "Mom" along with something he was pretty sure was a curse word towards Hizashi and Nemuri. He figured he was explaining why Izuku kept double-checking. Seeing the interaction helped the boy not ask about the next hero he grabbed merch of. He ended up needing to make sure, not lasting long grabbing the hero's merch without permission, but it was a start. He picked out posters for Present Mike, the Wild Wild Pussycats and 13. He pouted when he failed to find an Eraserhead one. "We can just look on Etsy later, little listener. There's a few people he saved that have helped the creators make posters for him." He also got a couple sweaters for each of those heroes as well, including one of Midnight. He had squealed when he found a sweater of an older hero who was almost as unknown as Eraserhead. "It's sore." Izuku exclaimed when Nemuri asked. She was an underground hero 2 or 3 generations ago. She was so cool. This is the only one left, though. Hizashi checked the size and grinned, stating, well, this one is like 5 sizes bigger than what you wear, so that means it will fit you through a couple growth spurts. The boy grinned, hugging the sweater close to his chest as he looked to see if there were any other unknown heroes there was merch of. The answer was unfortunately no, but he was still happy with what he found. They finished up and loaded their groceries into the car, just in time for them to make it back to the apartment early, as they had furniture scheduled to arrive at 3 p.m. They spent the extra hour they had clearing Izuku's room out, preparing it for the furniture that was going to be built in there. The boy was strangely excited to build the furniture, mostly because he was certain it would be a mess. And it was, giving him a show of just how the polycule was in a domestic setting. You gave me the piece labeled H when I asked for E-da. It looked like an E show. It really didn't, Zashi, Nemuri countered. Screw you. You want to? Child. Oh, sheet. Sorry, Zuzu. Izuku just cackled from where he was using a screwdriver to tighten what Shyuda had instructed him to. Finally, the bed was up, and they were struggling to coordinate lifting the mattress onto it so they could finish adding the final railing. Why is this mattress so heavy? I swear it wasn't this bad, Nemuri whined. You're currently lifting it over your head. Of course it's gonna be heavy, Izuku sassed. F off. Zuzu. Pedflia? Zuzu. Shyuda started laughing, nearly making them drop it. They did the dresser next, which was not very difficult, but was frustrating for Shyuda when he failed to get the drawers to slide in. Everyone else could, but he struggled and refused to get help. The desk was about the same, just needing to have the legs screwed on. The one Izuku chose was able to be raised so he could stand when he wanted to. The bookshelves were quickly filled with his notebooks and hero figurines, only one shelf left at the bottom he randomly put a pillow on. Milkshake, a gray snowshoe cat Nemuri had found in an alley after getting a muffin at XYR favorite bakery, how XE named it, no one knows, very quickly claimed it, purring loudly as Tofu. The orange cat Izuku met his first morning in the apartment, sniffed curiously at the pillow. Machi, a black cat Hizashi found alone behind his radio station, watched them judgmentally from the doorway. She did, at least, until Sushi, a calico the boy had yet to get the story of, batted at her tail and subsequently got chased for his choices. The posters he got were easy to find places for as his new clothes finished in the dryer. It was not too long before they were put away. I've got to head to the station now, Hizashi explained to him once the 4 were done with his room. I won't be back until late, as you probably know. I'll see you in the morning, okay? The boy nodded, a knot forming in his stomachy as the blonde kissed the top of his head. They said goodbye to Shyuda and Nemuri before leaving, waving goodbye to Izuku as they closed the door. He failed to understand why he was so upset the blonde was leaving, so he tried to ignore it. They had ordered food to eat after they were done with Izuku's room, Hizashi having taken a container of. He focused on eating dinner, but the feeling persisted. The boy was watching Hero News alone in the living room when Shyuda approached him, sitting on the couch behind him as he took notes at the coffee table. Trying to take notes, at least. His eyes kept drifting to the door. Hizashi is coming back. Izuku's head snapped around to look at the man, a bead of disbelief forming in his chest. He went to tell Shyuda he knew that, but then he realized he was struggling to believe it. The last parental figure he had named Hizashi had left at dinner time for good. Don't let it call me. I don't want to hear from either of you. I'm going back to LA permanently, and neither of you are coming with me. I hope I never see you again, brat. They promised they would, the boy whispered, mostly to himself. He took a breath and continued, he said he wasn't. They said they would. Shyuda nodded, reaching out a hand to ruffle his hair comfortingly. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to let his reassurances be enough. Begging them to be enough. Do you want to sleep out here tonight? The man asked, the boy blushing in response. That's a bit childish, isn't it? Izuku asked, fidgeting with his pen as he looked at his guardian with his need present in his eyes. Shyuda shrugged, his hand picking through tangles in the boy's hair as he answered, I typically would make sure I can be near their station at the end of my patrol so I could make sure they got home safely. I think you being out here and making sure they come home would help me too. Izuku relaxed, the patheticness he had felt in his chest fading as he nodded at him, finally admitting to the man he wanted to stay in the living room. They set up pillows and a blanket for him when it was officially time for him to start trying to sleep. It was hard, as the boy kept looking at the door expectantly, but eventually he fell asleep. Section. Opening the door carefully to make sure they would not have to chase after any cats, Hizashi entered the apartment without a hassle. None were waiting to make a run for it, and they quickly found out why. All 4 were perched near or on the couch around Izuku, who was sound asleep. Mochi on the back, milkshake on the arm by his feet, tofu on his side, and sushi on the coffee table. They were helpless to stop the coup that left their lips, quickly taking a picture before either of the camera-shy cats Mochi and Milkshake could run away. They carefully walked to the boy, crouching to run their fingers through his hair. Izuku was easy to wake up, and luckily had not woken up harshly. His eyes opened before he moved much, gaze locking on Hizashi with a smile. "You came back." Those 3 words broke their heart, reminding them what trauma the boy had just experienced for the third time in his life. They smiled sadly at him, nodding and picking Izuku up off the couch. For the 2nd night in a row, they carried him to bed, though this time it was a little harder coordinating holding him while climbing the ladder. Instead of bothering with trying to cover him with any of the blankets on the bed, they simply made sure the one he had on the couch was fully covering him. Izuku smiled as Hizashi placed a kiss on his head, falling back asleep under the guardian's watchful eye. They let the tears they had held back fall once the boy was asleep, pained at the worry that had kept their son from sleeping in his new bed right away. "I'll always come back, Izuku," Hizashi promised, brushing a hand over his hair. "Always. Zuzu. I need your assistance." "Coming, Namuri." To try and fight his nerves, Izuku had been attempting to watch a villain fight on MeTube while writing analyses on the heroes involved. Why had he needed the distraction? Well, he was supposed to meet Ida Tensei and Tenya that very afternoon for a late lunch, but actually leaving for the event was not another 3 hours. Shyuda had suggested it would be better to, like ripping off a band-aid, have Izuku meet the two sooner rather than later. Said boy, being an avid band-aid ripper over Soaker, had agreed. Being completely willing and interested, however, had failed to override trauma from his previous introduction to family friends who would become his aunt-uncle with a child he was expected to befriend. The last time, it had worked out decently enough. Until it no longer had. He was texting Katsuki again, though. Katsuki was texting him again. They were texting about hero fights again. He was slowly rebuilding his friendship that had needed external factors, his transphobic mother and the other boy's ableist family taken away, to thrive. While all of it was happening, it failed to mean he was no longer scared. He nearly tripped over Tofu as he crossed his room to find Namuri, cursing the cat as he walked out to the living room. He readjusted his black and white long sleeve so it was less bunched and wrinkled under his white t-shirt that said "T-shirt" in black text. He had been living with the three for only 3 days, if you included Thursday. Although, it could technically have only been 2 as Saturday was still beginning. In that time, he had started helping Hizashi every morning with breakfast. While they had only had one occasion of making breakfast together, they had already come upon a schedule of Izuku learning JSL while cooking. Just 3 hours earlier, Namuri had asked him opinions on their students' costume designs, which had been surprising as they seemed to actually take the boys' opinions to heart as they looked at places Izuku pointed out. Not long after that, he had decided to bother a napping Shyuda by poking him. Poking had led to the man rolling over and starting to poke Izuku back. The poking quickly dissolved into wrestling, making the boy quite glad. He was starting to like living with the heroes despite the fears he had still circling him like a hurricane. His current fear with them centered around what might happen if he struggled to stay in the eye he had somehow found safety in. How quickly would the hurricane start moving, and would the boy be able to keep up? The clock on the microwave said 10:07, reminding him that he still had way too long to wait before 1 p.m. Luckily, Namuri was there to distract him with a manic grin as they held up sewing tape like it was a weapon. Unlike Izuku, they were still in comfier clothes with their hair up in a tight ponytail. While the boy was ready way too early, they were in a pair of leggings they liked to wear on runs with a blue, loose tank top laying over them. "Zuzu," Namuri announced with a smile. "I need to take some measurements from you." "Sure," he agreed, unable to keep from being infected by their smile, walking closer to and waiting for instruction before he asked, "Why did you need to measure me though?" "I wanted to design you a suit for any hero ball we might go to," they practically shouted, starting to measure the width of his shoulders. "You are going to be the most dashing prince. I can already tell." Izuku blushed, holding his arms up for them to measure his sides. He managed to get out a quick word of gratitude, "Thank you, Namuri. You don't have to, but I'm sure if you made it, it would be perfect." They chuckled and booped his nose in between measurements, exclaiming, "Ah! You're gonna make me blush." Now arms all the way up. The microwave read 10:16 once they were done, the boy holding in an anguished sigh at the sight. Waiting mode was killing him. While he was excited as he had been told Ida Tensei was a hero, and he really wanted to wait and see which hero the man was, he still felt like time was too slow. The only solace he had was the fact that his parents' guardians had put the notebook with his analysis on said hero in Namuri's mini backpack. That had also meant they got to read through his notebooks despite his anxiety screaming that his analysis was horrid and that the three would judge him for it. Shyuda's request to send a couple of entries to Nedu had been both validating and horrifying. He had refrained once it was obvious Izuku was unable to get himself to agree or disagree, but the validation had stuck. After the three had found the correct entry, with the boy looking away as they packed it to ensure he would keep from seeing the number and figure out the surprise too early, Shyuda had gone back to sleep, and Hizashi was humming as he graded English papers on the couch. The blonde had their hair up in a bun, sitting in sweatpants and a yellow shirt with the logo of their radio show on it. Namuri was writing in a sketchbook by the window, while the boy chose to sit on the ground after they had finished with their measurements. Unable to stop himself, he had begun anxiously twisting his fingers as he attempted to figure out what to do with himself. He knew his parents' guardians were not fans of when he fidgeted in such a way, but he was struggling to redirect. He had returned Hizashi's ring already, and the tassel pillow that had helped was under said blonde's arm. A sketchbook was placed on the coffee table in front of him, making him blink from the suddenness as it was followed by a comically large box of colored pencils. Looking up, he saw Namuri searching for something in their teacher work bag. Quickly, they triumphantly pulled out a normal pencil and an eraser, setting them next to the sketchbook, looking expectantly at a confused Izuku. "Draw a hero costume for your quirk," they explained. "What?" He was unable to stop himself from asking, Namuri's attempt to distract him passing right over his head. "You'll need to make a couple designs for your hero costume eventually," they explained patiently, their head tilting as they continued, "and you should make a couple designs based on practicality with your quirk, a design based on the theme you will have as a hero, and a design combining the two. I want you to draw one for your quirk." Izuku blinked at them, processing their words. He understood the logistics of their words, but there was something he was still struggling with. Glancing at the sketchbook gave him the answer. "Isn't this your work sketchbook?" he asked, the teacher nodding. "You want me to sketch my hero costume design in a sketchbook you frequently share with your students?" A blush took over their cheeks as their eyes widened, shaking their head furiously as they explained, "I wasn't planning to show any of your designs to my students. I honestly just grabbed the closest sketchbook I had. While I would love to brag about your designs to my students, I wouldn't do that until you were confident in them." His own cheeks flooded with pink, and he turned away from them to instead look down at the sketchbook. He was unsure of how to respond properly, as well, he was afraid that if he did respond, he might squeak instead. He picked up the pencil they had given him, hesitantly starting to roughly draw an outline of himself. As he did, he made a list of weapons that might assist him as a hero, along with outfit preferences. He was coloring in a shoe when Shuda's voice carefully entered the bubble he had formed, complimenting, "I like the color scheme you chose. It fits you." Despite the gentleness and care the man had put into trying not to scare Izuku, the bubble popped. He spun to see Shuda's face not far from his, looking over the design with considering eyes. A bit of horror flooded through the boy, the tight, "it's not ready yet" feeling artists could get when someone saw their work before they were ready for others to see clenching in his stomachy. He was unable to stop himself from aggressively grabbing the notebook, holding it to his chest and attempting to hide it from any eyes. The man, who had been crouched next to him, fell back softly onto the ground, folding his legs into a crisscross. He stayed for a moment with his hands up on his knees, not speaking or moving. His lack of reaction made Izuku realize he was panting with actual fear pulsing through his core. His confusion was sure to be visible as he looked down at his chest, his body unwinding as he processed the reaction he just had. "I'm sorry," Shyuda stated, shocking the boy with his genuine tone. He continued, "I should have asked before I looked. It's hard to share first drafts when you haven't been able to be proud of it yet." His next words were the most startling. "May I look at it?" Izuku felt himself nod, but he failed to move. He let himself consider if he really was okay with sharing. He knew he was good at drawing frames, and that he had gotten his body well. He had drawn what he wanted when it came to an outfit, and he had a list of weapons he was still figuring out how they would stay on his person. He just wanted to color it first, but he had yet to be done coloring. He knew it was good, but he was unable to feel ready to show it. It had yet to be finished, and he hated the idea of showing it in progress. He did not want to, but he already said yes. "You can tell me your real answer," Shyuda stated, Izuku's eyes that had been drifting away snapping to his as the man explained. "I know saying yes was an automatic response. You can say what you really want to instead of the automatic." "That's rude," the boy quietly protested, a paranoid thought telling him he was being tested. "To change my mind." "It would only be rude if you changed your mind and made it my problem for not reading your mind," Shyuda disagreed. "You can read my mind though," Izuku pointed out. I can read your micro-expressions and make educated guesses, the man corrected, pointing playfully at the boy's chest as he said his next sentence. You're the one who can read people's minds. Izuku can read people's minds? They both looked up at the words, following them to the hallway entrance where a shocked Hizashi and Namiri were standing. The former had specifically been the one to ask the question, looking particularly horrified, yet intrigued. Izuku nodded shyly, fiddling with the pencil as he explained, I accidentally used my quirk on Shyuda and could feel him think kid lost control or something like that. I think when I would accidentally use it on Kaken, I would hear his thoughts on what I was talking about and think he was a part of a conversation. Who's Kaken? Namiri asked with their head tilted to the side. They shook their head quickly before saying, actually, tell me in the car. It's time to go. You ready, kid? Izuku nodded at Shyuda as the man came to stand next to him, while the boy was staring out at the house. He managed to get out, yeah. Just a little nervous. Don't worry, Zuzu. Namiri exclaimed, finally stepping out of the passenger seat and looking earnestly at him as they assured him, they'll love you. I'm not very nervous about Tensei liking me. The shorter member of the trio led the way to the door, Hizashi walking behind them, and Shyuda to Izuku's right. The boy found it impossible to resist placing himself right behind the blonde, subconsciously attempting to hide as the doorbell was rung. The door was opened by a tall, blue-haired man. The lovely trio. And you must be Izuku. How are you? Izuku forced himself to lean enough to make his head visible and smiled shyly, the rest of his body still hidden behind Hizashi. I'm good, he got out, proud of himself for the minimal stuttering. Glad to hear it. Come on in. Tenya should be in the living room waiting for us. They left their shoes at the Genkan and walked down the hall to the living room. A boy just barely taller than Izuku with blue hair, a polo, khakis, and a pair of wireframe glasses had stood up as they arrived. He walked over to them swiftly with purpose before chopping a hand out. Hello. My name is Ida Tenya. W.H. Izuku yelped slightly at how forward the boy was and hid further behind Hizashi instead of behind and to the side. In his fear, he clutched onto the sides of the blonde's shirt to make sure his tallest parent guardian stayed in front of him. Hey, Izuku. It's okay, Hizashi spoke quietly, attempting to comfort the boy without dislodging him from where he felt safest. Shyuda crouched down next to him and put a comforting hand on his back. To the other boy, he explained, Izuku is a bit shy, Tenya-kun. You simply startled him. Are you okay with trying again a bit softer? The youngest of the Ida family nodded from where he stood just 6 feet away, exclaiming much quieter and less emphatically, of course, and with a bow he added, I apologize for scaring you. Izuku felt himself finally relax, feeling foolish for his reaction and replying, it's okay. It's nice to meet you, Ida-kun. His nervous stutter was back as he spoke just slightly louder than a whisper, only slightly peeking out from behind Hizashi. He also bowed, though he was cut short by his hand still being clasped to the blonde's shirt, and expressed, I'm sorry for how I reacted. It was inappropriate. No. Ida refused the apology and emphasized it with a vicious head shake. I can be a bit much when I'm nervous. I'm usually much better at not being so aggressive. You're nervous? Izuku asked, stunned. They were your family first? Izuku. Namiri's words were interrupted by the other boy's sharp, yet kind voice explaining, I'm not nervous because of that. My aunt and uncles would never be rude to me for not bonding immediately with their children. I was nervous because I am not good at making friends, and don't want to mess up a friendship that I don't have to go out of my way to place a basis of why we should be friends. He stared at Ida with a blank, overwhelmed expression. Then, he blinked at the other boy for quite a few seconds, processing the anxiety he apparently shared. Maybe. The elder Ida was interrupted by Izuku letting go of Hizashi's shirt and walking up to the younger, stopping just in front of the boy and holding out his hand. That makes 2 of us, so let's start over. I'm Izuku. I don't currently have a family name, so please call me Izuku. I believe I also would have offered for you to refer to me by my chosen name whether I had a family name or not. The younger boy was a bit startled and equally overwhelmed, but he could see the other was simply processing everything Izuku had just said. The elder Ida was practically shaking with nerves in the edges of the older boy's vision by the time the younger smiled and grabbed Izuku's hand to shake it. I'm Ida Tenya. I would also like you to use my given name, but not because you would like me to use yours. I have another part of my introduction that I typically use, but Onii, Tenya faltered at the endearment, unsure of himself as he looked up at Ida. I don't mind, he reassured the boy, an earnest, sad look in his eyes. Whatever name you feel comfortable referring to me as. Tenya nodded, but still looked nervous, his hand still in Izuku's. He took in a deep breath and continued, Tenta said you wanted to guess that part, so I will refrain from adding it. The shorter boy beamed, letting go of the other's hand, making a note of the blue and gray beaded bracelet on his wrist to pat the sides of his thighs in excitement as he asked, which hero he is? Tenya nodded, looking excited himself. Let's all sit before you start deducing, Zuzu. Yes, Namuri. Izuku agreed, following the three to the couch running along the wall perpendicular to the hallway, tucking himself between Hizashi and Namuri. As his nervous finger twisting was interrupted by Hizashi's ringed right hand, Tenya and Ida sat on the couch against another wall, the two couches together creating an L shape. He finally took a moment to observe the elder Ida, taking in his build and demeanor. Anything that might give clues to who he was. He was unable to rely on the man's hair or face, unfortunately. He figured he must wear a mask of some sort, which was smart in his opinion. More heroes could be better protected safety and identity-wise with a mask. As well, they were terribly comfortable in Izuku's humble opinion. It clicked when his gaze locked onto the holes with metal lining in his right elbow, his eyes widening dramatically. The man in question chuckled, asking, "You figure it out? The trio told me that you wanted to figure out my hero persona instead of being told." Izuku nodded, practically starting to bounce in his seat as he excitedly stated, "You're the turbo hero, Ingenium. You're able to move fast because of the engines in your elbows and you have your own agency. In Hosu. That's so cool. Zuzu, you're starting to sing." During breakfast, Izuku had asked for his parents' guardians to try and help him be more aware of his quirk activating. While the bracelet had done nothing to restrict him, he had woken up with a bit of a sore throat. He wanted to avoid wearing it if possible, and the three had immediately understood. It was because Hizashi was not a fan of the more general approach to telling him about his quirk use because of how harsh it could unintentionally come across that they came up with the phrase Namuri had used. "You have almost every other power that a siren has," they had pointed out. Referring to it as singing would add to the aesthetic. "What do you mean by singing, Aunt Namuri?" Tenya inquired, his head tilted to the side with a lost look still stuck in his eyes as he peered curiously from the left of Ida. And what was, well, I don't know how to describe that. Izuku shrunk in on himself just slightly, feeling embarrassed that he had lost control so soon into meeting the two. He explained nervously, "It's my quirk. I didn't know I had it until a few days ago, so I'm not in much control of it yet. But it's kinda like a siren song? It makes you, from what we understand, fully focus on what I'm saying and ignore all outside STMLTN. That's really cool, Izuku-kun." Ida-san exclaimed, not looking at all bothered by the boy's loss of control. "Thank you, Ida-san. You can call me Tensei, kiddo. I don't really need the formality." "Okay." Izuku eventually had Namuri pull out his notebook for an autograph and to ask a couple questions, before he wrestled his fanboying in to let the conversation flow to other topics. Soon, though, a ding rang from the kitchen. "That would be lunch. Let me go check on that. It should be ready though." Tensei left, leaving the room in slightly awkward silence. "So, Izuku-kun," Tenya began. "What middle school will you be moving on to?" "I will be going to Sumai." The boy in question shrugged. "I still need to find a new one. It is better that with my change in guardians that I also change schools, so I haven't had time to consider junior high." "That makes sense. While I would suggest you go to my school, you do live a bit too far away for that. I still hope that we can be friends, though, despite our separate schooling," the other boy exclaimed, his arm doing a small chopping motion. Izuku smiled, feeling a blush start to fill his cheeks at Tenya's words. He was unused to people going out of their way to be his friend, let alone be happy to be his friend. "Yeah. School doesn't separate friends. Quirks, however, although I guess it wasn't my lack that had pushed away Kaken, would it have? Had he not noticed my quirk?" The younger boy smiled, and just afterwards Tensei came back from the kitchen. "All right, lunch is ready. I hope you like katsudon." Izuku bounced up, ready to sprint to the dining room, but also shy enough that he waited to be able to hide behind Hizashi again. Maybe it was becoming a habit, but the blonde just had the perfect posture that seemed tall and confident, which the boy found safety in. The adults shared fond looks. Unbeknownst to him, Tensei had asked what Izuku's favorite meal was, hoping to help the boy feel a little less nervous. It seemed to work just as he had hoped. They had all settled down at the table when Tensei spoke up. "I overheard you guys discussing middle school earlier, and one of the support item team members. What am I saying? She's the team lead. Anyways, she has a daughter Tenya and Izuku-kun's age who goes to Nabu, which is a joint elementary and middle school. Might be a good choice for Izuku that's local with the possibility of a new friend." Something in the boy began screaming, and he held back the instinct to agree. He wondered for a moment if it was simply because Tensei had suggested the school, but he knew better than that. It had to be something else. Why do I feel like there is someone who needs my help at Nabu? As Izuku came out of his pondering, he noticed his guardians nodding at the suggestion. It is on the drive to UA. It would make it easy for us to drop Zuzu off some mornings. We'll have to see about it. Probably do a tour of the school after summer break. That starts the week after next, doesn't it? Hizashi nodded to Shyuda's question. Yeah. We'll be back in time to wish the little listeners a good summer a couple days before break. Tensei tilted his head, questioning, you'll be back? Shyuda nodded, looking down at his plate as he explained, we took off until Wednesday to help settle Izuku in. Wanted to make sure he was comfortable before I left for. The man's head jerked slightly, gaze locking on the boy in question as his eyes widened fractionally, a small action Izuku was still learning to notice. One he was still learning meant, something was wrong? The camp, Shyuda stated before anyone could question why he had paused. Yeah, something was wrong. The camp, his spouses parroted with light concern and complete understanding. Tensei's eyes were slightly sad, his head tilting in understanding as he asked, you have first years this year, don't you? The trio nodded solemnly, leaving Izuku more confused. What do you mean by the camp? The boy asked, Tenya nodding to the question. After exchanging looks, Shyuda was the one to speak up. First-year students go to a week-long, overnight training camp during the second week of summer break, he stated, waiting for Izuku to nod in understanding. Their homeroom teacher also goes with them. You have first years this year, don't you? Oh. His dad Shyuda was going to be gone for a whole week soon. Even worse, he would not get to see or likely talk to him for a whole week. If he could barely handle Hizashi being gone for 8 hours? Yeah, kiddo. I'm sorry that it has to be so soon. It's okay. Izuku rushed to reassure the man, not wanting to appear clingy despite that being exactly what he was. I'll still have Namuri and Hizashi to keep me company. You'll just have to deal with me asking you a million questions when you get back. Shyuda just chuckled, the tilt of his eyebrows telling the boy he had failed his attempt at reassurance. I'm counting on it, kid. HW forced himself to focus on something else for the time being, mostly to avoid the concern he had been able to see in the man's eyes. He was reminded of a note he took when his eyes were distracted by the bracelet on Tenya's wrist. It reminded him of Namuri's bracelet. They wore it when they preferred XEZM over they-them, a thread bracelet that was woven with purple, black and gray. Hizashi had something similar, though it was a small pin with a light blue gem they wore on the collar of their shirts when they preferred he-him. To avoid putting Tenya on the spot, he asked Tensei a question. Tensei-kun? What are your pronouns? Mine are he-him da. The man looked a little surprised by the question, while the younger boy looked at him with a confused gaze before realization set in. Realization, that was quickly followed by jealousy. Oh. Mine are he-him as well. Izuku smiled at the man before shifting his gaze to Tenya, who was fiddling with his chopsticks. He seemed to be attempting to distract himself from his jealousy. Tenya-kun, he called for the younger's attention. Tenya looked up with a bit of joy, yet fear in his eyes as he asked, may I ask yours as well? Despite his obvious joy, the other shrunk in on himself anxiously. A hand on his shoulder from Tensei helped him to take a breath and regain his confident posture. My pronouns are he-they, he answered, stuttering through the last pronoun nervously. Izuku nodded before pointing to his own wrist to clarify, and your bracelet? Which pronoun does it specify? Tenya smiled, a light blush settling over as he explained, it represents me preferring he-him. I mostly prefer they-them da. The boy nodded, smiling reassuringly. Makes sense. Not too much later, lunch was finished, with the trio and Izuku leaving not much longer after. The boy's phone held 2 more numbers on the ride home compared to the ride to the Ida household. He felt excited for whatever came next. It might be shaky, but the foundations of trust and hope were sure to support his excitement long enough for them to solidify. Hey, little listener? What's up, Hizashi? The two were together on the couch, simply existing separately in each other's presence. Izuku liked to think of it as cuddling, but he knew it could be seen as anything but cuddling. Mostly because Hizashi was sitting lying? Upside down with their legs thrown over the back of the couch, their head practically touching the ground. When the boy had asked, they had stated they were regulating. He had not exactly been sure how lying in such a way was regulating, but when the hero failed to protested Izuku joining, nor had they protested the boy using their stomachi as a footrest, he decided he was not in need of the knowledge to satisfy his curiosity. I just had a thought, and when was your birthday? The pro asked, their head twisting to get a view of him, who was playing Infinite Minesweeper on his phone. More like failing, as he for some reason kept missing obvious landmines, and thus kept having to watch ads. Oh. Izuku was startled, fighting a beat of despair and sadness to explain, "It was last Thursday, well, the Thursday before you guys started fostering me. Specifically the 15th. Last what?" Hizashi exclaimed with their quirk, practically rolling off the couch in their shock. They almost took him with them, but the boy managed to yank his feet away just in time despite having been more focused on worrying they were going to hit the coffee table. They, luckily, rolled away from it, doing so with an accuracy that told Izuku they regularly dramatically flopped off the couch. "Is that a bad thing?" he asked, feeling the despair start to come back up despite his best efforts. "It's the absolute worst, the man Enby?" The Enby child wailed from their spot where they now lay on their front on the floor. Without prompting, they continued to explain the reason for their self-inflicted misery to be, "We missed your birthday." "You guys didn't even know I existed," Izuku retorted, rolling his eyes and settling himself fully back into the couch, not paying as much attention to his phone anymore. "That's no excuse." The boy just snorted in response, allowing the hero to flop on his legs when they moved back to the couch. It was Sunday afternoon, still the first week of Izuku living with the three heroes. The fourth day of them officially fostering him. The two of them were the only ones interacting with each other, as Shyuda was taking a nap with the cats in the popular living room sunspot while Namuri was on a jog. "Why did you little sheets decide to wake me up?" Well, it appeared he was no longer napping. Izuku giggled, always finding the way the man fondly called the three of them curse words hilarious. "It's not my fault that Hizashi is drama royalty," he argued, feigning annoyance. "For one, I am now using that term." My brain had the happy at the name, the drama royalty in question piped up, genuine euphoria in their eyes. "For two, we just barely missed our baby's birthday." The man tilted his head back to look at the boy, asking, "When was your birthday?" "The 15th. Of this month," he clarified, just barely hiding his surprise. "Not you too, Shyuda." "Yes, I am a Cancer baby." Shyuda nodded his head before resting it as it had been, deciding, "Yeah, Zashi's dramatics make more sense now. I'll allow it." Izuku groaned, complaining, "Why?" The man just chuckled, explaining, "Because we care about you, Izuku. We want to share these kind of things with you." His words made the boy's heart skip a beat, tears brimming his eyes as the despair and sadness came back at full force. He looked down at the cupcake he had bought, the candle burning slowly as Izuku stared out over the city. His mother was anywhere but home, not even a note. The roof of his apartment building was cold, and the flame of the candle was too small to warm him. "Happy birthday to me," he whispered, tears finally falling as he shakily blew out the candle. Alone for the third year in a row. He blinked away the memory, feeling the tears of unprocessed hurt fighting to spill from his eyes. He desperately wanted a hug, but he was unable to bring himself to ask for one despite Hizashi's previous assurances. Luckily, the parent guardian in question seemed to catch on to his need, as they quickly scooted up the couch and wrapped Izuku into their arms. The boy's nose pressed to the base of their throat as they held him close. Shyuda also got up, albeit with a groan of sore joints, and settled behind him, wrapping his arms over both his and Hizashi's torsos and the other over his own head to comb through Izuku's curls. The care he felt in that moment helped his tears fade from those of pain to those of joy, being able to feel just how cared about he finally was. "You guys had a cuddle pile without me?" Izuku giggled as Namuri ran over and settled on top of the three of them, causing Hizashi and Shyuda to groan in protest. "Nem, you're covered in sweat. You can't be serious, right?" "My sweat is hidden by the gas shield." Specifically, they meant the thin body suits they wore at all times when not in long clothing or their hero costume. It kept them from accidentally using their quirk on anyone. It also was, luckily, not too much of a hassle for them in the few times they got really sweaty or overheated, as it was not easy for them to experience either. "Nem. You won't believe this." "Hizashi, it's not a big deal," Izuku meekly tried to protest despite his new and strange delight that such a fuss was being made over him. "Yes it is. The listener's birthday was last Thursday." They held themselves up to better look at the boy, exclaiming, "Shyuda arrested you on your birthday?" "The one before that, Nem," Shyuda explained with a deadpan. "We just missed your birthday," they amended, at which Izuku groaned and buried his face further into Hizashi's chest to hide the smile he felt slightly guilty about. "Come on kiddo. I'm sure you could understand how we feel. I mean, Zashi's was the 7th. He stiffened. "That's not fair for you to use against me," he whined in annoyance, though it lacked any actual heat of true offense. "Too bad, Izuku." Izuku aimed a heel kick at Shuda's shin, an act he very easily could have dodged, but was likely too lazy to move his leg away. "You wound me." "Good he yelped, flinching away from the hand that tasered his side, causing the other two members of the cuddle pile to laugh. Nemuri pulled themselves up, at which point Izuku noticed with a blush exactly where their chest had been. Nem. Why? They're soft and you know it. Ugh. Once they stood, they pulled themselves into a stretch. I'm gonna go take a shower, and then we're all gonna go out so Izuku can pick out a cake and us three can pick out gifts for him. No objections. Izuku and Shyuda groaned while Hizashi exclaimed their agreement. The former two were not big fans of going out in public, but both were thinking of what gifts they could possibly get. Soon enough, they had arrived at a shopping district, one with a bakery and multiple stores. Izuku was glad there was so much outside space instead of being indoors like the mall they had gone to before. As well, the boy was being sent out on his own to find a gift and a cake. He had questioned the choice, as he was supposed to be within Shyuda's general vicinity. As well, the idea they would be separating from him made his attachment issues flare. We will be within the required radius, the man stated, his eyes looking over Izuku's expression as he spoke. It made the boy worried that his fear was painted a bit too clearly on his face, and he worried the man might think he was being clingy. Instead, he reached over to Hizashi and unclipped the car keys from the blonde's belt. As well, he pulled another key out from his own pocket and handed it to Izuku. Nemuri seemed to catch on to their husband's actions, as they swung their mini backpack around and pulled out another key that they also handed it to the boy. Hold on to the car keys and the spare keys, Shyuda said, his voice soft and comforting as he explained, we won't be able to leave without them. Izuku felt himself blush, all three sets of keys in his hands still as he struggled to move and put them away in his own mini backpack Pro Hero Hawks themed specifically, having been too embarrassed to get one themed after present Mike. Nemuri noticed his catatonic state and carefully pulled on the strap of his backpack, Izuku mindlessly following their silent request to let them take the bag off. They opened the main compartment and held it under his full hands, the boy taking a moment to let the keys fall into his backpack. They handed him the still open bag to pull out a bit of yen from their wallet, tucking it into the still open pocket before zipping it up. Izuku felt extremely overwhelmed, but tried his hardest to force himself through understanding. That is some money for the cake, Nemuri explained, zipping up their own bag and continuing to explain as they slipped it back on, and some extra because I'm sure that you're bound to try and find something for Zashi. He stuttered out, still struggling and overwhelmed. Thank you? But, I have my own money? And I don't plan to buy that expensive of a gift? I wouldn't need all of that. Hizashi's eyes seemed to frown despite their reassuring smile. They walked forward and pulled Izuku into a hug despite the bag still being in his hands between them. They squeezed him tight, the boy letting the comfort and reassurance flow over him until his brain finally flipped a switch and he relaxed. He refused to pull away until he was ready, finally looking at Shyuda and shyly thanking him. Hush, kid, the man retorted with a blush on his cheeks. I want you to be able to look for a gift without worrying that we might accidentally give it away to Hizashi. As well, we aren't expecting you to spend all of the money Nem gave you. It's just for you to have a good budget. Plus, after the trip, you should keep it. It can be an allowance I guess, but it is good for you to have money on you in case of an emergency, okay? Izuku sighed, knowing he was not getting out of it. He refused to let himself think about the keys in his bag, along with the fact that he knew Shyuda always kept his capture weapon wrapped around his arms and chest in case of an emergency. Him having the keys was meant to represent the other fact. That they truly were not planning to abandon him. The spare keys were a reassurance that they had no way to change their minds because they did not want to. He gave in, putting his backpack on and nodding. Okay. All right. Let's plan to meet up here when we're done with our shopping. Hizashi exclaimed before dashing off. Izuku blinked, staring after the parent guardian that had just hugged a panic attack out of him, yet was very quickly disappearing into the depths of the shopping district. He muttered, they have too much energy. You'll learn to absorb it eventually, kid, Shyuda assured him, looking like he himself had yet learned to do that. With those words, the three that were left all separated. The boy decided to head straight to a bakery, starting to browse the cakes. Hi. I'm Shoji Jun. Feel free to ask me any questions. Izuku nodded to the multi-armed man who had just emerged from the back with trays of baked items. He had not found himself particularly interested in the ones that were on display, but he would settle for them if need be. Thank you, Shoji-san, the boy began, bowing a bit before asking, would you be willing to write on a cake? My guardians just learned when my birthday was and are making me get a cake. The man chuckled, shaking his head and stating, sounds like something I would do. But, sure. What would you like it to say? Probably, happy belated birthday Zuzu and Zashi. One of their birthdays was the 7th, so I'm making them suffer as well. The man cackled, repeating, sounds like something I would do. But, sure. Just hey, Mezu. Thanks for making that DLVRY for me. The bell above the door dinged as a kid Izuku's age walked in with wings made of different body parts. Of course, Dad. Oh, hello. Welcome to the shop, the other welcomed him with a bow, his voice coming from a mouth on the end of one of his wings, his eyes clearly showing a smile despite a mask covering the lower half of his face. Hope you find something you like. Hello, the boy greeted, bowing back. And, thank you. Your quirk is really fascinating by the way. A light blush appeared just above the mask. Thanks. I'm still learning different things about it, but I hope my quirk helps me be a hero one day. Izuku started vibrating in place, exclaiming, your quirk would be perfect for hero work. So, I'm happy to hear that. You could easily be helpful for information gathering and standing watch for if anything could go wrong in raids. Sorry. I think I started singing. The kid lightly shook his head to help gain his focus again, assuring the boy, it's okay. And, thank you for your observation. Was that your quirk? Izuku nodded with a blush, explaining, I kind of have the abilities of a siren? Basically what we understand right now is that I can make people focus solely on my words, but I'm hoping to expand and see if I can create illusions in people's minds like an actual siren, he explained, keeping focus on not accidentally using his quirk again. He noticed, though, a slight flex in the bottom of his throat, most likely in his vocal cords. He made himself pause before he took a breath when he felt it, stopping his quirk from activating. He held in a rush of excitement, knowing he finally had a better grasp of where it came from. I can't wait to tell them, oh, Cammy. I'm excited to tell them like I'm a little kid who drew a picture and wants to show their parents. Is that why you called it singing? Shoji-san asked. Yeah, he confirmed, ignoring a realization that was struggling to make itself know against the wall he put up in his mind. My guardian suggested it so it sounded nicer than telling me I was losing control of my quirk. The elder Shoji nodded. Sounds about right. Anyways, I have a list here of unfrosted cakes we have in the back, so feel free to choose one and a frosting flavor plus color. It will be a bit of a wait if you decide to go that route. Izuku walked over and peered at the list, assuring the man, that's okay. I plan to go buy my guardian, Hizashi, a gift as well, so that works with me. He decided on a red velvet cake with a not too dark of a green frosting and pale yellow words. Oh, is there any way you could write it in English? Hizashi is an English teacher, so I think they would find it hilarious. The elder chuckled. Sure. I know enough to write that I believe. Just let them know that I probably ended up using a translation search engine at some point. Izuku laughed. I will. How much will that be? Oh, it will be. The boy left the bakery and headed to a gift shop to get some ideas for a gift. It was while browsing through the aisles that he found 3 amazing mugs. A yellow mug with a shooting star and the words, World's Best Pop Star. A black mug with white letters saying, I'm the cat dad. I might also have a human child. And a pastel purple mug with cartoony glasses stating, parents make rules, but I don't play by the rules, winky face. These would be perfect for Mother's and Father's Day. But Hizashi and Nemuri aren't exactly a dad or a mom. They're more, just parents? How do I celebrate them while respecting their genders? They're my parents, to me, the 3 are my parents, oh, Cammy. Izuku pulled out his phone despite his revelation to look up Parent Day for non-binary parents, quickly becoming shocked by the result. July 25th? That's today. Without letting himself panic at spending his parents' money, or the fact he thought of them as parents more than guardians, he grabbed all 3 of the mugs and headed to the front to pay. Ah, these are adorable. I forget that we have so many mugs. Yeah. I saw them and just thought, perfect. I get you. Now that will be. The boy headed to the next store that caught his eye and walked inside. It was similarly another gift shop, but a little bigger. He started browsing again. A back massager? No. I think they prefer when Shyuda gives them back massages. A hair clip? I don't know if they like to do their hair. Sure, Nemuri had helped them with it, but that was more to ensure it was presentable? Then, he saw it. It being a necklace, one made out of more of a fabric string. It had a silver, star-shaped locket attached that had enough room to hold a photo, and he thought of the selfie he had taken of him and Hizashi the night before. Izuku had been laying on the couch, meanwhile the blonde had been sat at the table doing some grading the last of it for the weekend, luckily with their hair down. The boy had angled the phone to where Hizashi was focused and looking down, while his head and shoulders were in the picture, holding up a little finger heart. He had sent the picture to the blonde, who decided to save it as their home screen. I did see a print shop a few stores down. Izuku was only another 20 minutes before he was meeting up with his parents. Hey! Sorry I took so long. The 3 just chuckled. That's all right, little listener. And I see you bought a bit of stuff? The NB asked with a teasing air. Izuku held the bag a little closer to himself, not wanting any of them to peek at the gifts as he explained, I saw some stuff and forced myself to buy it before I overthought it. Namiri squealed, you're so cute. And the cake. Can I see it? An evil grin spread across the boy's face as he nodded, holding the box out for them to open. They practically started cackling at the sight of it. Zuzu! You're so evil. What did the problem child do? They just gestured to the cake, making Shyuda and Hizashi actually look at the cake. The former hit a snort as a cough into his elbow while the latter started to whine. How could you, little listener? I mean, it's clever. But, why? Payback's a beach. Who corrupted our baby? I literally have no filter, Zashi. You really expect the problem child to not catch on to my lack of care? Well, ugh. Izuku just cackled, following the trio to the car. They ended up standing around the vehicle for half a minute, until the boy realized with a blush why Hizashi was taking so long to unlock the doors. He handed out the 3 sets to their respective owners, Shyuda simply ruffling his hair in response. Once they got back to the apartment, Namiri pulled out some candles so they could start singing to Izuku with the cake on the coffee table. The boy joined in just to mess with Hizashi, and made them join him in blowing out the candles. Now, presents. Mine first. Namiri pulled out a shopping bag, and, a shipping box? One of these I was planning to wait another few days to give you, but might as well for the birthday celebration. Izuku rolled his eyes and opened the box first, which had been resealed with a single piece of tape. Inside was, you got me a binder? They gave him a small, sheepish smile, explaining, I got you a NDE color and a forest green, because I didn't know which you would prefer. Sho had mentioned you already felt the need to bind, so I wanted to get you a safer. The boy launched himself into their lap, which was luckily not far, as they were all sat around the coffee table. Thank you. They chuckled and squeezed him tight. You're welcome, Zuzu. He pulled away not too much later, lightly rubbing away a few tears and settling back in his original spot. He pulled over the shopping bag and pulled out a nice journal with a leather cover. There were a couple other different kinds of journals in the bag as well. I thought you might like to write your analysis in a nicer notebook, you know? We could also work on creating a code for you as you get even better at your analysis, just in case anyone gets their hands on it, you know? Izuku loved the way they said it. The small implication he was already good made his heart swirl. It was already easier to accept compliments, even in the few days he had been living with the heroes. Thank you. Especially for getting me different kinds. Of course. My turn. What if I wanted Shyuda to go next? The boy teased the floundering hero. Well, I mean that's fine if that's what you want. He's teasing you, Zashi. Just go, Shyuda told them with mirth. Izuku cackled as Hizashi pouted. You're lucky I'm too excited to refuse to give it to you. Oh, no. Spare me, Izuku deadpanned, causing the dark-haired man to laugh. The blonde stuck out their tongue as they handed over their own shopping bag. Inside was a medium-sized, forest green axolotl squishmallow. I'm not sure why, little listener, but it kinda reminded me of a siren? I don't know if that makes sense. He smiled, pulling the axolotl into his chest to read the name. He hugged it tighter as he let out, Kami, the name is Archie. That's so cute. Hizashi scooted a little closer to look at the tag. I didn't know they had names. Izuku nodded, explaining, they all do, but not all of them have the best names. Once I saw a bunny squishmallow in a store with the name Blake and decided that if I ever got one, I would call it Butlake. Shuda's head ticked backwards as he shouted, son of a beach. The boy jumped, having at first mimicked the physical tick. What? The man sighed and put his head in his hands as Namiri and Hizashi started cackling. Because of the loud blonde on your right being obsessed with memes as a kid, my tics started to be triggered by them. So, if you start a meme, I'll probably finish it. Izuku looked at the other two a little concerned. And it's okay to laugh? Shyuda shrugged as he sat back up. I don't mind as long as it's not mean-spirited. He nodded, still overwhelmed but wishing to move on. Okay. Your turn? The man just picked up his bag and handed it to the boy. Inside was following a color pattern. It seemed a green butterfly knife with a dull blade. You fidget a lot, so I thought having something that could help with dexterity in terms of battles might be something you would appreciate. Izuku started lightly playing with the knife already, and could see why Shyuda got him a dull blade when he immediately caught it by said edge the first time he flipped it. Thanks. This is really cool, he exclaimed, getting up to walk around the coffee table and give the man a tight hug. Shyuda patted his back and hugged with just as much force. You're welcome, kid. Izuku pulled away, walking over to his shopping bag but not reaching into it. Instead, he started fidgeting with the knife as he fought nervous energy. So, I got extra things, because while in a shop, I noticed some things that reminded me of all of you, he explained. Which led to me finding out that today is Parents' Day, so here you guys go. He forced himself to hand each of them their mugs, all of which had been wrapped protectively in tissue paper. Ah, little listener. This is so perfect. I'm definitely taking this to the station with me. Hizashi exclaimed, throwing their arms around the boy. This is such a pretty color, and this literally is me as a parent. Thanks, Zuzu, Namuri said, cackling. Shyuda stared at the mug for a few moments, before he gave a single snort and wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders, as the boy had knelt between him and Hizashi momentarily to hand them both their mugs. Thanks, kid. Izuku smiled at them all before returning to his spot and pulling out a small, black box and turning to Hizashi. This is what I got you. I hope you like it. I'll always love it if it's from you, little listener. The blonde opened the box and started cooing, "Ah, a locket. We'll have to take a picture for it." The boy just gave them a smile, countering, "But we already did." Hizashi tilted their head. "What? Just open it." The blonde pulled the locket out of the box before opening it, proceeding to get stuck just staring at the photo. Izuku grew worried the longer they did. Do you like it?" They turned their head towards the boy with a tear rolling down their face. "Oh, baby, it's perfect." Izuku started tearing up and pulled Hizashi into a hug, both of their shoulders shuddering lightly in repressed sobs of happiness. Namuri and Shyuda watched on with tears in their own eyes, plus a phone to capture the moment of course. The two stayed like that until they were both ready to let go, separating with little sniffles. "Let's cut the cake, yeah?" They all chuckled and went to the kitchen, Izuku happy to have the first pick of a piece. He took a bite as the others were getting their own slices, and felt his eyes start tearing up. Again, with the waterworks? He struggled to chew his food as he got more emotional. His mother Inko? He was unsure whether or not it was okay to demote her. He had done so to make a point to Katsuki, but was that something that was allowed? She had gotten him nothing for his birthday, none for any since he was 7, but it still hurt. This year, he had been alone, but he made himself celebrate as he had realized he was starting to forget the date. Now, he was surrounded by people he just met that made the day so much more important than he had ever thought it to be. "Little listener? Are you okay? You don't have to eat it if you don't like it?" Izuku shook his head and forced himself to swallow the small bite he had taken. He managed to stutter out an explanation. "I haven't celebrated my birthday with anyone in a few years. It's really nice." The three all responded with varying expressions. Shyuda looked murderous, Namuri sad and teetering on angry. Meanwhile, Hizashi gave him a look of understanding. "Of course it is, little listener. You deserve to celebrate it and be happy." The boy tried to hold in tears and sobs as he nodded, but quickly felt the dam break as tears leaked despite his best attempts. His guardians know. His parents surrounded him in a hug and let him break down. They spent the rest of the night together, all with their hearts a little fuller. "I'm home." Attempting to calm himself down, and simultaneously release some eager energy, Izuku fidgeted with the butterfly knife he had been gifted 3 days prior. He was not allowed to be away from the pro-hero who had caught him yet, as it had yet to be a full week, let alone 2. This meant that his parents had to take him with them to UA, which also meant that Izuku got to visit UA before he would be a student at said school. It was easy to conclude that none of the 4 were truly complaining about the predicament, least of all Izuku. Had he not still been recovering from extreme quirk exhaustion, he was certain his parents would have let him keep singing as he rambled about the different heroes that worked at the school post, being told he would be joining him. Hizashi had looked absolutely distraught when Shyuda had softly suggested the boy put on his quirk-canceling bracelet to help avoid hurting himself. An extreme reaction, one that had helped him feel less like he was in trouble, and more like he was being taken care of. Everything his parents did made him feel like he was being taken care of, and it felt wrong, but he was slowly becoming addicted to the feeling of it. The fidgeting was being done from where he sat in the back seat of the trio's car, his backpack stuffed to the absolute brim with notebooks. The excited energy he felt was put on a back burner as the school came into view, a sudden terror flooding him. What if his parents' coworkers, fellow pro-heroes, found his fanboying annoying? He was just a dumb 11-year-old obsessed with heroes and quirks, after all. What could they like about a kid who would pester them about their quirks? One who would take terrible notes as if it made a difference for a worthless. "Izuku, kid," his dad's parents' voice attempted to penetrate his spiraling thoughts. "Focus on me, please." "Hey, it's Shyuda." Hey. He was sitting in the back seat with the boy again, which meant it was easier for him to notice Izuku falling into a panic attack. As well, it meant he was able to intervene early, gently pulling him out of it. "Hey. Copy my breathing, okay? In, out, in." Shyuda's face finally sharpened into focus, the boy locking onto the sight of him as he struggled to follow the breaths he was being instructed to take. Izuku was clutching onto the man's hand, the limb settled on his chest. His other was clasping the capture weapon, the hero having put it there to help him mimic breaths, but his fingers had tangled in the scarf unconsciously. As well, his butterfly knife was pressed uncomfortably in the hand against the man's chest. "Hey, love. What's wrong?" The nickname helped to pull him most of the rest of the way out of his head, startling him a little. Shyuda had just begun using the nickname for him as well in the last couple of days, but it never failed to make warmth bloom in the boy's chest cheeks due to it being so new. As well, it was used sparingly, which made it feel even more special every time it was said. "I started thinking about meeting the teachers." Izuku struggled to answer his question, a bit of embarrassment filling him as he realized just what he had driven himself into a panic attack over. What the man next to him had to help him out of. With a playful glare that made the boy smile, Shyuda reassured him, "Kiddo, don't worry about them. If they don't like you, for one, that's impossible. And for two, they know we know how to hide bodies, so." Izuku giggled as the hero shrugged. Despite the strangeness of just how the man soothed his worries, he did feel better. In just a week, his parents had become way too proficient in it. They pulled into the parking garage of the school, parking and beginning to walk into said building. Izuku held onto his butterfly knife as he tailed his tallest parent, missing the way the blonde was signing to the other members of their group of how the boy was acting similarly to an adorable duckling. With Izuku still firmly behind Hizashi, they entered the teacher's lounge, the boy clutching their shirt like he had in the Ida household. After a few seconds, he chanced to peek around the hero, finding the room was mostly empty. The only teachers in the room were Ectoplasm, Power Loader and Vlad King, with the second of which being sat on one of the couches as the other two stood just a bit farther back. They all appeared to be looking anywhere but at Izuku, as if they were avoiding staring. As he assumed they were attempting to do, the action helped to lower the boy's anxiety. He looked up at Shyuda, receiving a nod of encouragement. Sidestepping just enough to not be directly behind Hizashi, he gave the three a greeting bow, though it was short due to the fact that his hands were still attached to the blonde's shirt. Hi, Ectoplasm-san, Power Loader-san, and Vlad King-san," he mumbled, peeking up once he had finished, finding them all giving him differing looks of surprise. "Well, your parents told us you knew a lot about heroes," Vlad King exclaimed, "but they didn't tell us how impressive it would be." "You really didn't tell him?" Namiri shook XYR head, explaining, "He's done research and watched most sports festivals before we even met him. He's just a smart kid," XE proudly stated, making said boy blush. The heroes in front of the four nodded, awe in their eyes. "I heard you like to analyze heroes," Power Loader commented, waiting for Izuku to nod. "Can I see mine? I can answer some questions too, if you'd like." He grinned, looking up at his parents for permission, each giving him smiles or nods of agreement. Finally, he let go of Hizashi and walked over to the coffee table in front of the hero who had made the offer, kneeling and setting his backpack down. He rifled through, pulling out the correct notebook and quickly found the few pages dedicated to the pro in question, setting it out for him to look at. As Power Loader began reading Izuku's notes, his parents started moving around the room, possibly in what could have been their usual routine. The boy did, however, keep a subtle awareness of where each of his parents were. "The little pronoun section is adorable," Power Loader whispered to himself. "Mine are he, him, by the way." After learning the pronouns of Midnight and Nightshade, Izuku had gone back in his notebooks and added a section to update when he possibly met heroes in the future. He had suspicions of other heroes, but very few were forthcoming when it came to pronouns not following the binary expectations. "I never considered how my quirk would work against pressure points." "That's clever." Izuku nodded, feeling his cheeks heat as he explained, "I tend to always focus on how quirks would work at close combat first before expanding to long range. So, I tend to focus on adding quirks to existing fighting styles, just like imagining more of show." Cutting himself off, he turned to the man he was going to mention, who was at the coffee maker drinking out of the mug Izuku had gotten him, with a questioning head tilt. He brought my mug to work?" His cheeks darkened as Shyuda answered, "While at UA, mostly around the students, it would be best to refer to me as Aizawa, and those two as their hero names." The boy nodded, turning back to Power Loader and apologizing before continuing, "Sorry. Like I was saying, I imagined your quirk paired with more of Aizawa's fighting style and that's how I got to the pressure points." The hero nodded, eyes flickering between Izuku and Shyuda in shock, the boy wondering if it was strange that he was so easily able to silently communicate with his parents, on top of his analysis process. "I have notebooks for you too as well?" Izuku offered shyly, before correcting himself, "Well, not total notebooks, but sections in said notebooks." With a nod, Vlad King moved to settle beside the pro on the couch, while the other hesitated. Don't worry, Ectoplasm-san. I think your quirk is really cool. It doesn't scare me or throw me off at all. The two on the couch shared a look before looking up at the shocked hero, each surprised in their own ways at the boy's easy deduction. The parent trio all watched as the looks morphed into ones of must protect in each of them. Thank you for the assurance, Izuku, Ectoplasm stammered, moving closer carefully despite the reassurance. The boy in question just gave him a sunshine grin, pulling out the notebooks with the other two heroes' analysis. Hey, kid? You have an autograph section for me? Power Loader questioned. Izuku went bright red, reminding the heroes of a strawberry as he explained, with a bit of embarrassment, yes? I just think you're really cool and... He took a breath as he caught the hero's eyes starting to glaze over, apologizing, sorry, that was my quirk. But, I just think you're really cool, and if I ever got the chance to meet you, I would have asked for an autograph. The three heroes stared at him in shock, whether it be his admission or his quirk, the boy was unsure, but he unconsciously began playing with his butterfly knife under the table because of it. I have a pen over on my desk, let me go grab it real quick, okay? Power Loader offered quietly, before walking away to grab said pen. Kid, I must say, this is really impressive. Your breakdown of my quirk and fighting style shows a deep understanding that is important for future heroes. Good on you. My Jima, can I use that pen? Vlad King praised. As each of them signed his notebooks, his blush grew brighter and brighter, practically steaming before Ectoplasm decided to sign his notebook with his teeth instead of one of his hands, making Izuku giggle. The sound, in turn, made the three heroes smile. Suddenly the door opened, the boy whipping his head around to see another masked hero walking in while staring at his phone. Fairly quickly, the man glanced up, doing a double take at the sight of Izuku staring at him. Oh. You must be the little one, or I guess quite literally, but you get what I mean, yeah? Izuku chuckled at the hero's awkwardness, assuring him, I get you, Snipe-san. The pro's head jerked softly back in surprise, the action followed by an explanation of, I'm not used to kids as young as you knowing who I am, so that was a neat surprise. The boy just ducked his head and, once again, blushed. It was even more impressive when the kid just listed off our names when they all had first arrived, Power Loader added. Snipe nodded. Love that. Now, what are those notebooks while re-looking over? They're my analysis journals. I'm fairly certain may I see that one, Vlad King-san? Izuku asked, receiving a nod and a notebook passed back to him. Yes. It is this one. Here is your section if you would like to see. With a nod, the hero moved to join them, following most of the same reactions the other three had. This was the pattern most of the rest of the teachers followed as they came in. Much too quickly, the boy was receiving a forehead kiss, a hair ruffle, and a tight hug as his parents had to leave for their classes. Izuku was left alone with the car keys under the watchful eye of Snipe, who did not have a homeroom class. While he was not the only teacher without a homeroom class, he was the only of those teachers that had elected to stay in the lounge. He had been asked not to wander, but had been given a map in case he did anyway. He had also been instructed to wear a cloth mask for said potential wandering. Finally, he had been given a schedule of what classes his parents had and when. Namiri had 2nd PRD off, Shyuda 4th, and Hizashi 5th. He had spent the entirety of homeroom adding to his notes, feeling his anxiety grow just a bit too big by the end of the PRD. He had theorized fairly early into his parents being gone that he was experiencing some kind of separation anxiety, but had attempted to ignore it out of feeling slightly pathetic that he would be feeling such a way. Especially for it being for a reason as simple as him not being close enough to his parents. The cherry on top of it all was the discomfort at the idea of wandering the halls to find them. How could I? In his anxious wondering, his head had tipped back, leading him to notice a vent above one of the desks. A solution began forming in his mind as he considered the fact that his phone had a compass app, meaning if he could figure out north and draw a compass rose on the map, he could possibly sneak his way above one of their classes? Shyuda was the closest, so it was a matter of figuring out how to get there. He began drawing out the idea, lightly drawing a potential trek on the map before putting away his notebooks in preparation. As he was packing, he received a text. Unknown, possibly R plus G0D? Good plans. They would work perfectly. However, would you prefer a map of the vents instead? Media attached. Hiding a snicker, Izuku looked over the vent system map. It did make it a lot easier to see where he would be. As well, a path to Shyuda's class was already drawn on a copy for him. The child. Thanks, Nedu-san. Izuku put on his backpack and the plain black face mask before he stood, moving towards the desk he needed for his plan. If he was right, he should be just tall enough to reach the vent cover. Hey, kid. What are you doing? Sheet. Babysitter. Turning with a sheepish smile to the hero, the leg about to start his climb lowered before he explained, escaping? With a disapproving look and southern tone of disappointed parent, snipe question, and with whose permission? Izuku grinned and held out his phone, letting out a self-satisfied chirp of, Nezu-san. The man looked at the text with a bit of despair, before sighing just as much resignation and requesting, if your parents try and pin this on me, make the excuse of going when I went to the bathroom, please? Matter of fact, I'm going to go right now to have deniability. Don't fall. With that, Snipe left the room, leaving the boy snickering. Once he was officially gone, Izuku hopped onto the desk and successfully opened the vent. He jumped and pulled himself into it, happy he had not lost any of his muscles despite his break from acting as a vigilante. Closing to cover to avoid leaving a trail, he looked over the map and checked which way to go. The vent was bigger than he had expected, which was a nice surprise. He figured Nezu could probably walk upright in the vent, and considering he had heard stories from his parents of the principal moving through the school in them, he figured they were reinforced to ensure he was unable to fall through the roof. In just under 5 minutes, he reached Shyuda's class, the boy looking down through the correct vent to his dad, him instructing a full class. Must not be Shyuda's. He mentioned already having expelled a couple kids. His pondering was interrupted as he noticed the man just barely stiffening. Sheet. He must have noticed me. I have to let him know it's me. How though? Pulling out his butterfly knife, he clacked the arms of it together in the tune Hizashi liked to hum, which successfully led to him being able to see Shyuda relax. The man spared a look to the vent, one which clearly meant, you little sheet. With a stifled giggle, the boy laid down, lethargy hitting him now that he felt safer. His parent was nearby, so he could relax. As luck would have it, Izuku ended up falling asleep listening to his dad's lecture. Section. He had nearly ignored the noise he heard coming from the vent. It was common for the principal to roam them, but it was unusual for whoever was in there. He was certain it was anyone but the rat, though, because whoever it was did not move like Nezu. Preparing himself to either check them, or for an attack, he heard clacking. His attempt to figure out the best course of action was interrupted by a familiar tune he had heard just that morning. Kami, Izuku. You goddamn problem child. He sent an unamused look to the vents, having to hide a smile at the muffled snicker escaping the vent. He would have to admit to himself that he had been feeling anxious, and the emotion had lowered immensely with the boy being closer instead of farther. He had become attached. Sue him. As it was, he had done all of this without stopping his lecture even once. There was a shift in the vents, the man just barely able to hear the kids breathing slow. He must have fallen asleep. Good. In just the last 6 nights with the trio, Izuku had most likely been sleeping better than he had in months, maybe even years, going by the incremental lessening of his eye bags. He would need a lot of sleep to make up for the amount he had lost, however, and Shyuda was not going to interrupt any that would help his health. 5 minutes from the end of class, he ended his lecture. Nishioka, you can either stay seated or stand, but I need to access the vent above your desk. More than used to the teacher's weird habits, the third-year student nodded and elected to stand. Certainly, though, they were not prepared for Shyuda to pull a masked, sleeping boy out of the vent and into his own arms in a princess cradle. What in the student across the room stopped speaking when the man glared at them. This child is a ward of the school. He was supposed to be staying in the teacher's lounge, but he obviously escaped. You might have the chance to see him again. We'll see. Now, stay here, wait for your next teacher. Goodbye. With that, Shyuda left the room. Silently, he snickered at the conversations that started the moment he closed the door. What am I gonna do with you, kid? Izuku just snuffled in his sleep and curled in closer to the man's capture weapon, making him sigh in fond annoyance. He made his way to the teacher's lounge, hoping that Namuri would be there by the time he arrived. Say we're not, so Shyuda settled on the couch, still holding the kid as he waited for Zem. The wait was not torturous, luckily, nor was it long, as XE came in just a few minutes after the end of first PRD. Why are you holding Zuzu? Kid escaped to my class by vent, he answered, allowing a bit of fondness to show as he looked down at the child. He fell asleep there, so I brought him here to be with you. Sei giggled at the kid's shenanigans and held XYR arms out to take Izuku, helping to remove his backpack in the process. Sei eventually took the boy and laid down on the couch with him on top of Zem. Shyuda stretched before leaning down to give Namuri a kiss on the cheek and Izuku a kiss on the forehead. He also decided to take picture of the two in the moment that Namuri had been distracted by playing with the kid's hair. You better send that to me. He just chuckled, moving on to his next class. He suffered through the next 2 classes, only the thought of getting to spend 4th PRD and lunch with Izuku getting him through it. Via a text from Hizashi, he learned the kid had paid them a visit as well, which was especially amusing. It also made him happy to have arrived in the teacher's lounge right as Izuku was dropping down from the vent. Problem child, why? Stilling and relaxing in the same second, the boy turned around with a sheet-eating grin. Because Nezu-san encouraged it? The man sighed, muttering, of course he did. Walking to a couch, he set up his sleeping bag and laid in it. When Izuku took too long to join him, he held out his arms, the boy finally catching on before he bounced really to join Shyuda, dropping his backpack beside the couch and assisting in pulling the zipper up over the two of them. He settled on the man's chest and practically purred as Shyuda combed his hand through the kid's curls. See any interesting quirks in Zashi's class? With a shrug, Izuku answered, there was a student who had what looked like kelp for hair. What was interesting was how it didn't act like normal kelp out of water, but as if it was still in the water with a lot of volume and not plastered to the sides of their head. It would be cool if they could manipulate the kelp or photosynthesize from it or something. The man hummed. They must be in one of the Gen Ed classes. I haven't seen them more than possibly in the halls. You'll have to ask Zashi about it. With a hum of his own, the boy asked, also, aren't third-year English classes supposed to mostly be in English? Looking down at the kid with a curious glance, he stated, yeah, they are. Why? With another shrug, Izuku tiredly explained, I could understand everything that was said during the class. I couldn't tell if they were actually in English or just speaking Japanese because I kept nodding off to Hizashi's voice. That's interesting. Shyuda wiggled his phone up to his face and started to type. That's weird. I only remember enough English for moments when Zashi forgets what language they're speaking in. Dry eye. Hey, kid said something interesting. You were mostly speaking English during third, right? That would be hilarious to see happen. Loud blonde. Yeah, I was. What did the LL say? It is. Sometimes they'll even struggle to just go back to speaking Japanese. Dry eye. You'll understand at LNCH. When you see Izuku, talk to him in English though. I want to test something. Izuku started cackling at that, finding such an idea hilarious. Loud blonde. Okay, you cryptic weirdo. Quickly enough, lunchtime arrived, and the other two parents met them in the lounge so they would all be together when they went to get food. First, however. Hey, little listener. How was chilling in the vents? Namuri gave Hizashi a confused look as Shyuda made sure the video he was sneakily recording was catching what he was hoping it would. It was fun. You have a really comforting voice, so I kept almost falling asleep, Izuku replied. In perfect English. The trio all looked at the boy with surprise on their faces. What? Did I say something? Shyuda just started cackling as he ended the video. Little listener. Why didn't you tell me you were fluent in English? Izuku went to answer, but was overwhelmed by the two different sentences that were trying to escape as one. I am not? Hizashi shook their head. You were just speaking in straight English just now. Shyuda held up the video he took to the kid, the boy's eyes widening comically as he heard and saw himself speaking English. Oh. I've been teaching myself English as a side hobby since I was 5, but I didn't think I had done so well. I thought your side hobby was analysis, Zuzu. Namuri questioned with a head tilt. I can't analyze fights 24/7 because even I get bored. So, I ended up teaching myself some basic JSL and English. I stopped with JSL though because of. He paused, seeming a bit sad as he managed to decide to say, well, I mentioned my friend thought that I was learning because he thought that I thought that he was weak. Hizashi started jumping up and down like a little kid despite the sadness of Izuku's words. No wonder you've been so quick to learn during our breakfast lessons. You already have another language under your belt. Which makes learning a new one less difficult. Shyuda kept his eyes on the blonde during his excitement, knowing it might be needed to keep their ears from ringing. The boy started giggling and absorbing some of his spouse's energy, making the other two smile at the chaotic duo. Okay, kiddos, we should probably head to the cafeteria now to get some lunch. Namuri teased, making Hizashi pout and Izuku cackle even harder. The boy was soon staring with stars in his eyes, though, at lunch rush as he gave him a plate of katsudon. The trio found Izuku's awe adorable. Would you be willing to sign my notebook, Lunch Rush-san? The pro, while obviously startled, smiled back at the kid. Of course. I don't want to hold up the line, though, so don't dilly-dally. Izuku bobbed his head up and down as he pulled out the notebook with Lunch Rush's section, and they were soon on their way. Once the break was over, the four parted ways, though Hizashi and Izuku stayed in the teacher's lounge. Shyuda had heard something about a JSL lesson as he left for his class, and had known before he heard as much that Izuku would be in good hands. Section. He smiled as he made his way through the vents to his parents' class. The lesson he had had with Hizashi was fun. It made him happy that he was still learning despite not going to school for the time being. Guess having teachers for parents works. He quickly arrived at Namiri's class and started clacking his butterfly knife. He got to watch as Xe grinned and pulled out XYR phone. Izuku felt his own vibrate and saw the message Xe had sent. Purple parent. Hey, baby broccoli. The boy hid a snicker and listened in on XYR class. They were discussing the work the class had done on their final exams. He found it fascinating to hear what exactly were on the exams for Namiri's classes. Checking the time, he saw it was 5 minutes from the end of class. What better than to literally drop in on a hero class? He quietly opened the vent that just so happened to be towards the back of the class and stuck his head out. He caught Namiri's eye and was ready to back out if Xe said no. Sei, however, gave him an evil grin. Flipping and landing nimbly on his feet, Izuku sprinted to the front of the room to hide behind Namiri, causing quite a chaos of limbs trying to catch him and bodies jumping away from him. His parent was cackling by the time he reached them. Okay. Class 2B. I'm sure you've already heard about the cryptid ward of UA. This is him. Kami, that was perfect, kiddo. The boy grinned underneath his mask as Xe ruffled his hair. Thanks, Midnight-san. That was really fun. Sei just chuckled at his enthusiasm. Which class are you going to next? With an evil grin of his own, he encouraged Zem to come closer so he could whisper in XYR ear, I was thinking of paying the Stoat a visit. Immediately, he was running back through the class and hopping from a desk to the vent, pulling himself and the cover up with a snap. Oh. I'm in big trouble. Why would you be in trouble, Midnight Sensei? Let's just say the ward has yet to be corrupted by a certain someone and would you look at the time? I need to go to class 1D. Bye. Izuku chuckled, beginning to make his way to Nezu's office. He wondered for a moment if he should just drop in, but decided against it. That would have been rude, so he instead elected to drop into the hallway. Standing there, he looked up at the vent cover, unsure of how to get it up. He had yet to perfect jump kicks on vertical surfaces, so it would be hard to get it himself. Suddenly, it closed on its own. So, Nezu knows I'm on my way. Good. He walked just a bit further down the hall and knocked before he could begin to overthink. Hello, Izuku-kun. Come on in. I've made tea. Would you like some? Izuku smiled and walked on in, waiting for the door to close before he took off his mask. Sure, but I like an absurd amount of sugar in my tea. I'm not a fan of the bitterness. Of course. We all have our own tastes. I should have some already on the table if you'll take a seat. With a hum, he set his backpack on the ground and sat across from the principal. Nezu began pouring a cup as he did so. While you add your sugar, may I read one of your journals? Izuku nodded, thinking for a second before pulling them all out and setting them on the coffee table. Take your pick. My analysis of you is in book 7, but you can read more than one if you'd like. Perfect. By the time the principal had skimmed read through 3 of them, the boy had barely managed to take a sip of his tea. These analyses are at a much higher level than what I would have expected of someone of your age. I'd say you're even better than most first years here. I hope they'd be good. Izuku exclaimed with a blush. I'm working on believing in my own ability as I've been analyzing heroes and sometimes villains since I was 4. I'm happy to know you think so highly of them, Nezu-kun? The stout grinned. Yes, Kun, please. Many of the teachers call me Sensei since I was once their teacher, and the students call me San. So, it is refreshing to hear something new once in a while. The boy nodded. His parents, especially Hizashi and Shyuda, were like that. Thinking of the former, however. Nezu-kun? May I ask your pronouns? The principal gave him a soft, toothy grin. I personally don't care about the societal expectations of human pronouns when it comes to myself. Use he. Use she. I don't mind, Nezu said in a whimsical voice. His gaze slightly darkened though. However, the one I have no tolerance for is the use of it. Izuku nodded, feeling as though he could relate to the stoat. I understand what you mean by it. A lot of my bullies like to insult me for being what we all thought was quirkless by calling me it. That definitely wasn't the worst insult, but an insult nonetheless. Nodding solemnly, the principal stated, I understand. Now, would you like to play a game of chess? This was how Izuku's parents found him after the school day had ended. Specifically, they found him on his 3rd cup of tea and 5th round of chess. He had lost each and every game, but his smile refused to leave his face. They had no reason to fear any sort of corruption just yet, but that was not a long-term hope they could keep if Izuku kept playing chess with the stoat. Sitting on the couch, Izuku was playing Animal Crossing on a pre-Quirk gaming console. Hizashi had noticed him looking at it 3 days before, which led to him now having free reign to play it. Why would I keep you from playing on it when I never do? And, I genuinely wouldn't mind you using it, little listener. He was failing to pay attention to the game, however, as his mind was running with ideas for what he could do the following day at UA. He had decided to HRNSS his chaotic side with the students and test them, but how could he do that? First, an identity. What would they call him? How would he go about telling them who he was without using his name? Could he use his mask? Hey, Shyuda, Namuri, and Hizashi, he asked, sitting up and looking over at them. Yeah? What's up, little listener? Whatcha need, Zuzu? All of them responded from their places at the dining table, grading the last of the tests their students had taken. Hizashi and Namuri had looked up at him, while Shyuda had continued to stare at his paper. When you think of me, what animal do you think of? The two who had looked at him began visibly considering the question, but Shyuda had been the first to respond, words marked with an evil grin. A bunny. A bunny? Izuku parroted. Yeah. You bounce a lot when you're excited. And, you're tiny. So, a bunny. Whether he should be offended or embarrassed, the boy was unsure. His blush, however, decided he would, at least at first, feel embarrassed. Oh. That's perfect. I hadn't thought of that. Namuri exclaimed. I was gonna say a duckling, little listener, but I gotta agree with Sho. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed in confusion as he looked at the blonde, before his eyes widened and he ducked his head. Oh. I get why I'm a duckling now. Yeah. It's adorable. Turning back to his game, his blush darkened considerably. Why did you ask, Izuku? His own evil smile grew as he explained, I was thinking of painting a kawaii animal smile on my mask to give the students a name for me. Shyuda groaned and let his head thump onto the table. I told you not to let Nedu corrupt you, didn't I? If I remember correctly, you went out of your way to decide that you needed to rely on Nedu to help me accept that I had a quirk. I only see that as pure encouragement. His other two parents laughed at the man's noise of offense. So, what? Just have them start calling you Bunny instead of the cryptid? Namuri questioned. I don't know, Izuku admitted with a shrug. It would be funny for them to be hearing about me from other students, and then out pops some cutesy kid with a bunny nose and whiskers on their mask. Can't forget the cheek lip things and buck teeth, Shyuda added, still flopped into the table. Of course not, the boy sarcastically agreed. With a cackle, Hizashi suggested, have them call you Bunny-chan. Izuku's eyes widened and he started laughing as well. Yes. Namuri rolled XYR eyes, standing up from XYR spot at the table. Here. I have some fabric paints you can use. Let me go grab them. Izuku skipped as he held onto Hizashi's and Namuri's hands while walking up to the school the next day. While he would enforce the fact that he was not a little kid, he definitely loved when the two would swing their arms and pull him up into the air every once in a while. Being 4 feet 5 inches had its perks when you had tall parents. There was less fanfare as he walked into the teacher's lounge this time. Though, he did make Hizashi and Namuri walk more in front of him out of shyness, similar to how he had tailed the former the day before. As well, he ended up climbing up onto Shuda's back, laying his head on the man's shoulder after he had dropped his backpack off at Namuri's desk. Shyuda had simply grunted and ruffled his curls a little as he drank his second cup of coffee for the day. This day, Shyuda had first off, Namuri had fourth, and Hizashi had sixth. It made things more entertaining in getting to pop into classes. He heard his other two parents mentioning his plan to the other teachers. They were in charge of giving him a list of who was on board or not with him popping in and causing havoc for a few minutes. He was brought out of an unexpected nap when he felt Shyuda combing his hand a little more forcefully through his hair. Love. I need to head to homeroom. If you want to stay there you need to put on your mask. Izuku nodded and put out a lazy hand for his mask. When a pair of hands instead started putting it on for him, he quickly and easily lifted his head for them. He sleepily smiled up at Hizashi in thanks, getting a forehead kiss in response. He felt Namuri hug his back, and leaned his head on top of XYRS before he laid it back down on Shuda's shoulder. He smiled sleepily to himself. Out of the 3 classes he visited yesterday, Class 1A was not one of them. It would be funny to see their reactions to their stoic teacher walking in with a child attached to his back. And it was. Almost the entire class stared with wide eyes at the two. It was only 2 seconds this time. Maybe you'll be more helpful with keeping their attention in check. Giggling from his spot, he settled his chin on the man's shoulder, giving the class a small wave. Only a few returned the gesture before Shyuda began discussing the final exam of the semester, giving pointers and ways to improve to students throughout. Robots? Doesn't seem too practical. Wonder why they did those. Don't go planning, Bunny-chan. Nedu is bound to have a different test for you. Instead of feeling properly chastised as the students were sure to have expected, Izuku instead started bouncing in excitement. That'll be fun. I hope Nezuko makes it an in-depth analysis on an obscure pro. As he glanced back at the class, he saw looks of genuine fear. What the actual language? I don't personally care, but a few teachers would be mad at me for not interfering with him getting more corrupted. He cackled, throwing his head back from the force of it. With it that way, he caught sight of the clock and evilly asked, "Can I race you, Izuku-chan?" Shyuda grimaced, before looking at the time himself and agreeing. "Sure. It's above me, so do you want a boost?" "I got it," Izuku exclaimed before he scaled the man and stood on his shoulders to try and reach the vent cover. "I was wrong. I can't reach it. It's easier when I jump," he pouted down at the pro. Rolling his eyes, the man threw a length of his scarf up to open the vent, making the boy smile. He easily jumped lightly cause he cared about hurting the man and caught onto the edge of the opening. He heard a collective gasp come from the class, but he simply pulled himself in before hanging his upper half out and unlatching Shyuda's scarf from the cover. "Thanks, Izuku-chan. Hope to terrorize you again, 1A." With that, he heaved himself up and closed the cover. He waited, though, not leaving right away. He wanted to make sure his parent had actually left the class to start racing him. Did he say, terrorize? He did? I what? I'll answer one question. I don't think the problem child has much patience when it comes to the race. There was a silence where Izuku assumed students raised their hands. Matsuo. Is he your kid? He's a ward of the school. What a waste of an already answered question. Goodbye. The boy cackled and began bear crawling through the vents, not sure if he would actually make it before Shyuda. He was fairly certain he had disturbed a few classes on the way, though. He made it to the right cover and quickly opened it, letting himself fall and hang by his hands just as Shyuda burst through the door. Izuku smiled. It's a tie. Shyuda let himself smile. I guess so. But, Izuku-chan? Laughing as he dropped onto the desk, before jumping up again and closing the cover, he pointed out, if I'm gonna be cutesy and go by Chan, might as well go full out, right? The man sighed and closed the door, crossing the room to flop onto the preferred couch and letting the boy crawl up beside him. I guess. Still annoying. Izuku felt a little insecure at Shyuda's response. I can call you something else if you. Hey, none of that, brat. Keep up with the game, I'm just being a pain. Alright? He relaxed, not having noticed the way he had tensed beforehand as he nodded, an evil smirk growing as he responded, okay, Izuku-chan. Oi! Izuku cackled as hands attacked his sides. It was not long before second PRD had started, and the boy had begun making a loop of classes. He looked at the schedule he had and started making a plan of attack while sitting in the vent above the teacher's lounge. Snipe asked me to not during fourth, he muttered to himself, ecto during second tomorrow, while that one business teacher sneered at the idea of me disturbing their class. So, don't hit up any of the classes during their teaching PRDS because I don't want to deal with them being a beach. His phone vibrated. R+G0D. Will you visit me again during 7th? I wanted to make sure to schedule a time in advance on your itinerary. Pup. Of course. Would you like me to visit you during 7th tomorrow, too? R+G0D. Yes, please. Izuku giggled as he wrote corruption time in the chosen time for both days. His parents were sure to hate that. Plan made, he made his way to Ectoplasm's Class 1B funnily enough for tormenting. He let himself hang upside down with only his hooked knees holding him from behind the teacher. He made sure to unlatch it loud enough for the man to hear. And here he did. He promptly looked down at the ground with a sigh. Hello, Bunny-chan. I honestly should have expected this. You should've, Ectokin. Hello, Class 1B. I'm here. Your resident cryptid. I am giving you the chance to ask 3 questions. Ectokin is in charge of picking who gets to ask though. Ectoplasm, this time, sighed in relief. Thank you for letting me, Bunny-chan. Now, questions? Miyoshi. What's your quirk? Izuku sneered a little from where he was still hanging. I hate that question. Quirks don't make a person, by the way. Until last Thursday at approximately 8:30 a.m., I thought I was quirkless. It wasn't until a lie detector quirk and the assistance of Nezuko that I even learned I had a mental quirk. Because of my misdiagnosis, which is bullshit, sorry, Ectokin. While the cursing is not great, I can't help but agree with the sentiment. Continue, Bunny-chan. With a hum, the boy continued, my misdiagnosis implied that I had a sickness, which I was thus bullied relentlessly for years because of my supposed peers perceiving me as lesser. So, until your school proves to me that they are not quirkist, I will not be answering that question. Next question? Ectoplasm nodded in agreement. Well said. Weisato. Why, Bunny-chan? Izuku giggled. Before I answer that, I want to reiterate that I am a ward of the school, but I do have appointed guardians. One of my main guardians said that that's the animal they think of when they think of me. The other option was a duckling. The class nodded, and it was then the boy began feeling the effects of hanging upside down for so long. I need to stand. Give me a second. Izuku reached up and let his legs slip out before letting go and landing on the ground facing the chalkboard. He turned with a wobble and nodded to ectoplasm to choose the last student. Yabe. Last question. Make it count. The kid scrambled for a second before blurting out, "What's your favorite color?" He was unable to stop the giggle that bubbled out at the student's panic. In response to the question, though, he hopped to the side and held up a foot. That would be red, Yabeken. Izuku looked at the time and saw that he had managed to only spend about 8 minutes talking to the class. Perfect. Better than I thought. Now, I do have to get going. More classes to terrorize. Have a nice day, Class 1B. Be good for Ectokin. Bye, Ectokin. Ectoplasm gave him a soft smile. Goodbye, Bunny-chan. Izuku decided to walk to the next class, wanting to stretch his legs as he walked. Next was Class 2A, being taught English by Hizashi. He walked up to the door and knocked before opening it and popping his head in. Hello. The blonde turned to him in surprise. Hey, little listener. I would have expected you to take the vent? Izuku shook his head with a giggle and let himself in. I spent a long upside down in Ectokin's class. Is 3 questions okay? That's fine. Hizashi turned back to the disturbed class. This little listener is Bunny-chan. He's the ward that visited your sister class yesterday. He's giving you the chance to ask 3 questions. I won't be telling you which ones I've answered already, by the way. I want to see what tends to be people's first reactions and questions are and make an analysis with Nezuko-kun. Mike-chan will be choosing who asks. Take it away. Gotcha, little listener. Know me? How old are you? Just as he was about to answer, he paused, turning to the blonde beside him to ensure it would be all right. I don't know if you should answer that. The boy's phone buzzed. RA plus G0D. It should be fine. They'll have graduated by the time you join UA. Also, I encourage you to call me Chan in front of the students. P P. Izuku nodded with a chuckle. Nezuko said it would be okay. I'm 11. A shudder went through the class at the change in honorific, making the boy hold in a cackle. I see why he told me to. You Shouta, Hizashi picked with a nervous giggle. Seemed it affected them as well. Why did the school take you in? He pondered what he should give as an answer for a moment before he finally responded. Parents kicked me out and I ended up getting in trouble with the police. UA ended up getting involved. That's all I'll say on that. Next question? Kame. What is your quirk? I'm sure it had to be a strong one if you got taken in by the school. Izuku sighed in annoyance. You, ma'am, are an idiot. I won't apologize for that statement. Anyways, until last Thursday, I had been quirkless. Nezuko is aware of my dming of a misdiagnosis. He is also aware of my quirk that I'm pretty sure some would call villainous. I told 1B this, and now I'll let you know, I will not be answering the question on what my quirk is until your school students, not Nezuko, proves itself to not be quirkist. You, Kami-chan, have put a point under quirkist. 1 point for bad. Izuku referenced with his thumb pointing down. He then turned to Hizashi with a pout. Now, Mike-chan, will you give me a boost? The NB chuckled and held their palms out for the boy to stand on, easily lifting him above their head. Yes. It's easier to reach it. Izuku exclaimed, unlatching the vent cover and pulling himself up. He peeked his head out one last time and exclaimed, Bye, Class 2A. Be good for Mike-chan. Bye, Mike-chan. Bye, little listener. Closing the cover, he decided to stay back and see if there would be a discussion of what he left on. What's got his tail in a twist? You just wanted to know his quirk? Oof. Bad. Yeah. And he mentioned it being villainous? I don't feel safe with him here. Izuku felt a stab in his chest. That comment hurt. Kame, I want to ask what you think one of All Might's punches at full capacity could do to a building, Hizashi asked, the boy able to hear hints of rage. It would probably destroy it, why? And the surrounding ones. And kill any of the people inside. Any quirk can easily be perceived as villainous. It's only a matter of whether or not the owner of said quirk uses it for evil that matters. If you are going to have such perceived notions about Bunny-chan, I really hope he never tells you his quirk. Now, let's get back to work. Thanks, Hizashi. With a sigh, Izuku realized he really needed some comfort. Maybe he could swap classes and visit Namuri next? Yeah, Xe were teaching Class 1D. He could easily pop in. So, he did. He put his head out and waited for his parent to notice him, not quite feeling up to causing much more chaos. Oh. It's my turn? Yay. 1D, this is Bunny-chan. Come here, kiddo. Izuku nodded, dropping himself down from the vent and quickly walking to stand behind Namuri, holding onto XYR arm. Sei gave him a sad look and jerked XYR head for him to climb on XYR back. He smiled and followed the silent instruction, latching his arms around XYR neck. Now, I'm sure you've heard muttering about the UA ward. He's decided to introduce himself to as many classes of UA as he can, and you guys have your turn now. Is it 3 questions? Yeah, you get 3 questions. Who wants to go first? Murata. I hate to waste one of our questions this way, but are you alright, Bunny-chan? Izuku shrugged, signing, quirkest assholes, where Namuri could see. Bunny-chan signed, quirkista, oh. Did you tell them what it was? Head shake. Oh, mention what perception says, nod. Ah. Feel free to stay as long as you need, Exi exclaimed, ruffling his hair. The boy leaned into the affection. Now. Kuno? I'm gonna change my question to, what's your favorite food? Izuku grinned. Katsudon, he quietly exclaimed with a small bounce, getting fond looks from the class. Alright. Last one. Haze. Who's your favorite pro? Izuku bit his tongue to keep himself from saying his instinctual answer. Remember. He's your spite reason. Eraser head. Sorry, Midnight-chan. Sei smiled at him. No hard feelings, Bunny-chan. Teasing will happen though. He whined in fond annoyance, hiding his face in their shoulder. His eyes were still free though, and with a glance up, he noticed the heads of some of the students tilted in confusion. I've never heard of him, the student, Haze, mentioned. That's funny, Haze-chan. He's one of the teachers here. Izuku exclaimed with a chuckle. Although, he's mostly in charge of teaching hero students. He might every once in a while sub one of your classes in the next few years, he shrugged. To the one that was holding him, he said, I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me when it's time for third, Midnight-chan. Sure, Exi said with a chuckle. Sleep good. Izuku hummed, quickly falling asleep with the help of Namuri's hand in his hair and the rumble of XYR voice. Section. Hizashi growled as they left their class. How dare they say such evil things about their baby? They knew Izuku was listening, too. They only heard him start leaving once they had lectured 2A. Loud blonde. Anyone have eyes on Izuku? I need to give him a hug. Whips and chains. I actually have him on my back. We can meet up in between 2A and 1D. Maybe stairs on floor 2 since I have a class there next and you have a class on floor 3? Loud blonde. Sounds good. Thank you. Nearly sprinting to the stairwell, they quickly found Namuri coming up the stairs. They moved closer with their arms out, the boy being kind enough to immediately wrap himself around Hizashi's front. I'm so sorry, little listener. I should have done better. Izuku shook his head against the blonde's neck. You corrected them. You made sure they knew they were in the wrong. That's all I can ask. This hug helps, too. Chuckling at the remark despite the guilt still weighing heavy in their gut, they clutched Izuku just a little tighter to try and erase the shame rolling through their chest. I'm guessing the quirkest assholes were your class? Namuri asked. Hizashi nodded. It took all of my self-control not to embody show and expel them all. The little sheets. Sei nodded, and let out a small laugh. I would not be surprised if Sho actually had if it happened in his class. Feeling better, Zuzu? With a shrug, the boy answered, I regret staying back and listening in. Yeah, the blonde sighed. Sorry again. You keep apologizing and I'll duct tape your mohawk. Hizashi's brain had to actively reset in response to the threat, questioning as Namuri burst out into laughter, who taught you that one? No one. I saw a meme once that suggested that you keep your hair up with duct tape. Of course people would think that, they sighed in exasperation. Hey, what's the hug for? I was curious, Shyuda asked, holding his phone up and shaking it as he walked up. Some kids were assholes when Zuzu suggested his quirk could be perceived as villainous in Zashi's class. Zashi keeps apologizing, and now Izuku's threatening them with a duct tape hairdo. Shuda's head jerked just slightly to the side, chest halting on a breath in to restrict a verbal tick at the explanation. I see. And they all still go here? Unfortunately, Hizashi answered. I will be giving them a quirk discrimination lesson the first time I see them after break though. Good. Now, I hate to break up the affection and threats, but class starts in 3 minutes, and I want some Izuku brand affection. The three chuckled, and the boy in question unlatched himself from Hizashi to let himself be passed on to Shyuda. I swear. You act as if I'm some drag being passed around. Izuku teased with a giggle. You are, you brat, the man said, hugging him tighter during the next sentence for a dramatic effect. I can already feel the hit kicking in. Shyuda. Hizashi smiled at the fake argument. Okay, give him back. I want to hold him a little longer before he leaves for another class in third. Shyuda sighed. Fine. Hope this doesn't disturb your schedule too much. The boy shrugged as he latched himself back onto the blonde. I've missed revisiting 2B and 3A. Though, all 3A saw of me was Shyuda pulling me out of the vent? That's about it. I can reschedule them. Who do you have next, Hizashi? I have 3A, actually. Guess they get their revisit. Hizashi gave each of their spouses a kiss on the cheek before letting them give some final affection to Izuku, beginning to walk the two of them to class 3A. Love you, little listener. Love you too, Zashi. They smiled at the usage of their nickname and opened the door to the class right as the bell rang. Hello, 3A. You might recognize little listener from yesterday. They're here to answer 3 questions. Who wants to go first? Hizashi asked as Izuku shuffled himself from their front to their back. Hakama. What? Don't worry. I'm fluent apparently in English. I can answer any question asked in English. Consider this a test. Go ahead, Hokama-kan. The student was startled by Izuku's easy response. What can we call you? Oh, that's unfair to qualify as a question used. I've given that information away for free to other classes. You can call me Bunny-chan. The girl nodded. Do I get to ask a new question then? Yup. Okay. What do you think of UA? The kid smiled. It's huge. It's definitely interesting to see so many students that are aspiring to be heroes. Even the ones who aren't, too. Hizashi smiled fondly at the boy's answer. That's nice to hear. Now, Kuwahara. Do you want to be a hero? Izuku nodded shyly. I've wanted to be a hero since I knew what they were. My aspirations have changed since then though. I definitely want to go underground when I go pro. Maybe semi-limelight to speak on quirk discrimination. The class nodded at his answer, visibly finding his answer extremely mature for his age. Yuramoto. Will you be on campus next semester? The boy shook his head. I should be in school by then. My guardians are looking to transfer me to a new school, but we're waiting until next semester for that. I might pop by on half-days or teacher work days though. Hizashi nodded. The trio would probably end up doing exactly as much. Okay. That's it for questions. You gonna stay here or move on? Move on. Goodbye, Class 3A. I hope to see you someday as pros. I don't know your name, but I need to use the vent above you. Nishioka nodded and stepped to the side as Izuku gave the blonde one last squeeze and slid down, walking over and climbing onto the desk, hopping to open the vent, then jumping and pulling himself in. Bye, Mike-chan. Bye, Bunny-chan. The vent closed, and Hizashi watched as all heads snapped to them. They held their hands up in defense. Hey! I won't be answering anything the little listener didn't get asked. You can find out from the rumors what other questions he was asked. The class collectively pouted. Now! Your exams. Groans filled their ears, and they held back a chuckle. Hope the rest of you torments go well, Izuku. Section. Humming as he made his way through the vents to the hallway before Nezu's office, Izuku wondered what the stoat could have planned for the day. He dropped down and walked to the door, smiling at the principal as they opened before he could knock. Hello, Nezu-kun. Hello, Bunny-chan. I would like to apologize, but I do not wish to receive the same threat you gave to Yamada. His words made the boy chuckle. It's not your fault, so I probably would have made the same threat. But, I appreciate the gesture. Of course. Nezu assured with a smile. Now, I thought you and I could plan a quirk discrimination lesson that can be taught here. It would be nice to get your input, and I honestly feel as though this is something I should have begun doing years ago. Izuku smiled himself as he started adding sugar to his tea. I would love to assist you with that. Nezu-kun. What do you have in mind? By course? By year? Maybe by both course and year to better cater toward the best teaching needed? The principal nodded, confirming, most definitely the latter. It would be good to have maybe assemblies for students that are required separately by the course and year. Any specific topics you would suggest? It suddenly hit the boy just how uncomfortable the conversation truly was, failing to stay peppy as he suggested while shuffling in his seat, maybe discuss suicide rates for the separate discriminations? I personally know that the quirkless one is really high. Yes, Nezu agreed with a solemn nod. That would be important. Numbers and actual occurrences might help to get through to the students. We could also have testimonies given by certain teachers. Yes. While some might think the teachers are exaggerating because they are pros now, it might help if maybe teacher like Ectoplasm-san could talk on the discrimination they face for the way their quirk makes them look. Maybe even Midnight-san could discuss harassment as a female presenting hero. The principal clapped his paws together. I agree. And, while we might require permission from your parents, would you be willing to talk on the quirkless side of things? His instinctual agreement caught in his chest. Can I consider myself quirkless anymore? Do I have a right to say I've been discriminated against for that reason despite having never been? While I understand that you were never actively quirkless, Nedu began, catching on to his internal dilemma, you still were seen and treated through that lens. Your quirk is easy to hide, and with some earplugs you would be rendered quirkless in a fight. I think it is fair for you to talk about the discrimination you experienced while you had been, theoretically, quirkless. Izuku nodded, his chest releasing at the older's words. Then, I would love to. I want the students to understand that discrimination is no joke. And, if me telling my story helps them understand, then I want them to hear it. Good. Now, we can discuss this more in depth at another meeting. Would you like to play chess again? He held in a sigh of relief, needing a break from the conversation. Yes please, Nezu-kun. Then, Izuku smiled as he lost the first game. Maybe one day I'll beat him. Izuku looked across the coffee table and up towards the kitchen. Hunger was pressing at him, but it was yet to be mealtime. He felt a pang hit him, but he ignored it, instead focusing on the notes he was writing. He was testing one of the notebooks he liked a bit more that Namuri had gotten him. So far, it was nice to write in, but the paper let ink bleed a bit too much when he felt like using different pen colors to make his notes pretty. He wondered how hard it would be to find different colored graphite pencils. His stomach growled, making him feel a bit embarrassed as he hunched over himself. Lunch would be in just 2 hours. He could wait. Breakfast had been a bit small that morning, as Namuri and Hizashi had to rush to go to a forgotten meeting at the agency the three ran. No, Hizashi meant Shyuda was in charge of food. Said parent, meanwhile, was unable to cook. He had managed, though, to piece together 2 bananas and 2 bowls of cereal for Izuku and him when he realized the boy had yet to eat. The cereal was just a bit too on the sugary side, which meant it had failed to be the most filling, even with the banana. That had been 3 hours ago. Shyuda had since gone to take his mid-morning nap, which meant Izuku was left to his own devices. Currently, he was really hungry. Are you hungry, Izuku? Shyuda's voice came from the hall, and was more than likely in response to the noise his stomach had just unleashed. Izuku flushed even darker, feeling even more embarrassed now that the man had heard it. He shrugged, trying to maintain his composure. A bit, he managed to get out, trying to play off his flagging pride. Having stayed in the mouth of the hallway too long, Izuku turned to look at his parent. His face was blank in his "I'm thinking too hard to exist" expression, which clued the boy in on why exactly the man was so quiet. Often, the thinking was him going back over things he said to check for inconsistencies. He was unsure what he could possibly have said wrong, though. I never gave you the house rules talk, did I? Shyuda finally asked, a look of guilt taking over his expression. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed in confusion, which was answer enough for the man. He walked to the kitchen first, calling over his shoulder at the boy. Do you like apples? Grapes? Jelly pouches? Izuku tried to respond, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Only green. Also only green, but only really during winter. And, only one specific brand, cause otherwise the texture is horrid. Rummaging came from the kitchen before Shyuda emerged, presenting a Granny Smith apple to Izuku while holding a peach-flavored jelly pouch, surprisingly in the brand the boy liked. He just happened to not be a fan of said flavor. He took the apple and timidly took a bite as the man sat across from him, breaking the seal on the jelly pouch to be able to gulp it. I should have given you this talk your first official night staying with us, Shyuda explained, holding the half-empty pouch with both hands as Izuku took another bite. You're allowed to go into the kitchen and get food or something to drink whenever you want. Hungry, thirsty, just wanting to chew on something, go ahead and get whatever you want. The boy's eyebrows furrowed anxiously. He was used to fending for himself at his mother's apartment, mostly because she had left food for him to survive off of. She was a nurse, so she had left him more nutritious food, but also the cheapest. If he had gone through it too fast, she would have yelled at him. He had yet to have fully observed the rules enough with the trio to feel comfortable enough to grab food, but it felt like his new parent was telling him there were none. Don't go overboard, of course, Shyuda clarified. And if you aren't sure, feel free to get a second opinion. But, you have free reign with the fridge. If we really care about our leftovers, we write on sticky notes, so that should help with knowing what you can or can't eat. If you make a list, we can start making sure we have your favorite snacks and drinks. Good? Questions? How will I know what's planned for meals? Izuku asked, the man blanking in response. I don't know. I don't eat more than what Hizashi cooks or jelly pouches, so I never really know what's for dinner until I'm sitting down to eat, or if he asks for requests. That's something we should ask the blonde. The boy smiled despite how horrifying he found Shyuda's lifestyle. He liked knowing what he was going to eat, even if he only found out 5 minutes before eating it. To just go with the flow sounded like torture. Even then, the man wanting to help him find out the answer to an important question was reassuring. Any other questions? At Izuku's headshake, Shyuda nodded before moving on to his next point. Now, you should have a bedtime for the sake of being a kid and getting enough sleep. I'm sure that isn't ideal, but it's the best thing we can do to get rid of those eye bags. The boy gave him a playful glare and stuck his tongue out, making the man smile and his shoulders shake humorously. Anyways, most schools start around 8:30, so you should be in bed around 9 most nights. Goodbye you? Yeah, Izuku agreed with a sigh. That's fine. Good. Now, we have to talk about your vigilantism. Having dreaded this talk, the boy looked down with a pout. He had assumed it would have come in just a few days, specifically once his probation was over, but he figured now was better than later. You aren't going to let me keep vigilanteing, are you? Shyuda sighed, looking up at the ceiling. Yes and no. Izuku's head shot up with a crack. Huh? You shouldn't be going out and fighting crime. It isn't safe, and you're a kid. You should have time to be a kid. But, I also know that doing so has been what made living easier for you, and I can't just take that away from you. With a confused, yet hopeful, look, the boy asked, what does that mean? That means, that a couple times a month, I will let you come patrol with me for a few hours. Only after I've trained you to be safer, and you technically can't go out while on probation. Which, that ends in a couple days, but remember that you need to rest anyway due to your quirk exhaustion. I won't even consider training you outside of your quirk until Recovery Girl gives us the all-clear, either. Izuku bounced up and down despite the man essentially saying he was stuck not going out for, at minimum, another 2 weeks. He was too excited, worried he was wrong in his assumption as he asked, really? Yes. You will listen to all rules while we're out, but I will let you keep vigilanteing. With a wide smile, he exclaimed, thank you. Shyuda smiled, the boy's joy infectious. The parent reached across the table and ruffled his son's hair. Izuku took another bite of his apple and hummed in content, his stomachy already feeling better with the food in it. He would be able to comfortably last until lunch with it, and he was unable to not feel happy about that bare minimum. I trust you. I think now I always will. Izuku stared at the roof, attempting to find shapes in the swirls. He was lying on his back on the couch with his legs in Hizashi's lap, with the blonde's computer on his shins. The radio host was working to create a playlist of music for a Friday 2 months away. He always made them early to ensure he never had to worry if an emergency happened. The week of, he looked over the playlist and ensured he had a selection that touched on the trends of the week. He reminded himself of Cloud watching with how he was looking at the paint. He was nowhere close to boredom doing so, as he was just existing without trying to entertain himself. The thought of clouds, though, reminded him of what the hero next to him had said to get Namiri to realize they had been overwhelming Izuku. Clouds. Why that word? Hey, Hizashi? It took a moment, but he eventually shut his computer and set it off to the side before he turned to Izuku. I was almost done when you asked, sorry. It's okay. I just remembered something and got curious. What are you curious about? Why did you say, clouds, at the store? Izuku asked, continuing to look at the paint. Hizashi's hand had moved to rest on the boy's ankle after he had put the computer aside, and it stiffened at the question. The action made him look up curiously. Hizashi? It's... He managed to start, faltering as he stared off into space with a stricken expression. It's kind of like a safe word? You say it and the other knows that you're asking them to stop. Izuku nodded, looking at his parent curiously. Why that word? Hizashi smiled despite his pain, letting out a little chuckle as he finally looked at the boy again. His eyes were brimming with unshed tears, and Izuku was unable to stop himself from sitting up quickly to pull himself into the blonde's lap. He wrapped his arms around the hero, trying his hardest to comfort his grieving parent. I'm sorry, the boy mumbled as arms wrapped around him, feeling guilty as droplets hit his shoulder. You didn't do anything wrong, Hizashi assured him, rocking a bit as he held Izuku. I'm just not used to talking about him to people who didn't know him. It kind of sucks to finally experience that. Thinking for a moment, a familiarity filled him. He remembered the beaded safety pin Shyuda had given him, and he remembered the look in the man's eyes. He's the one who gave Shyuda his goggles, right? The boy asked, hoping it might relieve some pressure from the blonde. Sho told you about him? He asked in shock, looking down at Izuku. Kind of. He was trying to help me feel more accepted as a boy, so he gave me the bead safety pin. A shocked noise left Hizashi, and the boy looked up to see him looking out into space. Izuku let him process, tucking himself back into the hero's chest. The movement got Hizashi to react, his hand moving to rub lightly at the boy's back. At the movement, Izuku explained, he didn't tell me much. I just put together that he was a hero student that didn't get the chance to become a hero. He was a hero, the blonde enforced, though the boy knew it was far from being out of anger towards him. That's how he was protecting little kids from a villain, and wasn't able to save himself. He was a hero. I'd have been obsessed with him then, the boy pointed out, smiling with a small blush. If he went out of his way to protect people just as a student, he would have made my top 5. If Oboro were a hero today, I'm certain he'd be your number 1, Hizashi declared, smiling. Oboro. I remember that name. I looked into that battle. I saw everything wrong with 3 hero students being left to defeat a villain. That wasn't just unfair, it was absurd. Izuku refused to let on. That he knew more than the blonde was telling him. He was unsure if Hizashi could even handle talking about Oboro's death more than what he had been able to say. Why is Oboro connected to you saying, clouds? He asked, attempting to help pull him away from the more painful memories. It was his quirk, the blonde explained. He called it that, actually. Cloud. On the nose actually. He could create clouds that you could put things in, but he preferred to ride on them. He particularly enjoyed flying sushi on them, actually. Sushi? Izuku asked, looking over to the cat's favorite kitchen chair. He was limply lying there, more than likely asleep. The older cat particularly enjoyed causing chaos, and he always crashed hard once he finally rested. Hizashi nodded, also watching the cat. He found sushi. Namuri named him after none of us had realized that we should name him, though it was based on Oboro's favorite food. He has a cloud pillow he's particularly territorial over. He remembers Oboro despite having been a kitten. Izuku hummed, watching as the cat fell off the chair, luckily landing on his feet. He froze, then tried to walk it off like nothing happened, making the two laugh. He cuddled back into Hizashi's chest, sighing comfortably as he was hugged tight. I wish I could have met him. I wish you could have met him too. He would have loved you. Something told Izuku that it would have been much more than an uncle-nephew relationship he might have had with Oboro. Were the man still alive, he would have been more to Izuku. More to Hizashi, Namuri, and Shyuda. I'll watch over them for you. I promise. Izuku frowned at the hole in his hoodie. It was his oldest hoodie that still fit, yet here it was with a rip along the side that attempted to announce it was time to get rid of it. And, sure. Maybe he should get rid of it. It was a plain red hoodie. The brand that made it was still around. Izuku had felt one of their hoodies recently and confirmed it was still the right texture. He would be able to ask his parents for a new one. He wanted this one though. He liked how worn it was and how comfortable it felt. He had yet to become too big for it, either. If anything, he was a bit small for it. He wanted to keep wearing it anyways, and he felt tears gathering in his eyes at the idea that he might not be able to. Before he fully could begin to feel pathetic for crying over a hoodie, Namuri walked into his doorway and announced XYR presence with a knock to the door frame. Izuku had been knelt in his room facing the door already, so XE got a clear view of his pout and tears as he held the ripped hoodie. Sei gasped, rushing into the room and looking over the clothing. Sei asked as XE sunk to one knee, "This is your emotional support hoodie, isn't it?" "My what?" Izuku asked, genuinely startled and confused by the words that left XYR mouth. "Emotional support hoodie," XE repeated slowly, seeming more to be trying to help him hear the words. "You can refer to something as your emotional support item if you have particular emotional attachments to it. Or if it helps you on rough days. That's what this hoodie is to you, isn't it?" While still confused and a little overwhelmed, the boy nodded. He liked wearing the hoodie on days the world felt like too much. Or if he had a bad nightmare and needed to hide away. It was important to him. Namuri carefully reached out and pulled the hoodie from Izuku's hands, comparing the whole to XYR hand before smiling and announcing, "I can repair this. It would actually be quite easy. Would you like me to fix it?" The boy nodded before XE even finished XYR sentence, hope filling him. "You really can fix it?" "Of course. My knowledge in costume design will actually come extremely in handy for this." Sei brought Izuku with Zem to grab a bag from the three's shared room. They were quiet, as Shyuda was taking his midday nap, and carefully made their way out into the living room. Hizashi was on a patrol, so there were only the three of them in the apartment. Sei pushed the boy's switch into his hands before XE settled on the couch with him, searching through the bag for the right shade of thread. Izuku saw as his parent pulled out a green in a shade he loved, and shyly asked Zem to use that one. Namuri smiled brightly at him before nodding, settling in to start sewing the hole. The boy figured XE would have been able to hide the rip, but with Izuku asking Zem to use the green, XE made the thread more obvious. It gave a slight kintsugi vibe being patched with the green. He liked it a lot despite Zem barely being 2 stitches into the repair. It was almost dinner time when Nemuri announced XE had finished, shaking out the hoodie and holding it out to the boy. Izuku was helpless to stop the delighted screech that left him as he quickly pulled on the hoodie, feeling the upset and worry that had been building since he woke up from a nightmare he was unable to remember starting to fade as he fidgeted with the repair site. He threw his arms around his parent, gratitude falling millions of times from his lips as he hugged Zem tight. Of course, Zuzu, Nemuri said softly, hugging him just as tight. I'll always be here to fix your hoodie for you. Even when you get good enough to fix yourself. I'll fix it. He believed Zem. He believed that XE would go out of XYR way to fix it, and that XE would never stop at simply fixing his favorite hoodies. He smiled, the beads of upset finally clearing. I believe you. I trust you enough to believe you. Purring made its way into Izuku's awareness, pulling him farther out of the nap he was waking up from. He was unsure what had woken him, but he had yet to be ready to be awake. And yet, he blinked his eyes open and turned his head to glance back at Shyuda, as he had been laying in the sunspot with his parent for the nap. The man's eyes were closed, but the boy could tell he was awake. He also knew they had nothing important happening anytime soon, so Izuku popped his back. He flipped so his face was in Shyuda's neck, popped his back the other way, then settled against the man to fall back asleep. He tried to at least. A knock rapped at the door, making Izuku whine in annoyance and stick his nose deeper in Shyuda's neck. He could feel the man's chuckles vibrating through his chest, making him feel like he could fall back asleep quickly. The door opened. Tsuka. What's up? Hizashi asked, letting the man into the apartment. Izuku huffed out a breath, but refused to remove himself from where he was comfy. I actually came to have you guys sign some papers. Is it a bad time? Yes, the boy deadpanned, earning another chuckle from his parent. What did you? I'm getting up, kid. Fine. Shyuda rolled his eyes at Izuku's refusal to let go of him, and simply picked the boy up and walked over to Tsukachi. Izuku, not at all embarrassed like the little brat he was, wrapped his arms and legs around the man and rested his head on his shoulder. He relaxed further as Shyuda rubbed his back with his palm. What did you need, Tsuka? His parent asked. Izuku's probation is over, so he'll need to sign the "I promise not to do that again" paper. As well, you three will need to sign the adoption application. The boy's head shot up, and he winced a little when his ear caught on Shyuda's. You guys were serious about that? They had not discussed the possibility of adoption since the day in the coffee shop. He had started to view Nemuri's avoidance of the family name discussion as a sign that they could change their minds. He had been unable to stop the worry that they would change their minds despite how attached he was getting. Especially as he had let himself start thinking of them as his parents. Was it his paranoia speaking? It was at that moment he finally remembered the nightmare from the day before. He had dreamed that he had watched them rip up an adoption application in front of him, and had abandoned him. His father's cruel grasp and fire was what had woken him up. He received a sad look and two offended ones in response to his surprise. Of course we were serious about adopting you, little listener. Why wouldn't we be? Izuku felt a little uncomfortable and started unwrapping his legs from Shyuda's waist, the man assisting and setting him down softly. The boy looked down at the ground where he stood and twisted his pointer finger. I don't know. I found it hard to believe that you would want me. There was a silence, Izuku still unable to look up as a quiet discussion had to be occurring. Hey, Nem? Can you come here? Hizashi called, earning padding footsteps. What's up? Oh. Hey, Tsuka. Is he the reason I was called out? The boy continued staring at the ground, missing Nemuri's worried glance. Kind of? Little listener doesn't believe we want to adopt him. That's offensive, XE stated, making him finally look up, wanting to apologize despite XYR confusing words. What? I don't have good taste. What? Exactly. To think the little listener expects me to not get attached to him after he was so worried about making sure I could understand him. Thank you, he mumbled, signing towards present mic. Said hero's eyes flashed giddily, mouth open, having been about to retort back to the dark-haired hero. You know sign? Izuku felt his breath hitching. They've known that they wanted me to be their kid since that early? Tsukachi's pen didn't twitch. They're really telling the truth. Yeah. How could I let go of the kid who is able to make even me uncomfortable by joking back? Why is this mattress so heavy? I swear it wasn't this bad. You're currently lifting it over your head. Of course it's gonna be heavy. F off, Zuzu. Pedflia? Zuzu. Why isn't his pen twitching? They can't, not with me. Definitely can't let go of the kid that managed to make me laugh in the first 30 minutes of knowing him. Or for being able to figure out who my spouses were based on one phone call. Eraser. That is a child. Siren rolled his eyes, countering, and you're Detective Tsukachi Naomasa of the Mizudafu Police Department. Any other obvious statements you want to make? Shyuda had nothing to save him from the snort he released into his cup at Tsukachi's surprised look. Was that midnight and present Mike? How the F? Izuku felt himself start to hyperventilate, overwhelmed at the truth being told, and unable to help the urge to try to look for what he expected. The proof is there. Literally everything they said is true, proven by Tsukachi's quirk. Why can't I accept it? Hands wrapped loosely around his arms, causing him to shake his head. Too much, too much, too much. He unconsciously fought the hands until they let him go, luckily quickly. The touch had pulled him closer to awareness, though, and a voice was able to get through his panic. Sorry, love. Will you breath with me? Yeah. Thank you, love. Now, in, out, in, out. Izuku followed the voice until he could actually register what his eyes were seeing. Shyuda was knelt in front of him, while Hizashi and Namiri were crouched to be in his view, but not crowding. Why, he croaked. Why we want you, the man clarified. The boy nodded. I don't know why. I can explain when it struck. But, I can't explain more than just knowing that you're my son. I just know that you appeared in my life, and I knew that I couldn't let you go, because you're my kid. His eyes welled with tears, and he looked up to Hizashi and Namiri, not believing all three of them could really feel the same. You have no idea how hard it was for me to refer to you as the ward instead of as my kid, Zuzu. I wanted to brag about my handsome and smart son so many times during class. Hizashi nodded. When the students had said those things about you, my first thought was legitimately, how dare they say those things about my son? I couldn't fathom anyone saying anything bad about you because you're just my perfect kid. He felt sobs ripping through his chest, and fell into Shuda's arms when they opened for him. He felt Hizashi and Namiri join one by one, wary of how he had been overwhelmed earlier. He was surprised as well when it was perfectly what he needed at that moment. Once he had calmed, he felt Shuda's fingers comb a little more firmly through his curls to grab his attention. So, I hope you take this well. But, would you be okay with us adopting you, Izuku? Izuku nodded and felt the tears well up once more. Yes, 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 please. His parents laughed, though he could feel tears slipping down some of their cheeks and onto his shirt. Had they been worried? Well, reaction probably made them worry. As he signed the sections he directed to by Tsukachi, Izuku felt happiness pool into his chest. I really am home. It was the night before Shyuda was meant to leave for the training camp, and they were all supposed to have a meal together. It was not unlike what they would usually do. In the 2.5 weeks that Izuku had been living with the trio, they always ate at least one meal a day all together. This dinner felt different, however. More important. Meaning the boy was terrified of messing it up. He had been running on the high that came with the reassurance that these three were his parents, but the 5-day high had quickly faded at the thought of how Shyuda would depart right after. Sadly, the adoption would not be processed until well after the man came back from the training camp. Which meant his paranoia was whispering that they could rescind their petition to adopt him if he was too annoying. If he messed up. Izuku no longer felt the roaring happiness from that moment. No, now he only felt fear and anxiety, and he hated how unreasonable it was for both to be so high. All right, listeners. Dinner is ready. The boy had felt too shaky to help with dinner, fearing hurting himself or Hizashi. When he had stuttered out an apology for said feeling, the blonde just gave him a forehead kiss and thanked him for being honest. It was a little jarring when he knew his mom Inko. She was not a parent of his would have guilt him into helping. Most of the things the trio did were different from what he knew, and it was hard to accept that. His paranoia whispered viciously that he was being tested, and he was unable to help the thought that he had failed to convince them to not abandon him. Zuzu, you aren't the food. Namiri teased, gently pulling his lip from his mouth. They had explained before that they had not wanted him to have any scarring in his lips, something they had from the habit themselves. He had felt guilty when they explained themselves. Parents should not have to explain themselves for the things they do, so why did Namiri? Why were their actions so much more different from his Inko's? He gave them a small smile as he joined them and Shyuda in their walk to the table, where bowls had already been placed. The bowls held soup. Izuku rarely minded soup. It would be delish, especially since Hizashi made it. Oh. There were mushrooms and tofu in the soup. The boy would not consider himself picky, but there were a couple of foods Izuku absolutely could not stand. Mushrooms and tofu were a big two. I can do this. It's for Shyuda. I can eat the DMN mushrooms and tofu. The boy sat at what was now his spot. The three had originally had the square table pressed against the wall with the extra chair in the storage room. When they started fostering Izuku, though, they had pulled out the table and dusted the chair. The first time they sat at the table together, the trio sat in their usual spots. The boy had gone to sit down when Hizashi offered to switch him places. He assumed his parents were concerned about possible claustrophobia, but Izuku had declined. He had explained that being near the wall made him feel safer and less like someone could sneak up on him. The trio quickly began to eat their soups while having a conversation about socks. Oh, apparently one of Shyuda's students had claimed socks were unnecessary for the training camp if he was just planning to wear Crocs, and the teacher had nearly expelled him on the spot. Izuku just listened and fiddled with his spoon. He noticed a small glance to his hands from the left, where Shyuda was sat against the other wall. He had nodded his head in agreement to Izuku's fears. No going in his head. The man had noticed he had yet to start eating. He was sure to have thought the boy was anything but grateful for the meal Hizashi prepared. He forced himself to take a scoop of the soup with both a mushroom and a piece of tofu on his spoon. Maybe if he ate them together it would taste okay? He put the food into his mouth and chewed once before freezing and stiffening as imperceptibly as he could. He was grateful for how long his hair had grown out in that moment, simply for how they hid his widening eyes as he tilted his head forward to better hide his disgust. Oh, Kami. It's so much worse. Izuku trembled as he forced himself through another chew, repressing a GG. Izuku? Kid, are you okay? Izuku did not deserve the soft words spoken by his precious father figure. No. He was ungrateful and needed to show the opposite. He used his free hand to sign fine to Shyuda, a word he learned from Hizashi 3 days ago at breakfast. Zuzu, you don't look fine. What's wrong, baby? No. Stop being so kind. I don't deserve it. He shook his head and signed the word again, forcing himself to chew a couple more times. Listener, you look like you're about to vomit. Please. Just go spit it out. I promise you won't hurt me doing so. Izuku shook his head harder, the signing getting a little shakier. He could no longer tell if he was trying to convince them, or himself. See. He stopped calling me my nickname. He's disappointed in you. Listener. Please. It hurts me to see you suffering like this. Please, just go spit it out, Izu. Oh no. Jumping out of his seat, he sprinted to the bathroom, barely making it before he vomited. No. You ungrateful little. Hey, kiddo. It's okay. Let it out. It's all right. Izuku noticed himself sobbing, along with a hand rubbing up and down his spine. Of course his parents were comforting him now. He was ungrateful and a disappointment for putting them through this. Bad. No, you're not, Izuku. You just don't like certain foods. And that's okay. There is nothing wrong with that. But maid. Yes, Izuku could imagine Shyuda nodding. Hizashi did make dinner. And I very distinctly remember you thanking Hizashi for dinner. And it's not that you didn't like what Hizashi made, is it? I'm guessing you just didn't like something that was in it? The mushrooms and tofu. The boy stuttered out through GGS. And despite knowing your dislikes, you still tried the food. And I'm proud of you for trying it. But, I wish you would have not made yourself sick. It's okay to not like things, okay? It's what makes you human. Izuku sobbed harder and pulled himself away from the toilet, going to wipe the spit off his chin with his sleeve. No, Zuzu. Let me. The boy felt something rub over his chin and bottom lip, and the texture made him assume it to be a tissue. There we go. Now, do you want to brush your teeth? Yeah. All right, let's get you up. Soon, they were all sat on the couch. Well, the trio were. They had Izuku lying across all of their laps, his head pillowed on his hands in Hizashi's lap, with a hand on his ankle in Shuda's. I'm sorry, Hizashi. He felt more than saw the blonde's head shake. I don't accept it, listener. The boy felt his heart drop. You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. There's nothing wrong with not liking certain foods. I mean, I can't stand the taste of eggs. Namuri nodded. Yeah. And I absolutely can't stand the texture of potatoes. Which is weird because I love French fries. I don't like potato wedges because of texture either, so it might be the fact that the fries are deep-fried. That's why they are called fries. Shyuda snickered. That's not a good thing to have just realized at 27. You can F right off a cliff. I am still 21 at heart. Why 21 specifically? Why not 18? Hizashi asked. I don't know. That's just the glory age in those American movies. That's 'cause they can finally legally drink, nem. Their expression went soft, losing the false annoyance. Izuku had only called them that a few times, not completely satisfied by the nickname. They loved it anyways. Well, then at least I'll be young and having fun. That just makes me think of the one pre-Quirk songs. What was it? Hizashi pondered, spending a second looking up at the ceiling to help himself remember. Isn't it like, girls wanna have fun? The blonde looked down at the boy in surprise, questioning, you know pre-Quirk music? Izuku shrugged. I don't actively search for it, but if there is a song on your radio station that I like, I add it to a playlist. Hizashi barely restrained himself from bouncing up and down before he paused and began, "Wait, listener." He cut himself off, noticing the boy's pout, and looked a little mischievous as he tried, "Little listener?" Izuku went bright red and hid his face in the blonde's stomach. "Ah. I didn't know you preferred when I called you that one. I thought it might seem a little demeaning, so I was trying not to." The boy looked up with a frown, sheepishly explaining, "I don't know. It made me feel cute and special. I know you call most kids that, but the way you say it made me feel important to you." Hizashi smiled down at Izuku. "Well, then I'll just have to keep calling you that, little listener. Anyways, my show plays really late at night most of the time. Why were you listening to it and not sleeping? It's hard to sleep when you can't." "I second that." Nemuri and Hizashi just shook their heads fondly. "We're gonna have to try and fix that. Insomnia doesn't just go away, so we're going to see what's best for you." Shyuda rolled his eyes. "Going back to the food thing, earlier. I'm basically a human garbage disposal. I eat anything. Except nuts," Nemuri pointed out. "Nuts are dry and disgusting. The only exception is nut butter." Izuku giggled at the disgruntled look they gave the man. Maybe things were nowhere near the same as what he was used to it being with his biological parents, and it was fair to find it scary. But it was also okay to find it lovely. The three of them stood together in a front-facing classroom, watching the bus that held the fourth member of their family departed for the week through the large windows. Izuku was too upset to be ashamed of the way Nemuri was holding him on their hip, his head resting on their shoulder as Hizashi rubbed his back. He was also too upset to be ashamed of the tears that rolled across his cheek and fell off the tip of his nose. It was going to be a long week. Day 1. Izuku was laid in the sunspot with mochi, tofu, and milkshake. Sushi watched over them from his perch on his favorite kitchen chair, looking sad himself. The elder cat searching meow every so often hurt deeply in the boy's chest, as he wanted to do the same. Nemuri and Hizashi were in the dining room, giving him space and reassuring pets to the cat whenever he meowed. They thought he might prefer to deal with the anxiety of the man leaving on his own. While they had not been wrong, they also had not been right either. He could probably do with a hug, but the quiet comfort of the cats was safer. Shyuda had left a spare capture weapon in the boy's room, the fabric being clutched to his chest as he fidgeted with it. There had been a note with it, set on top of his bed when he arrived home from UA. "Hey, kiddo. I know this week might be a little hard, so I hope this makes it a little easier. If you want to learn how to use it, I can teach you when I get back." Shyuda. Izuku sniffled a little, only having finished crying a little over an hour ago. An hour after Shyuda had left. The tears threatened to return just 2 hours after the bus had pulled away. "He's not leaving me. He'll be back soon." Day 2. Izuku was giggling as Hizashi retold antics the three of them had gotten into during high school as the two of them made cookies. He had the spare capture weapon wrapped around his arms to keep it from getting dirty, though it was mostly to keep it close. Every once in a while, one of them would tick, and the other would mimic, which furthered Izuku's giggles. And one time, Oboro had. Hizashi clutched the counter, seeming to have surprised himself at how easily they brought him up. The boy grew worried as tears began falling from his parents' eyes. "Do you want to talk about him?" Izuku softly asked. The older closed their eyes tight before nodding, at which the boy mentioned, "It sounded like you were gonna tell a funny story." Hizashi wiped their eyes with their pointer finger knuckle, sniffling before roughly beginning to tell it. In second year, Oboro had found a cat that Sho had found on his way to school. They started to roll a ball of dough with Izuku, a small smile breaking over their sad expression. Apparently, Sho found him and gave up his umbrella so that the cat could stay out of the rain. Oboro, like the weirdo he was, decided to bring him to school, joining the class late and climbing in through a window. Hizashi exclaimed, causing the boy to giggle and gasp. As if that wasn't enough, he decided to change out of his wet clothes into gym clothes in the middle of class. It was kinda funny, cause I could see Shyuda blushing and trying very hard to look away from Oboro. He used his cloud quirk to cover himself when he was changing his underwear. The cat was Sushi, wasn't it? Hizashi nodded, explaining, he and Sho had decided to share custody of the cat, but like I mentioned, Nem was the one to name him. That was actually around the time that we met her, too. She took away the cat, since animals weren't allowed at school and it was her job as a third year to keep us out of trouble. She asked our favorite food, and decided on sushi since that was what Oboro responded. Izuku wiped his hands off on his apron and gave them a hug, surprising them, a moment passing before they returned it. "I would have liked to meet him," he let out, knowing he had said it before, but needing to repeat it. "It sounds like he was a cool dude." He felt Hizashi's breath hitch. They were silent for a long pause, softly breaking it with a quiet croak of, "I think he would have liked to meet you too." Unbeknownst to the two, Namiri was on the other side of the kitchen wall, listening, though they were covering their mouth as tears streamed down their cheeks. If only you could have lived long enough to meet him, Oboro. You would have been a great dad. Day 3. Izuku's hands were shaking. They had been since he woke up and remembered that Shyuda was at the camp. He's coming back. It was stupid to worry. He knew that. He was sure that if he held the spare capture weapon tight enough it would get through to him. Shyuda's coming back. Namiri and Hizashi had noticed right away he was not handling it well. They had set up a movie day, telling him about random quirks they had seen during villain fights during breaks between films. Shyuda has to come back. At lunch, they went to the cat cafe. Izuku spent most of the time cuddling Shyuda's favorite cat there, a Burman named Princess. Shyuda wants to come back. After lunch, Hizashi and Izuku practiced their sign. They told him how proud he was of his progress every time they practiced. He always preened from the praise, but it was harder to feel encouraged when his mind would not stop returning to what was upsetting him. Shyuda knows I need him to come back. At dinner, the three of them worked together to make katsudon. It made Izuku happy to make it, but he spent the entirety of the time he had been meant to actually eat the meal staring at the empty seat. I need Shyuda to come back. And he will. Right? Day 4. He noticed Hizashi and Namiri's concerned glances. It was hard not to. It was hard not to yell every time they did. He just wanted to get through the day without hurting them, but he felt too guilty to deal with his anger like he usually did, because it would almost seem like it was Shyuda's fault. That was not at all the case, but he failed to shake the guilt that came with the thought. So, instead he decided to try to use Shyuda's capture weapon on a plastic cup set on the coffee table as he stood in the living room. It had not been the best idea. He had spent almost an hour trying to use it without tangling himself up in it. The next hour was spent just trying to hit the cup. Since getting a better understanding of how to use it, he had been trying to grab the cup, getting hit in the face multiple times. He huffed out a growl. Trying to learn a new skill was not the best choice when angry, but he had spent so long trying, he was not going to give up now. "Hey, Zuzu. I have lunch ready. It's time for a break." He barely contained a yell, instead clenching his fists and forcing himself to release a slow breath that failed to help in the slightest. "Hey, Zuzu," Namiri called, entering the living room. "Did you hear me? Lunch is ready." He scowled, trying to calm himself down before giving a single nod. "Cool. Make sure to leave the capture weapon on the coffee table so." "No. Just leave me alone," he screamed, turning to them with a glare that widened into shock as he processed what he had just done. His hand slapped over his mouth, regret and shame smothering the anger that rudely continued to simmer in his chest. It worsened as they flinched, the action small, perhaps contained, but still making him recoil with self-hatred. They just nodded, recovering quickly and gently assuring him, "Okay. You can keep it on. Just try not to get it dirty. After lunch, we're gonna go somewhere, though." "Okay?" He nodded, making sure he had control of his words before he lowered his hands. "Okay." A short drive later, the two of them stood in a UA gym full of weightlifting equipment. As he looked around, Namiri pulled a punching bag out of a closet and hung it on a hook. "Do you know how to make a fist?" He shrugged, having avoided throwing punches as a vigilante. He held up a hand and showed them what he understood to be a safe one, thumb on the outside. "Good. And throwing a punch?" He felt awkward as he tried to show them, their head tilting analytically. "Your stance is a little off. Feet wider, shoulder a little tighter. Try again. Good. Now put on the gloves and do as you want." Leaving him where he was, they walked a few feet away to a rack, pulling plates out and lifting them onto a barbell. He felt a bit confused as he glanced back and forth between the gloves and his guardian. "There's a punching bag, and they made sure I could punch? Maybe they want me to use it?" Izuku stared at the items he was given for a few more moments before slipping the gloves on and starting to hit the bag with unsure punches. "That feels nice?" He felt his anger start filling him again, flowing into his fists and coming out with each impact. Slowly, the punches were thrown rougher and harder, each hit soothing over the flame in his chest. It had not taken long for noises to begin escaping his throat, low and feral. He lost control and threw a punch without thinking, missing and skimming the side of the bag before falling to the floor. He flailed his arms for a moment in aggressive pseudo-punches, the burning frustration deflating suddenly and leaving him gasping. He let an arm fall across his eyes, lying limp on the ground, his chest suddenly racked with sobs. He could feel a presence settle to his right, his unoccupied hand being taken and held firmly. He gripped it back, just as tight as he cried, practically wailing. They made no noise, just continuing to support him as he broke down. It took a long time, but once he was ready, he turned his head to see Nemuri staring up at the ceiling, tears slowly falling down their cheeks. Nem? They turned their head at his stuttering call and gave him a small smile. They rolled onto their side to face him. Yeah, Zuzu. He looked down at their clasped hands before looking back up at their eyes. I miss him. They gave him a sad look. I do too. I miss him a lot too. Nemuri held up their free arm, Izuku not needing any more of a sign that he had permission to throw himself into their arms and continue sobbing. They rubbed his back and quietly soothed him. Please come back. Day 5. Izuku was okay. Like actually okay. Which confused him, considering the train wreck of the last few days. Especially considering the train wreck Thursday had been. He was okay, so why was his head ticing to the side every other minute? At one point, he locked himself in the bathroom, having noticed his tics were triggering Hizashi. His chest ached with guilt at the unfairness, the feeling strong because he could tell that Hizashi and Nemuri were struggling more today than the previous ones. He felt selfish for wearing the capture scarf wrapped around his arms, but he just could not bring himself to offer it to them. I'm a bad kid. No wonder Dad. Izuku's eyes widened as a gasp tore from his lips, sitting up from where he had been lying on his bed just staring at his ceiling, throwing his butterfly knife in the air. Said faux weapon hit his thigh and bounced onto the bed, and if he had not been so distracted he would have been glad it was fake. Dad? Dad? Shyuda? I already thought of him as that, but to call him that, he whispered to himself. But, is that fair to Nem and Zashi? I don't feel like that for them, do I? The boy thought back to the previous week, to how Hizashi had been there to distract him with learning and baking. How they spent their evening telling him stories of their old friend. Of a guy that would have possibly also been one of his guardians if only he had. Hizashi trusted him enough to tell him about Oboro, which warmed his heart. He thought of how Nemuri put on pre-quirk movies for them all to watch simply because XE knew Izuku loved them. Especially the ones including magic. He thought about how XE took him to UA just to release the anger that was hiding how he really felt. How XE gave him time to release said emotion even through tears but also made sure he was not left alone in his pain. How XE laid on the ground with him for over an hour, patiently waiting for Izuku to be ready to get up. They acted like parents. He thought of them as parents. Would they like parent titles? Like Mom and Dad? No. Shyuda was Dad, and while Hizashi could also have been considered his dad, Hizashi was not his dad. The same way Nemuri was not his mom. He pulled out his phone and typed non-binary parent names into the search engine. The first link was a website that said it had a list, so he decided to click on that. He went through the list, and nearly hit the back arrow when he saw one of the last few names. Zaza. Hey, Zuzu. Zuzu. Food time. Zuzu, can you come here? It was the perfect name for them. He looked at one of the photos on his desk. He had been asleep on top of Nemuri with Zem kissing the top of his head. That's Zaza, he whispered to himself, and felt the heat of joy pool in his chest. Yeah, that's XYR name. I hope XE like it. Izuku looked through the list again, frowning when nothing stuck out for Hizashi. He looked through 10 different links, throwing his phone onto his comforter when he found nothing and covering his face with his hands. He let out an exasperated groan into his hands, flinching when there was a knock on his doorframe. Hey, Zuzu. What's wrong? Izuku kept his face in his hands. Nothing. The ladder to his bed creaked, a hand combed its way through his curls. If it was nothing then you wouldn't be hiding like that. Also, we should take you for a haircut later. Your undercut is growing out. Izuku was glad XE brought that up. He was starting to feel a bit of dysphoria creeping up at seeing the undercut get so long, but felt bad about asking for a haircut. He let his hands fall to his chest. That sounds like a good idea, Nem. He followed their gaze to his side where his phone lay. Where his phone was still on, open to the original list he had found. He yelped, snatching up his phone. He quickly shut it off and backed into the corner away from Nemuri with it clutched to his chest. It isn't what it looks like. Nemuri had an expression that he failed to understand on XYR face. You were researching parent names? They asked, a lilt of something in XYR voice. I don't say I was trying to find names for you and Zashi. He stared down at his socked feet, avoiding XYR eyes. Why were you looking up parent names? Izuku shrugged despite knowing his intentions. You and Zashi aren't binary? So, I wanted to find something that would respect that. And you were annoyed because you couldn't find anything? Nemuri asked, though it sounded more like a statement, full of that emotion that Izuku was still unable to place. Well, I found one for you. He shyly answered, voice growing quieter by the end of the sentence. Sei gave him a small smile. What was it? He blushed and opened his phone, scrolling before holding it out to Zem. He pointed to the name, letting Zem hold his phone to read the description. I've wanted to do the double syllable for you since you started calling me Zuzu, but I could never come up with a good nickname. And Mama didn't fit, even outside of you being femme. So, when I saw it, I thought it was perfect. Izuku slowly shrunk in on himself as he explained. It was only after he had finished and heard a sniffle that he looked up. Namuri was staring at his phone with tears flowing from XYR eyes. I'm sorry, he exclaimed, reaching his hands out in an attempt to comfort, but afraid to touch. I don't have to call you that. I'm sorry if… No. Zuzu. It's okay, Namuri interrupted, grabbing hold of both of his hands after dropping his phone. Izuku. It's quite the opposite. I'd love for you to call me Zaza. Izuku stared at Zem incredulously. Really? Really? Izuku breathed in a deep breath to calm his tears, before thinking it and diving into XYR arms, nearly knocking them backwards off the ladder. Zaza. Sei clutched him to XYR chest, carrying him off the bed to hold him in the middle of the room instead. Oh, Zuzu. I can't explain how happy I am. Izuku just cried, clutching XYR shoulders. It took him a while before he could bear to pull himself from Zaza's arms, though XE refused to put him down, wiping away his tears. Now, how about we put our heads together for a name for Zashi, yeah? Izuku nodded with a giggle as XE sat the two of them down on his desk chair, the boy kept in XYR lap. Although, he was quick to sigh. I couldn't find anything for Zashi. I looked through so many lists and articles and found nothing. Zaza tapped XYR chin in mock consideration with a hum. You know, every once in a while, Zashi will go on a tangent about that mug you got them. Izuku thought of that mug and smirked. He thought about how much the mug really fit. World's best pop star. Pop star. Pops. Izuku squealed, loving the name. It's perfect. Zaza grinned. Good. Now that we have that out of the way, I'm guessing you don't need help with one for show. The boy felt a blush crawl up his cheeks as they lifted with a sheepish grin. I've considered Shyuda my dad for a while now. I just realized that I felt ready to call him that too. They hummed with a small nod. And that's what brought on this afternoon research? He nodded. Well, do you want to go tell Zashi? Izuku smiled, about to say yes, when, aren't they having a bad day? I don't want to push this on them. Zaza shook XYR head, assuring him, this would be the perfect thing to cheer them up. He smiled again, scooching to get off XYR lap. He followed Zem to the living room, where Hizashi was lying on the couch with their eyes closed. Though, Izuku could tell they were awake due to the lack of snoring, so he lightly flopped himself on the blonde, avoiding their hands as they moved to settle on his back. Hey, little listener. Hizashi croaked, not quite as peppy as usual. Hey, I wanted to ask you a question? Izuku asked, tapping his thumbs together and staring at their shirt. Go ahead. The boy sked in a breath, looking back at Zaza for encouragement. When he received a nod, he turned back to Hizashi. Can I call you Pops? Izuku stammered, chancing a look up at their face a few seconds after the question had successfully left him. Hizashi's eyes were wide, mouth open slightly as they stared at him. Slowly, their expression began morphing into a teary smile. You want to call me Pops? They asked. The boy nodded, a bit hesitant with a shy smile. The moment his head came back from the first dip of confirmation, he was squeezed tight with a shout. Of course. I'm Pops, Nem. Pops. They brightly laughed, pure joy in the sound being followed by a kiss to the top of Izuku's head. He smiled into their neck, confirming, you're Pops, Pops. They choked on their laughter, a happy sob leaving Pops as they shoved their face into his hair and hugged him tighter. Dad will come back. Day 6. Zuzu, honey, why are you doing so much cleaning? He gave them a shy smile. I want to make sure Dad will be comfy when he gets back tomorrow, Zaza. No Zaza gave him an amused smile, staring down at him as he wiped down the coffee table. Were you ever able to grab the cup, by the way? Izuku's eyes widened before he nodded. He ran to the kitchen and grabbed his designated practice cup before running to his room to grab the capture weapon. He put it on as he ran back, putting the cup down on the table. He failed to notice Zaza pulling out their phone to record him as he rolled his shoulders and concentrated. He threw out a loop, latching it around the cup before cinching his grip and pulling it back to himself, catching it in his non-dominant hand. Good job, Zuzu! Zaza cheered, putting away their phone. Izuku beamed at the praise. It made the mild anxiety in his chest calm for a moment, then he remembered there were leftovers in the fridge that needed to be thrown out. He had not seen Zaza sigh before walking out of the living room. He had just finished washing his hands after throwing out the trash when a pair of arms wrapped around his torso and lifted him up. He yelped before dissolving into giggles at Pops gnawing at his neck. No! Don't eat me! Izuku cried, laughing more as they threw him onto the couch and started attacking his sides. But, little listener, you look absolutely perfect. Not even a nibble. The boy was laughing too much to respond. Eventually, Pops relented and rolled them over so they could cuddle on the couch. You're mean, Zash, Pops. They let out an offended gasp, dramatically protesting, how dare you accuse me of such a heinous crime? I simply wanted a snack and you refused me. Izuku giggled and tiredly tucked his head under Pop's chin, words slightly slurred with softer edges, but, I didn't want to be your snack. I'm not food. They gave a hum. I guess you're right. I relent. You are not food. The boy smiled, his breathing slowing as he verged on the edge of sleep. Zaza? You want Zaza to join us or where are they? Both? They're in the room, but I'll let them know we're taking a nap and ask them to join us. Izuku hummed, drifting slightly. It felt like no time had passed before a warmth moved in behind him. Hey, Zuzu. I heard we're taking a cat nap. He nodded, letting them settle before he drifted off into a peaceful sleep. One more day. Day 7. Izuku was vibrating with energy, just barely keeping his promise to stop cleaning. He held himself back from looking for something to put away, knowing the sight of just one out-of-place object would make him break the pinky swear he had made. Dad's almost home. Zaza had gone to pick Dad up, having been the one who was least likely to ruin the boy's surprise. When Izuku had suggested that, Pops had been completely offended from feeling called out. I'll have you know that you are completely correct, but I do not stand for this slander. Izuku had laughed when the admission had been followed with crossed arms, a stomped foot and a pout. The door creaked open, and he could hear Zaza's loud voice. He turned from his place on the couch to see the man in question walk in just after them. He jumped up and ran around the sofa. Dad.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.